Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
The afternoon in the mountains felt a bit suffocating. The sky was filled with blue clouds, hinting at the possible near rain. Upon arriving in her hometown, Yue purchased a warm cotton-padded coat for her grandmother. Despite the scorching summer heat, she couldn't forget the memory of her grandmother's worn-out jacket from the previous winter, which had finally succumbed to a sizable hole. Even though her grandmother said the jacket could be mended, Yue could still sense how her grandmother had endured the cold during the winter. There were only two of them in the family. As for her parents, her father and mother had long been divorced and now had their own families. She would never forget that afternoon when they both brought their own children into that old brick house and told her, "You are old enough to care for yourself now, your younger siblings are still small and need us." She did not cry or express any resentment. However, her grandmother became so angry that she grabbed a broom and attempted to chase them away, telling them to leave and never return. She understood that her grandmother was the person who loved her more than anyone in the world, so she needed to protect her. Every morning, her grandmother would rise before the sun, diligently gathering fresh vegetables and hurrying to the town market. During market days, it was always bustling with activity, allowing her to make more sales than usual. And whenever she returned in the evening, she would make it a point to purchase a few snacks from town for her. Those days were challenging but also the most joyful moments of her life. That year, with excellent grades, she got accepted to a top high school in the city, and her grandmother wanted to withdraw her pension to pay for her education. Luckily, the old village head was aware of the situation and generously funded her education. That day, she saw her grandmother nearly fall to her knees in gratitude to the old village head, a few years younger than her grandmother. She sobbed in solitude by the wall, but her resolve to demonstrate to those who had abandoned her that she could protect her grandmother grew even stronger. High school life wasn't much different from middle school, but it had its changes. Due to her exceptional academic performance and charismatic demeanor, she swiftly got chosen to lead the student council. At first, she found it a bit of a hassle, but she eventually agreed when she learned that this role would make it easier to get a scholarship. However, once she assumed the position, she quickly discovered that it was anything but simple. She had her hands full of troublemakers in the school, and among them, the most troublesome was Hu Ming. He not only slept during her patrols, but he also openly confessed his feelings to a girl, causing a stir throughout the school. When she attempted to discipline him, he told her to mind her own business and not interfere. Naturally, Yue became enraged and decided to stand against Hu Ming, but those days didn't last long. She was surprised to see Hu Ming's complete transformation after his true identity came to light. Hu Ming gave up on chasing after that girl and even quit dozing off during class. It felt as if a mischievous monkey had abruptly stopped, which was a little unsettling. However, she was pleased to see this change because he was heading in the right direction. Later on, his biological parents came and caused a scene, and she witnessed him being pushed out by his own mother. She was outraged. In some ways, Hu Ming's parents were worse than hers. However, what was most surprising was Hu Ming's open-minded perspective on the situation. Despite his calm demeanor, she sensed him concealing his true feelings about the situation. It was because of this that she decided to help him. Although it was tiring, witnessing Hu Ming's change filled her with a gratifying sense of achievement. But lately, it appeared that she was growing more close to him. Yue had dozed off with her head nestled against his, only to wake up and find his gentle grip around her waist. That guy always had a smile, making his emotions difficult to discern. But Yue could tell one thing: he disliked Han Shuyi. Well, if he doesn't like him, so be it. I have no connection with Han Shuyi either anyway. Yue sat at the table, her eyes fixed on the window as a gentle rain enveloped the world outside, casting a hazy veil over the scenery. The gentle patter of rain against the window created a soothing ambience while the room exuded tranquility. Her grandmother appeared to have hurried back from town, and Yue quickly helped her handle the things. As raindrops slid down her grandmother's plastic raincoat, Yue couldn't help but say, "Grandma, I told you I could come with you. I could have helped you pick up some items on the way back. Oh, isn't my granddaughter such an admirable student? Besides, it's rare for you to come back, and you're leaving tomorrow. How could I let you do such things?" When her grandmother smiled, her wrinkles gathered in a way that wasn't in a definition of appealing, but to Yue, it was the most heartwarming smile. She helped her grandmother to the side table, carefully took out the cooked dishes from the pot, and said, "Come on, let's eat." All right. During their meal, her grandmother asked about her time at school. Yue naturally glossed over the less pleasant parts, and as she dined, she continuously put food into her grandmother's bowl. "Grandma, I just won a few awards in some competitions and received some prize money from the school. I'll transfer it to you so you don't have to work this hard. Keep the money for yourself. Besides, you will need money when you go on dates, you know." Hearing those words, Yue nearly choked on her food. She clearly understood that her grandmother's idea of a date was not simply two friends going out together. "Grandma, I'm still a student. Don't worry, your grandmother isn't so strict. I'd be happy for you if you find someone you like. I really don't." "Okay, Grandma, where did you learn this English from?" "The neighbor's second child. How's my pronunciation?" Her grandmother beamed with a wide grin, revealing her pearly whites, causing Yue to let out a gentle chuckle. Her grandmother was doing well, and she herself was steadily growing. Life was now truly beautiful. Yue hoped that her life would continue advancing the way it is now. After washing up, Yue settled onto the worn wooden bed. Outside, the rain persisted, gracefully draping the leaves with a soothing rustling melody. She recalled her grandmother's words from earlier. If you find someone you like. She silently repeated the phrase, and suddenly, a specific figure appeared vividly in her mind. She jumped out of the bed, shielding her head and vigorously shaking it. How can it possibly be him? Her beautiful face appeared incredibly sorrowful. Ugh, so annoying. The young girl lay back in bed, her heart racing with thoughts. However, unbeknownst to her, her grandmother happened to pass by after going to the bathroom and overheard everything. She smiled gently. If she could, she really wanted to meet the person troubling her granddaughter. Recently, the ambience that loomed over at home has been very unpleasant. Han Yun could sense the palpable tension in the air. Although her mother and Han Shuyi were always together, they were the only ones who were close. Her father appeared upset with her mother, likely due to lingering bitterness from their previous argument. What stood out was her mother's inability to refute him. In this matter, she also felt that her mother had gone too far. Publicly announcing the annulment of the engagement without prior discussion with Hu Ming was disrespectful. It could have been handled more privately. Li Tian now had stirred up quite a disturbing incident before the announcement. Despite the confirmation that Li Tian and his wife would not divorce due to their family alliances, the situation remained taut. If it had been her, Han Yun would never have accepted this and would have felt relieved that Hu Ming and Li Yu had cancelled their engagement. But the one who would take over was her biological brother. It felt like a dilemma. As for Hu Ming, Han Yun glanced in the direction of Hu Ming's room. Since that day, he hadn't spoken much to the family. During dinner, he wasn't at the table. Even though she could still catch glimpses of him at school, he appeared to want to distance himself from them after that incident. It's all the Li family's fault. Han Yun pouted, turned, and walked toward her room. In Hu Ming's room, Hu Ming was lying on the bed, resting. Meanwhile, Kang Xian diligently worked on a test paper at his desk. The test was given by Yue. Although they were a bit difficult for Kang Xian, they provided an excellent opportunity for her to improve. Kang Xian's brow furrowed as her pen glided swiftly across the draft paper. But halfway through, she abruptly halted as if she had hit a bottleneck. Young master, I can't solve this question. Hu Ming hopped up from the bed as soon as the words sounded. He walked behind Kang Xian, bending slightly and leaning against her back. Kang Xian appeared accustomed to Hu Ming's near presence, as her expression remained unchanged. Think about it. Could it be that you have to use a different formula here? Hu Ming held her hand and guided it to write the formula on the draft paper. Kang Xian's attention was briefly drawn away from Hu Ming's explanation by his actions. Hu Ming's hand covered hers, and the warmth it transmitted was comforting. Yes. However, she couldn't understand why Hu Ming was going to such lengths to teach her these things. Wasn't he afraid that she might run away after learning them? Do you understand now? Hu Ming paused and placed his hands on his waist, waiting for Kang Xian's response. Kang Xian slowly lifted her hair, unveiling her delicate face hidden beneath the dark locks. Young master, I will repay you. Why are you suddenly saying such things? Nothing. The girl hid her face again and continued by using the formula Hu Ming had just taught her, diligently writing her answers on the test paper. At school, Li Yu now takes a detour whenever she sees Hu Ming. After what happened last time, she truly didn't have the face to meet Hu Ming again. Unfortunately, Hu Ming and Han Shuyi were in the same class, so she would see Hu Ming whenever she went to find Han Shuyi. This made her feel somewhat disheartened. However, this was the path she had chosen, so she couldn't hold anyone else responsible. Li Yu. Han Shuyi called out to Li Yu, who seemed lost in thought on the road. Upon hearing Han Shuyi's voice, Li Yu returned to her senses. A smile lit up her face as she hurriedly made her way towards Han Shuyi. Shuyi, let's go home together after school today. Today might not be possible. After school, I have an important matter to attend to. Han Shuyi said with a troubled expression. Hearing this, Li Yu quickly waved her hand and said, forget it if you are busy, but let's go out shopping together this weekend. All right. Han Shuyi nodded in agreement and gently patted Li Yu on the head as if to make amends. Li Yu's heart melted when she saw Han Shuyi smile at her. She felt as if she was enchanted. But once Li Yu left, Han Shuyi's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Li Yu's leaving figure. He would never forget the humiliation caused by Li Tian. If not for him, even if others found Hu Ming pitiful that night, he would still be the main character. But to think that something unexpected like that would happen. Han Shuyi clenched his fists in anger. However, he soon turned around and walked towards the student council. All student council members were expected to attend the meeting that took place today. Han Shuyi, being one of the members, naturally had to make an appearance. Thinking of this matter, Han Shuyi also remembered how close Hu Ming and Yue were. He didn't understand why they were so close, and more importantly, Yue appeared to care a lot about Hu Ming. It wasn't a big deal, but he didn't like it. He entered the meeting room and looked around. Yue was sitting in the most prominent position, flipping through documents. He had to admit that if not for Yue's personality, he could have been captivated by this woman. Yue was both attractive and capable at work, making her a desirable pursuit target in the eyes of many. However, Han Shuyi did not consider her a good choice because such a woman was difficult to control. Is everyone here? Yet Yushua's voice cut through everyone's voices, and instantly, the meeting room fell silent. She looked around and continued. I've reviewed the submitted proposals, and hardly any are acceptable. Did any of you consider the budget, venue, and time? If you could handle everything yourself, I would not have a problem. But do you have that capability? Yet Yushua's tone was cold, and those present didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This time, the school expects us to submit a reasonable report to external leaders. So, don't set high goals or take on unrealistic tasks. Improve your suggestions, and then we'll talk about it further. The meeting is over. Saying so, Ye Yushue gathered the documents before her and walked straight out. And after she left, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had held their breath, afraid of provoking Ye Yushue's anger. Some people wanted to see other submissions but were refused. Many proposals were indeed too outlandish. As soon as she left the room, Ye Yushue checked her wristwatch. It was already half an hour past noon, and she still hadn't eaten lunch and needed to go tutor Hu Ming. Just then, Han Shuyi called out to her from behind. President, please wait. Ye Yushue turned around, clutching the documents in her arms, and calmly looked at the person before her, her expression steady. Neither her work nor personal life caused her to have a conversation with Han Shuyi unless it was about someone. Han Shuyi couldn't help but be captivated by Ye Yushue's striking beauty. Why is someone like her so close to Hu Ming? Han Shuyi couldn't comprehend, but he swiftly put on a smile and said, President, I've noticed you're quite close to Hu Ming recently. Are you tutoring him privately? What does that have to do with you? With a single sentence, Ye Yushue cut off Han Shuyi's words. Han Shuyi's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. Hu Ming's relationship with the family hasn't been great recently, so I'm concerned about him. I know he has strong prejudices against the family, so I wanted to ask you about his situation. Ye Yushue stared icily at Han Shuyi, her face betraying no emotion in response to his words. On the contrary, her displeasure seemed to intensify. If you're genuinely concerned about Hu Ming, why don't you look for him yourself instead of asking me about him? True concern necessitates action, not simply asking a few questions. Ye Yushue scolded Han Shuyi, rendering him speechless. He had initially intended to find out what Hu Ming had been up to recently but hadn't expected the president to have the rumored temper. After receiving a stern reprimand, Han Shuyi realized that making any progress with Ye Yushue was simply impossible. He nodded apologetically to Ye Yushue and then turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Ye Yushue let out a quiet scoff. Hu Ming, why are you making so many mistakes recently? Did you not remember a single thing I taught you last time? Ye Yushue's pale forehead showed a hint of veins, indicating she had almost reached her breaking point. Hu Ming's focus has been wavering lately, and his academic progress appears to have taken a step back. Ye Yushue was very displeased with this. However, Ye Yushue was also aware of the rumors about the Li family's announcement during a certain banquet, stating that Li Yu and Hu Ming were ending their engagement. This pushed Ye Yushue's patience with Hu Ming to another level. Nevertheless, it's important to keep moving forward. The future is still bright. If Hu Ming remained unchanged, wouldn't he be looked down upon by everyone? Thus, Ye Yushue had high expectations for Hu Ming. Hearing Ye Yushue's distorted voice, Hu Ming finally came to his senses. He mustered a smile, tinged with a hint of helplessness. He wasn't distracted by Li Yu's matter, he was actually concerned about the orphanage. Recently, he heard the old director's wife complain about the old director's poor health, but because he was concerned about the children, he prioritized his own well-being and scheduled a checkup. The old director reasoned that as long as he could walk and eat, there was no need to waste money on unnecessary checkups. Given the prevalence of overcharging in hospitals, he did not want to waste money on unnecessary examinations. Hu Ming had attempted to persuade him, but the old director was headstrong. What could he do? This was the actual source of his troubles. But he didn't expect Ye Yushue to be so angry. Ye Yushue frowned as she put her hands on her hips. I know Li Yu's situation has affected you greatly, but it shouldn't make you this depressed, right? Didn't you tell me you didn't care about Li Yu? Were you lying to me? Upon hearing Ye Yushue's words, Hu Ming became aware of the impact his recent behavior had on her perception. In a way, he was successful. He hadn't spoken to the Han family much since the banquet. Occasionally, when he saw Han Yun-11, he would greet her. And when he saw Han Litian, he would nod in greeting. Aside from that, he expressed little emotion. To others, his behavior may appear abnormal but understandable. After all, the Han family was not fair in this situation. But let's be honest, the Han family was basically taking back what was rightfully theirs. Hu Ming's lack of outbursts was already surprising. As a result of Hu Ming's behaviors, Han Litian found himself with even more guilt, and even Madame Han began to hide herself from Hu Ming. This proved that his actions were right. Since Han Shuyi wanted to disgust him, he naturally had to reciprocate. Courtesy demands reciprocity. It's important to maintain a sense of balance. President, you misunderstood. It's not because of Li Yu that I'm like this. Hu Ming waved his hand and casually wrote the correct answers over the marked incorrect answers. Seeing Hu Ming's actions, Ye Yushue's expression finally brightened. However, she looked at Hu Ming with a confused expression and asked, if it's not because of Li Yu, then what is it that's making you so distracted? Do I really have to say it? Say it. If I can help you solve it, I'll help you so you won't be so distracted while studying. Yet Hu did not want Hu Ming's study efficiency to decrease. Instead of letting him be preoccupied, it would be better for her to join him in solving them. With this thought in mind, Hu Ming also devised a plan to get the old director to have a checkup. If so, President, go home together with me after school then. Huh? Go home together? Yet Hu was puzzled by his words. Isn't his home the Han family's house? Why does she need to go there? Noticing Yet Shue's puzzled look, Hu Ming quickly realized the lack of clarity in his statement. He hastily gestured and explained. I misspoke. I meant to say, not to my home, but to come with me to a place. Be clearer next time. After school, a few classmates invited Hu Ming for a soccer game. This was quite a surprising turn of events for Hu Ming. In the past, nobody dared to approach him because of his status. In addition, Han Shuyi garnered favor with those people, making them reluctant to offend him, and as a result, they never approached Hu Ming. However, after Hu Ming clashed with Han Shuyi that day, a few classmates attempted to speak with him, but inviting him to play soccer was a first. Looking at these classmates, Hu Ming showed a rare smile. I'm sorry, but I have something urgent today. Next time, I promise I'll join you. Seeing Hu Ming's sincere smile, his classmates nodded in understanding. I understand. Han Shuyi also said he has an important matter to attend, probably a family gathering. We'll set up another time. The classmates ran off with the soccer ball, and Hu Ming silently looked at Han Shuyi's empty seat. Han Shuyi left the classroom as soon as school ended. Usually, at this time, he would remain in the classroom to help some classmates with their studies. However, today, nothing special was to happen in the Han family, so why did he leave so quickly? Hu Ming narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Han Shuyi stood at the entrance of the police station, leaning against a nearby utility pole, his gaze fixed on the exit. He glanced at his watch, calculating. Before long, two individuals came out, leaning on one another for support. They were Zhao Wei and Lu Guifang. Both appeared worn out, clearly having endured a great deal inside. Upon seeing them, Han Shuyi walked straight up to them. Mom, Dad. Upon hearing Han Shuyi's voice, the couple thought they might have misheard. However, upon catching sight of Han Shuyi, a glimmer of excitement lit up their tired expressions. Shuyi, you're here? We've suffered so much inside. Never have we ever been through such torment. Lu Guifang held Han Shuyi tightly, tears streaming down her face, drawing the gaze of numerous onlookers. Han Shuyi appeared slightly irritated, yet he refrained from pushing her away, allowing her to maintain her embrace. But Zhao Wei, standing to the side, could not help but scold her. Enough with the crying. Do you want people to laugh at us? What do you know? I'm just emotional to see my son. Lu Guifang shot a piercing gaze at her husband, face twisted with fury. All of this is Han Hu Ming's fault. Would I have been locked up for so long if not for him? He claims to be my biological son, but how could he send me to prison? And he never came to see me once during this entire time. Tell me, how could I have such a son? Lu Guifang became enraged simply by mentioning Hu Ming, who had previously severely beaten her. He never considered them as his parents. How she wished such an ungrateful person had died long ago. When Han Shuyi saw the bitterness in Lu Guifang's eyes, his expression also grew impatient and irritated. If he weren't valuable, would Lu Guifang treat him this well? Perhaps he would become the next Hu Ming? Han Shuyi was well aware of these two people's character, one timid and scared, the other sharp-tongued and bitter. Neither was a good person. If they weren't useful to him, he wouldn't even spare them a second look. However, Han Shuyi appeared to have overlooked the fact that, despite lacking a blood relationship, these two were the ones who had raised him. There were some things he chose to erase from his mind. All right, Mom. Let's not talk about it anymore. You were released because I pleaded on your behalf. Also, the family treats Hu Ming well, so please be kind to him as well. After all, he's your biological child. Bah, I'd rather have given birth to a roast pork than that wretched child. What kind of biological child sends their mother to the police station? That's not what I meant. Han Shuyi sighed, finding it difficult to explain things to Lu Guifang. What I mean is that there are numerous things Hu Ming can help you with. I've been very busy at school lately and might not be able to help you much. I see. Upon learning that Han Shuyi would have a busy schedule, Lu Guifang quickly grew anxious. She was counting on Han Shuyi to support her in her old age. She was determined to ensure nothing would hinder his future. Seeing Lu Guifang fall into silence, Han Shuyi turned to Zhao Wei. Dad, if there's nothing else, please take Mom home. The atmosphere at the Han family hasn't been any good recently, and I can't meet with you often. It wouldn't be good if my mom knew about it. Nigerian Nairobes. Zhao Wei understood Han Shuyi's underlying meaning. He let out a helpless sigh and then pulled his wife to leave. Han Shuyi waved them off, watching their figures recede, and the smile on his face faded away. His expression changed to disgust, and his warm and friendly demeanor vanished. Shuyi deeply despised this couple. If it hadn't been for them, he would have already established himself in high society and avoided many of the troubles he is having now. Han Shuyi hated them. He clenched his fists, his gaze fierce enough to scare passers-by. Han Hu Ming, I make sure you and your parents get dragged into the abyss. As Hu Ming walked down the street, he couldn't help but sneeze. Sneezing in the middle of summer was rather unusual. You're not going to tell me you caught a cold, are you? Yet Yushue frowned, looking at Hu Ming beside her with a grave expression. Just a moment ago, Hu Ming had sneezed several times uncontrollably, and it was unclear whether he was coming down with a cold. But Hu Ming waved his hand, seeming unconcerned. Don't worry, it's not that easy to catch a cold. I usually pay close attention to staying warm. Yet Yuxue glanced at Hu Ming, who was wearing short sleeves and shorts, not very convinced by his statement. However, before they went far, a lively voice appeared from behind them. Brother. They both turned around at the same time to see Han Yun-11 pouncing toward them, and Hu Ming instinctively reached out to catch her. Yet Yuxue narrowed her eyes as she observed the scene. Han Yun-11 usually appeared mature and composed, but why did she behave like a child around Hu Ming? Han Yun-11 appeared to have noticed Yuxue's gaze and took a quick step away from Hu Ming before giving an awkward smile. President, you're here too. Yeah, Hu Ming invited me to some place. Aren't you afraid my brother will sell you? Han Yun-11 was puzzled, wondering when the president and her brother had grown so close. This was something she had never known about. Yet Yuxue was about to respond when Hu Ming interrupted and tapped Han Yun-11 on the head. Why aren't you going home after school? I heard from the driver that you were going to the orphanage today, so I wanted to come along. Orphanage? Yet Yuxue was surprised again. Why was Hu Ming taking her to the orphanage? The school doesn't have any plans to visit orphanages, was there? Her eyes were filled with curiosity, but Hu Ming cleared his throat and said, President, actually, I'd like to ask you a favor. Could you accompany me to the orphanage for a while? I promise it won't take long, I just need you to be there. Yet Yuxue squinted, not immediately agreeing. She was curious to see what Hu Ming was planning. Perhaps because Yuxue was in the car, the vehicle appeared to be moving more slowly today. Han Yun-11 and Yuxue sat in the back seat. Although they are both from the advanced class, they seem to have nothing much to talk about. Hu Ming understood that Yuxue's personality makes it difficult for her to make friends. However, this only fueled Hu Ming's curiosity about Yuxue's background. He had only ever seen Yuxue in her school uniform and never in casual attire. However, Hu Ming could tell she was a neat person because her shoes were spotless. By the way, brother. Dad recently asked if there is anything you want. He said your birthday is approaching, and he wants to give you a gift but is unsure what to get. He didn't want to ask you directly to save face, so he asked me. I thought, why go through so much trouble? So I'm asking you directly. Nothing in particular. Besides, isn't my birthday the same as Han Shiyi's? As soon as these words left, a heavy silence engulfed everyone in the car. Yet Yuxue's lips twitched. She suddenly realized that the person in the front seat tended to be a party pooper. When Yuxue saw the orphanage Hu Ming had mentioned, she realized that the boy was indeed doing something significant. At first, she suspected that Hu Ming was making up an excuse and had managed to find a reputable welfare institute in the city to trick her. However, as she gazed upon the rundown structure in front of her, the words she had planned to utter became trapped in her throat. Her eyes flickered as she observed the boy encircled by a group of children. Hu Ming cradled a child in his arms, his face beaming with an undeniable joy. In addition, the children clung to Hu Ming in admiration, reluctant to part with him. Such genuine affection was not something that could be faked. Without realizing it, Yuxue found herself smiling, radiating warmth, as she looked at Hu Ming with a softened gaze. She couldn't help but acknowledge that she had never seen such a caring Hu Ming before. He was opposite to the arrogant person she knew from school, as if he had been possessed. And yet Yuxue was not the only one surprised. Han Yungzi's mouth was slightly ajar, and her expression displayed a hint of confusion. It was evident that she had not expected Hu Ming's popularity with the children. Given Hu Ming's past actions, it's difficult for Han Yun-11 to fathom that he would engage in such behavior. Oh, we have 2 new students today. Is little Xian not here? The old director's wife approached the 2 girls with a friendly expression. She welcomed them into the courtyard. Han Yun-11 appeared somewhat reserved, while Yuxue followed openly. The interior was similar to the exterior, but it was equipped with all the essential learning tools. What is your relationship with Hu Ming? This is the first time I've seen him bring anyone other than little Xian here. Grandma, are you referring to Kong Xian? Yes, do you know little Xian too? She is a wonderful child and has helped us solve many problems. Han Yun-11 was at a loss for words, her mouth slightly agape. Hu Ming and Kong Xian had done so much while she was unaware. I'm Hu Ming's friend. I'm Hu Ming's sister. Upon hearing their responses, the old director's wife had a sudden realization. However, just as she was about to speak, Hu Ming showed up. Grandma, you're not talking bad things about me, are you? You're so well behaved. How could I say anything bad about you? But why did you bring your classmates here? The old director's wife spoke with a mixture of delight and reprimand. However, Hu Ming first looked at Yuxue before saying, I brought them to persuade the old director to see a doctor. Hey, you know that old man's character, even 10 oxen couldn't drag him back. When talking about this, the old director's wife became angry. The director appeared to be in poorer health than before. She wanted to take him for a checkup, but he refused because the children here still needed care, and he couldn't leave. Yes. Hu Ming came to persuade him, saying he would watch over the children. But the old director said Hu Ming couldn't do that for even himself and should hurry home. Though his words were well-intentioned, the old director's wife found them unpleasant. Hu Ming was kindly trying to help, but he was driven away. That is why I brought a good helper this time. Hu Ming gave Yuxue a look, but her expression remained unchanged, as if she didn't get Hu Ming's hints. In fact, Hu Ming wasn't very confident himself, as this matter still needed Ye Qiuxu's approval. The wife of the old director cast a curious gaze toward Ye Shui, carefully assessing the remarkable and elegant young lady before her. Out of all the girls the old director's wife had encountered, she was indeed exceptional. However, she couldn't grasp why Hu Ming referred her as a good helper. Ming, this young lady. Grandma, Ye Qiuxi is the president of our school's student council, a top student in the city, excelling in both academic achievements and athletics. Also, she is the person I trust most in school. Ye Shui glanced at Hu Ming, and his words brought a sense of happiness to her. Meanwhile, Han Yungzi's lips pursed together, wearing a bit of a sad face. She quickly glanced at Hu Ming, filled with regret for not appreciating him before. If she had shown more concern for him in the past, could the person he mentioned have been her? Hu Ming stared at Ye Shui with genuine sincerity, prompting a helpless sigh from Ye Shui before smiling at the old director's wife. Grandma, don't worry. Although Hu Ming isn't very reliable, as he said, I can help with this matter. This. The old director's wife has indeed not expected Hu Ming to bring the student council president of his school. In addition, upon hearing Hu Ming's introduction, she became aware of how remarkable this young lady was. No, this is too much trouble for you. Actually, it's not a big deal. We can just find some free time to go for a checkup. It's no trouble. If we schedule it for the weekend, I can come to take care of these children. I can also help with their studies, though I may not be as experienced as the old director. The old director's wife genuinely thought Ye Shui was being modest. How could the city's top student fail to teach those children properly? However, Ye Shui had spoken honestly. She is skilled in studying, not in teaching others. There is a notable distinction between these two. Hu Ming stepped forward, supporting the old director's wife's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Oh, it's no big deal, really. No, I still need to speak with the old man. Knowing his temperament, if he discovers I agreed without his permission, he will most likely scold me to death." The old director's wife shook her head as she headed toward the classroom. Watching her retreating figure, Hu Ming placed his hands on his hips and smiled faintly. Ye Shui looked at Hu Ming, who she thought had only recently turned a new leaf. But it turned out that he had been doing admirable things for quite some time. She felt that by accompanying Hu Ming this time, she might get to know another side of him. Meanwhile, Han Yun grabbed Hu Ming's arm, shaking it. "Brother, did you forget about me? Although my grades aren't as good as the president's, I can also help you." Han Yungzi pursed her lips together, and her expression clearly showed her displeasure. In Hu Ming's original plan, Han Yun was not there. She being here today was purely coincidental. But seeing her look of grievance, Hu Ming found it amusing. This girl is rushing to do hard work, huh? Yun, this is hard work. Are you sure you want to do it? Yes. Hearing Hu Ming's words, Han Yungzi's face instantly brightened. A chance. Just as Hu Ming had anticipated, the old director did not agree after learning about the matter. The director had also met Ye Shui. Given her excellent grades, he believes she should not waste time on such matters. Weekends are crucial for rest and self-study, so why not put them to better use? Isn't coming over for these children a waste of her energy? Ming, you always come up with such terrible ideas. Did you invite this girl over to help you with your work? Can't you think a little better? The old director looked at Hu Ming, disappointed. To him, it was a waste to have such a good girl caring for children when she could be doing something more productive. Why not spend some time improving their relationship instead? Grandpa, I really need to do this. If your health deteriorates, what will happen to these children in the future? Hu Ming's solemn expression was a far cry from his usual carefree demeanor. His change also intrigued the two girls present. Standing in front of the old director, Hu Ming exuded a commanding presence, and the sincerity in his eyes was impossible to miss. The old director was somewhat at a loss for words against Hu Ming. He wondered how, in such a short time, Hu Ming's rhetoric had become so sharp. "Oh, don't bother about us old people's affairs. I'm in great health now. There's nothing to worry about." Hu Ming wanted to say more, but Ye Shui stepped in. When the old director looked at the girl before him, his demeanor weakened slightly. "Grandpa, Hu Ming is correct. After all, health is the most important thing. If you are concerned about the children's long-term future, you should schedule a checkup. I noticed you coughing non-stop when you came over. Small illnesses, if left untreated, can quickly turn serious." Ye Shui spoke with sincerity. Her tone was coated with a hint of tenderness and persuasion. Looking at the old director, she couldn't help but think of her grandmother. Back then, when her family had been struggling financially, her father had not provided any financial support for a long time. Her grandmother worked tirelessly from sunrise to sunset, never pausing after waking up, all to gather enough funds for her education. It was precisely because of such prolonged hard work that her grandmother's health deteriorated. Ye Shui wanted to take her grandmother to a doctor, but her grandmother refused because it would cost money that was for her education. She was almost in tears from worry at the time, and if it hadn't been for the neighbor, who insisted on taking her grandmother to the hospital, she might have been alone now. Ye Qiuxi always maintained a kind and tolerant attitude towards the elderly. From the moment she set foot in this place, she could feel the weight of its financial struggles. To provide for these children, the two elderly individuals must have been living frugally, with medical care not being a priority for them. The old director's refusal was most likely due to these considerations. Yet Yushua let out a soft sigh, her eyes filled with increased respect for the two elderly individuals. To go to such lengths for a group of unknown children, how many people could do that? Grandpa, I understand your concern. But, since Hu Ming asked for my help, he must have handled the necessary preparations. Now, we only need your approval. Noi. Yet Yushua glanced at Hu Ming. For some unexplainable reason, she was convinced that Hu Ming grasped the depth of her intentions. That guy is not the same Hu Ming he used to be? Hearing Yet Yushua mention his name, Hu Ming also broke into a bright smile. Grandpa, what my president said is right. You don't need to worry about the money. I'll handle it. What you need to do is agree and then get your health checked. Looking at the two seemingly compatible children before him, he was unexpectedly overwhelmed with emotion, almost on the verge of tears. He hadn't experienced such a comforting warmth in a while. These two were genuinely concerned about his welfare. And Hu Ming's sister, Han Yun-11 was now taking care of the children for him? However, he was reluctant to let Hu Ming foot the bill. If necessary, he could just spend a little more money and go for the checkup himself. The old director sighed, his head shaking in a gesture of acceptance as if he had already been convinced by the pair before him. Well, fine. I'll go for a checkup this week. But I'll pay for it on my own. There's no way I'll let Hu Ming you pay for it. Well then, I'll cover the expenses for the teaching materials and food. Hu Ming immediately agreed, not giving the old director a chance to back out. You. The old director gritted his teeth in frustration. Seeing Hu Ming's grin, he realized that he had been outwitted. This kid was as sly as a fox. He couldn't even say no. After all, Hu Ming had previously said that whenever he wanted to donate teaching materials, the old director could not refuse, or he wouldn't come. At that time, Hu Ming had grown to be very important to the children, so the old director naturally agreed. But now this kid is using it as an excuse. Fine, fine. I'll get checked. It has indeed been many years since I last had a checkup. Hearing her husband at last relent, the old director's wife also showed a smile. And the old director, seeing this, playfully stuck out his tongue at her, rarely acting so unserious. Yet Yushua stood beside Hu Ming, observing the heartwarming scene before her, feeling a sense of warmth enveloping her. The thought that spending some time could result in countless smiles was heartwarming. And the person who made all this happen was standing right beside her. Seeing Hu Ming, who had his hands on his hips, contentedly watching the scene, yet Yushua couldn't help but smile. Her gaze then shifted towards the back of the old director. There, Han Yun-11 was coming over with a group of children. Grandpa, you can rest assured and go for your checkup. We'll be good. The head of the group called out loudly, followed by similar words from the children behind. The old director looked at the children, a faint smile forming on his cracked lips. Watching these children grow up might be his greatest accomplishment in life. The worn-out building resonated with the sweet sound of the children's choir, their melodic voices carrying beyond the worn-out walls and into the overgrown land surrounding it. In a tranquil oasis, far from the bustling city, lay a pristine expanse of land brimming with the untainted dreams and hopes of the children. And the old director was the unwavering pillar safeguarding these children. Given this, how could Hu Ming allow him to fall? Seeing the smiles before him, Hu Ming couldn't help but smile softly. He raised his eyes to the crimson sky above as if reminiscing. Yet Yushua was about to ask Hu Ming what to do next but fell silent when she saw him. It was because she noticed the loneliness in Hu Ming's eyes. Amidst the sun's scorching rays, the car traveled along the highway. Perhaps due to Han Yungzi's energetic playtime with the children, as soon as she settled into the car, Han Yun-11 dozed off. Her head leaned against the side window, a smile on her face. She seemed very happy. Hu Ming's mouth curved up a bit as he glanced in the rearview mirror at her. On the other hand, Yet Yushua was quietly gazing out the window, lost in thought. The silence that enveloped the car broke after they arrived at Yet Yushua's house. My home is here. Sorry for the trouble. Yet Yushua got out of the car, ready to leave. Hu Ming immediately got out as well and called out to her. The girl turned around in surprise to see Hu Ming giving a slight bow in gratitude. For what happened today, consider it a favor I owe you. If you need anything in the future, I'll do anything. Yet Yushua was about to dismiss it with a smile, but when she saw Hu Ming's serious expression, she couldn't help but sense that the young man before her was hiding many secrets. He was never as simple as he appeared on the surface. It's rather absurd to think that Yet Yushua had misjudged him. Hu Ming, let's do our best together. With that, she left him with a crisp and elegant silhouette, turning and walking away. Hu Ming surveyed the surroundings. In the heart of the building, a sizable square stood, encircled by a collection of neglected sports equipment. Aged high-rise buildings surrounded the square. Whereas, at its heart, a banyan tree that had witnessed centuries of history loomed, its shadow a testament to the passage of time. Often, an elder clutching a vibrant red plastic bag made their way down the hallway of the building. As Hu Ming observed Yet Yushua's figure fading into the distance, he settled back into the passenger seat. Lan Jun turned to Hu Ming and said, "This area is an old urban village. Most of the young people have moved out, leaving only the old. I didn't expect your classmate to live in such a place." With Diarisiso. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. The sky had grown ominously dark, the vibrant colors of the sunset fading into obscurity as a blanket of heavy clouds loomed overhead. Hu Ming leaned against the window, his eyes slightly closed. After dinner, Hu Ming was about to return to his room when Han Litian called out to him. Han Shuyi glanced up at the two, his gaze growing slightly dark. He could now only watch as the relationship between Hu Ming and Han Litian deepened. All of this stemmed from the banquet. The incident at the banquet was a deliberate act, it was a known fact, with the waiter emerging as the prime suspect. But, despite an extensive search, the waiter remained unknown. He seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Consequently, the troublemakers could only accept the situation, and the Han family had greatly profited from it. However, this was not good news to Han Shuyi. The incident made Han Litian's opinion of Hu Ming grow more favorable, and the scene before him was what he had feared. Hu Ming, let's step outside to talk. Hu Ming wasn't surprised. After all, Han Yun-11 mentioned something similar to him, and Han Litian eventually had to speak with him. Han Yun-11 watched her father and Hu Ming's interaction, a happy smile gracing her face. But she then looked helplessly at her mother and said, Mom, I think you should also apologize to Hu Ming. The previous incident was too much. Even I felt angry after hearing it. If you wanted to make an announcement, you should have consulted Hu Ming first. Madame Han was at a loss for words, caught off guard by her daughter's sharp remarks. After the banquet, Han Litian became increasingly frustrated with her, saying she had been off track lately. Madame Han originally planned to restore Han Shuyi's long absence by giving him compensation. Why was she in the wrong for doing this for her son? However, Hu Ming had also been living with them for many years. Even though they were not related by blood, they shared an affectionate bond. Madame Han had to admit that she had overlooked Hu Ming because she was too focused on Han Shuyi. Yun-11, don't say that to your mother. I am also responsible for this matter and will apologize to Hu Ming. Han Shuyi's serious expression only added to Han Yunxi's frustration. That wasn't what she meant at all. That's not what I meant. Han Yun-11 was at a loss for words when explaining the situation. She felt that if her mother apologized and treated Hu Ming better, it would help make amends. However, Han Shuyi's words completely altered the interpretation of what she had said. Forget it. I'm going back to my room. Hey, Yun-11. Madame Han felt awkward as she watched her daughter walk away in frustration. Being rebuked by her daughter and given such a cold shoulder left her disheartened. Han Shuyi placed a hand on Madame Han's shoulder and said, Mom, I am in the wrong for not handling this well. There were more tactful ways to resolve this, but I was blinded by profits. Han Shuyi appeared brimmed with remorse, clearly burdened by the situation. However, witnessing Han Shuyi's regretful expression intensified Madame Han's unease. After all, she was the one who had made the final decision on this matter. She had taken it upon herself to make this decision, thinking that since Han Shuyi had such a good relationship with Liu, she could use this approach to compensate for the years for her son's lost years. It's not your fault. I'll make things clear with Hu Ming. You should go and rest. But Han Shuyi wanted to continue, but Madame Han cut him off. She stood up and walked towards where Hu Ming and Han Litian were. Han Shuyi watched her leaving silhouette, already devising his plans. Meanwhile, in the back garden, Hu Ming and Han Litian strolled side by side along a small pathway, serenaded by the gentle melody of the nearby fountain, which infused the garden with a sense of peace. Han Litian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, occasionally glancing at Hu Ming. Hu Ming remained silent, seemingly waiting for Han Litian to speak first. The evening breeze was calm, accompanied by the gentle hum of insects. Finally, the two of them stopped. Hu Ming, what are your real thoughts about the Han family? Instead of discussing compensation, Han Litian asked Hu Ming about his views on the Han family. I am very grateful for the Han family's upbringing. After all, it was the Han family that raised me. Given my so-called biological parents, whether I could even attend school normally was a question. Han Litian looked at Hu Ming, and at that moment, their eyes met. Against the dark, empty sky, their figures stood out with remarkable clarity. Yet Han Litian couldn't discern any emotion in Hu Ming's eyes. After what happened last time, doesn't he feel any anger? I understand what you're thinking. Saying I'm not angry would be a lie. But, after all, I've taken over 10 years of Han Shuyi's life. On this matter, I feel sincerely sorry to Han Shuyi. Hu Ming's eyes were serious. Han Litian saw Hu Ming as no longer throwing childish tantrums. He was now calm and composed. It was difficult to fathom the extent of the inner turmoil Hu Ming had experienced in reaching such an outcome. However, from Han Litian's perspective, Hu Ming remained unchanged. After spending more than 10 years living together, it's only natural for their emotions to run deep despite not being related by blood. This situation only arose due to his wife's excessive care for Han Shuyi, as she tried to make up for all that was lacking in the past. But is it wrong for Madame Han to be good to her child? Even Hu Ming didn't see it as wrong, only that their objectives diverged from his own. Hu Ming's words left Han Litian stunned. But soon, he reached out and patted Hu Ming's shoulder, saying, You have not wronged anyone. In the matter of swapping lives, you are also innocent. You shouldn't bear these burdens. So Shuyi should bear them. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Madame Han's brow was deeply creased, and her expression was far from pleasant. It was evident that she had overheard their conversation. Han Litian, Shuyi is your son. As his father, mustn't you do these things for him? He also had his childhood taken away for over 10 years. He could have lived so well. Wenli, what are you saying in front of the child? Han Litian was fuming. His wife was great, but she got muddled in matters concerning Han Shuyi and Hu Ming. Zhou Wenli gazed at Hu Ming, reminiscing about the child she raised for over 10 years. Memories flooded back to when Hu Ming used to call her mom when he was learning to speak. At that time, she thought that was the happiest moment of her life. However, upon discovering that her biological son had been missing for years, replaced by the child standing before her for over a decade, she just felt something was amiss. All of this should have been Shiyi's. The more she had pampered Hu Ming in the past, the more she wanted to overlook their history. It seemed the only way to put her inner self at ease, and her feelings of guilt towards Han Shuyi would be lessened. The reason she suggested that Li Tian announce the engagement at the banquet was because she saw the anticipation in Shuyi's eyes. He didn't take the initiative to tell her, it was her own decision. So, in this matter, she indeed wronged Hu Ming. Madame Han's gaze fell upon Hu Ming, her once relaxed and kind expression no longer seen. Hu Ming, Shuyi, like you, has also had his life taken away. I hope you can understand this. And regarding the announcement of the engagement, I admit I was wrong. But I want to say that it belongs to Shuyi since the beginning. Wenli, enough. Han Litian was deeply discouraged by his wife's words. He had originally come to make amends with Hu Ming, but now his wife's words had only driven Hu Ming even further away. He suddenly realized what his daughter had said. According to her, their mother had become completely absorbed in Han Shuyi, causing her to overlook everything else. At first, he dismissed it as his daughter seeking attention, but now, as he observed his wife, Han Litian accepted the undeniable truth. In the face of Madame Han's words, Hu Ming remained quiet, his expression unchanged. He appeared to have fully embraced this fact and had no desire to justify or argue against it. Ro Thailand bot. But Madame Han had more to say. She looked at the quiet boy with an unusually serious expression. Hu Ming, regardless of what kind of people they are still your parents. With this final statement, Madame Han ignored her husband's gaze and turned to leave. Hu Ming quietly watched her retreating figure, not arguing or causing a fuss. He understood that some things were about to happen soon, and his first experience, which belonged to the original Han Hu Ming, was about to come. Hu Ming was not angry, rather, he was looking forward to it unfolding. Because only by completely leaving the Han family would he be free from constraints. In the tranquil garden, the gentle hum of insects permeated the atmosphere as if the darkness had enveloped the entire world. Hu Ming sat on the bed, quietly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hu Ming paused, puzzled. Kung Xian had already returned to her room to rest. Who else might be looking for him at this time? After setting aside his phone, he swiftly jumped off the bed and opened the door. Upon seeing the person outside, his eyebrows slightly knitted together, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Hu Ming, can we talk? Han Shuyi stood at the door, his smile radiating warmth. Observing his gentle demeanor, Hu Ming couldn't help but ponder how easily he could have been fooled had he not seen through this person. Without a doubt, Han Shuyi excelled at this game. Ever since Han Shuyi returned, Hu Ming hadn't been able to find any faults in him. This guy was as if murdering someone with a borrowed knife, creating trouble for him but not leaving any trace of his own behind. It's no surprise that the original owner was completely under his control. Hu Ming placed one hand on his hip, not refusing Han Shuyi's request. On the contrary, he was very curious about what Han Shuyi had to say. Sure, where shall we talk? Right here is fine. We can go back to rest after the conversation. They exchanged glances, and the tension in the air was not as intense as the rumors had implied. Han Shuyi couldn't help but notice that the Hu Ming standing before him had undergone an astonishing change since their initial encounter. He continuously overcame one obstacle after another. Hu Ming had expertly avoided all the traps he had set for him, sparking the want to have a serious conversation with him. I must apologize to you regarding Liu. My mother did not consider your feelings, and I, too, was blinded by prophets. So I came to apologize to you in person. Han Shuyi spoke sincerely and bowed to Hu Ming in apology. Hu Ming watched the person before him calmly, observing his every move. He suddenly realized that Han Shuyi was indeed like an unkillable cockroach. Although he didn't see him as much of a threat, he had a knack for getting under other people's skin. Wasn't Han Shuyi himself the one orchestrating all of this? Hu Ming observed Han Shuyi's self-directed performance with a sense of amusement akin to watching a clown. It seems that Han Shuyi was oblivious that Hu Ming had already seen through his actions. If he were aware, he would definitely have a falling out with Hu Ming rather than feigning righteousness as he was now. Han Shuyi, do you hate me? Hu Ming asked bluntly, catching Han Shuyi off guard. Han Shuyi gazed at the person before him, his mind swirling with confusion. But soon, he regained his composure and replied, I don't hate you. In this matter, we had no choice. Is that really what you think? Hu Ming locked eyes with him, and in that instant, Han Shuyi sensed a penetrating gaze that seemed to delve into the depths of his being. Shuyi reflexively rubbed his palms but maintained his smile. Hu Ming, even though we are not blood-related, you have spent many years with the Han family. We are, after all, a family. So let's not harbor too many suspicions between us, okay? Han Shuyi's words were crafted impeccably, ensuring his position while maintaining the stability of the family. Hu Ming stood with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his eyes narrowing slightly. If that is how you feel, then I agree. After all, a lot has happened recently. I imagine the situation with Liu has given you quite a headache. Hu Ming intentionally brought up the matter, showing a helpless expression. I didn't expect Uncle Li to be such a person, nor did I expect such photos to be exposed publicly. It must have been very hard for anyone involved. Hu Ming gently placed his hand on Han Shuyi's shoulder, his face filled with sympathy. Han Shuyi's face turned ashen, but he had to accept Hu Ming's supposedly comfort. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anger and frustration, and said seriously, "Then Hu Ming, what about Uncle Zhao and Auntie Lu? They are your biological parents. Even if there were grievances, you should leave it in the past." Finally, showing his true colors, Hu Ming was puzzled why Han Shuyi had come to get his face slapped, so it was all for this statement. Han Shuyi looked at the silent Hu Ming and took the opportunity to continue. "Hu Ming, what uncle and auntie did that day was cause of their heated emotions. You're their biological son. How could they not care about you? But Lu Guifang was the one who said back then that I wasn't her child." Hu Ming's gaze shot up, fixating on Han Shuyi with an intense stare. Han Shuyi was momentarily stunned by Hu Ming's gaze. The intensity in those eyes suggested that his every word would be evaluated and questioned. There was something about conversations with Hu Ming that always made him feel uneasy. Conversely, he wasn't able to see through Hu Ming. To be honest, Auntie has already moved on from that situation. After being confined for so long, she has come to terms with her past errors. And the one who caused trouble that day wasn't Auntie, was it? So, please forgive them. After all, family shouldn't hold grudges overnight. Arnu's. Han Shuyi spoke sincerely, his face reflecting genuine concern as if truly considering Hu Ming's feelings. "Oh, I see, he's trying to pass on that couple's mess to me." Hu Ming grasped Han Shuyi's intention and couldn't help but let out a wry smile, his expression becoming increasingly playful. "Han Shuyi, I'm not as generous as you. They care deeply about you but cast me aside like an old shoe. With that attitude, do you think I will believe they have genuine feelings for me? Or maybe they're trying to gain something from me?" Hearing Hu Ming pointing out his inner thoughts sent a shiver down Han Shuyi's spine. He was supposed to have the upper hand in this conversation, but Hu Ming always managed to counter his points. More importantly, Hu Ming did not appear to believe anything he was saying. Han Shuyi's brows furrowed, but Hu Ming continued. "If they truly want my forgiveness, they should demonstrate it through their actions. Simply having you as a mediator falls short. Are they playing me like a fool?" Hu Ming's tone turned increasingly displeased, his gaze growing icy with impatience. "That's not their intention. They just..." "Enough, Han Shuyi. I see you as family, which is why I'm telling you so much. I don't want to hear any more. If they want me to forgive, then show some actual action." With that, Hu Ming slammed the door shut. Caught completely off guard, Han Shuyi stood stunned as the door closed. He gazed emptily at the closed door, taking a while to come back to reality. Han Shuyi gritted his teeth, his expression morphing into a grim one. His hands were tightly balled into fists, and his breathing grew heavy with rage. The discussion with Hu Ming had naturally failed. But what actually got under Han Shuyi's skin was Hu Ming's attitude of defying his control. That should not have happened. Clearly, Hu Ming had been easily manipulated in school before, so what had caused such a drastic change in him? "I won't let you off, and neither those bloodsuckers." Han Shuyi glared coldly at the closed door before turning and leaving. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow slowly retreated into the darkness around the corner. Since that night, Hu Ming and Madame Han seemed to have severed their relationship, no longer exchanging words. Han Yun-11 realized that something unpleasant must have occurred that evening, but she did not dare to ask. After all, if she had to choose, she couldn't decide whose side to be on, Hu Ming or her mother. Hu Ming lowered his head and ate breakfast, seemingly unaware of the stares around him. Han Shuyi glanced at Madame Han. Even though she had briefly looked at Hu Ming, her face remained unchanged, and any sign of guilt she previously displayed had vanished completely. For Han Shuyi, this was a good thing. It meant that the rift between Hu Ming and Madame Han had become irreparable. He maintained a calm demeanor despite he was already overjoyed on the inside. The clock on the wall ticked at a leisurely pace. Han Yun-11 had little appetite for breakfast, so she only sipped some milk and sat by, waiting for a certain someone. Hu Ming finished an egg, a bowl of porridge, and a fried dough stick before finally stopping. He sighed softly and stood up, saying, "I'm done eating." With that, he turned and walked towards the door where Kung Xian had been waiting for quite some time. When Han Yun-11 noticed Hu Ming about to leave, she quickly grabbed her backpack and followed him. Madame Han watched this scene with clear dissatisfaction. She wanted to ask her daughter if she knew who her real brother was. Following Hu Ming around all day, what good could come of it? Of course, she didn't dare to say this. Because of Hu Ming, Han Lishan had already given her a severe scolding. She didn't want to provoke Han Litian again over Hu Ming. Before getting into the car, while Han Yun-11 was still inside, Kung Xian looked at Hu Ming seriously. Her gaze surprised Hu Ming. She appeared to be worried about something. "Young master, your relationship with the Han family is worsening." Kung Xian stated a fact. Despite the close relationships Hu Ming shared with Han Yun-11 and Han Litian, an intangible barrier always stood between them due to Madame Han and Han Shuyi. The wall was a deep divide known as close kin. Hu Ming was well aware of this fact. Thus, he wasn't overly anxious about managing his relationship with Han Yun-11 and Han Lishan. However, he had already given up on improving his relationship with Madame Han. To put it bluntly, Madame Han solely focused on Han Shuyi. No matter what Han Shuyi wanted to do, she wholeheartedly backed him up. Hu Ming had no intention of doing anything futile. But what surprised him was that this concern came from Kung Xian. It seemed she was genuinely worried about his situation. Realizing this, Hu Ming smiled slightly and patted Kung Xian on the head. "Don't worry, your young master has his ways. You only need to focus on studying at home. Noticing Hu Ming's self-assured demeanor, Kang Xian suddenly realized that he had thoroughly prepared himself and was only waiting for the perfect opportunity. She silently nodded and watched as Hu Ming left the villa. However, when she turned around, Kang Xian found Han Shuyi standing behind her. Han Shuyi fixed his gaze on the maid standing before him, his eyes flickering between light and dark. Kang Xian served as Hu Ming's clothes maid. According to his mother, she was a beggar Hu Ming had brought back from outside. Throughout his stay, Han Shuyi often saw Kang Xian dutifully assisting Hu Ming with many tasks. She most likely knew many of Hu Ming's secrets. If he could take her away from Hu Ming, wouldn't it be easy to put Hu Ming under his control? Han Shuyi considered this but realized that dealing with this seemingly insignificant maid would take too much time. After all, Kang Xian had always exuded an air of tranquility, seemingly unaffected by the worldly chaos around her. These individuals were often challenging to engage with. If handled without caution, it could potentially incur her displeasure. With that in mind, Han Shuyi smiled at Kang Xian. I heard you've been taking care of Hu Ming for a long time. Thank you for your hard work. Han Shuyi showed his usual smile, one that consistently captivated the household staff, leaving them uncertain about how to respond. He was expecting a similar response from Kang Xian, but oddly enough, she was like a robot. After a silent nod, Kang Xian turned and walked away. She didn't bother to utter a single word to Han Shuyi and left. Han Shuyi hadn't expected to be made a fool by a tiny maid. It appeared that she had not taken his words seriously. She's just as annoying as Hu Ming. Han Shuyi gave Kang Xian a cold stare before getting into his dedicated car and leaving. Is there anything we should bring for the weekend? Yu Shui asked as she walked beside Hu Ming, holding the student council documents. As of late, the student council has been quite busy preparing for the upcoming school sports meet. Unlike other schools, the student council at Yu Shui's school held significant authority, so her responsibilities were heavy. The night before, she had to prepare the test papers for Hu Ming the next day, work late to finish some documents, and then squeeze in time to complete her homework. With the cute new Thailand bot yes. If it were anyone else, they would have collapsed under the pressure. But Yu Shui, a highly regarded student in the city, had grown accustomed to dealing with such intense pressure. She let out a small yawn and blinked a few times to wake herself up. Hu Ming turned to look at Yu Shui, a hint of worry crossing his face. President, were you out robbing last night? You're the one that's out robbing? I just didn't get much sleep. It's nothing serious. Even so, you should rest well. Hu Ming was still worried. After all, preparing test papers for him was unnecessary, yet Yu Shui was very responsible. And no matter how Hu Ming tried to persuade her, it was futile. This made Hu Ming feel slightly embarrassed. All right. There's no need to worry about me. Tell me if there is anything else we need to bring over. The distance between them was very close, and everyone had assumed they were friends by default. It was astonishing. Given Yu Shui's personality, she had few friends, let alone someone like Hu Ming, who liked causing trouble. But that's how it turned out. The students have nothing to say. Who would dare to tell Yu Shui not to be friends with Hu Ming? Do you think your mind is sharper than hers? We can talk about it after you get better grades than her? With this mindset, everyone accepted the current situation. There's not much left to bring. After all, Grandpa does not want us to spend too much money, and the older generation still has a sense of dignity to uphold. Hu Ming, you're considering other people's feelings now? It seems you've made significant progress recently. That's right. After all, who do you think is the one who taught me? Hu Ming's smile widened, and Yu Shui beside him couldn't help but smile as well. The scene was as pleasant as a spring breeze, and everything seemed just right. But there is always one person who seems to enjoy disrupting such moments. Hu Ming. A familiar voice broke the atmosphere between the two. Hu Ming and Yu Shui turned their attention simultaneously. There, Li Yu was standing before them. Seeing Li Yu, Yu Shui couldn't help but be taken aback. A few weeks ago, Li Yu was still a girl who would timidly follow Hu Ming around. Now, she looked fresh and confident, exuding a captivating presence. Yu Shui even felt that the mark on her face seemed insignificant. Hu Ming had a similar thought. In this regard, he hadn't done as well as Han Shuyi. After all, Han Shuyi was the protagonist, and redemption was a luxury. Only someone with a protagonist's halo could transform an ordinary, insecure girl into the present Li Yu. Unfortunately, Han Shuyi is merely using her. Hu Ming looked calmly at Li Yu, his expression unchanged. Li Yu became anxious as she observed Hu Ming's demeanor. She understood Hu Ming's displeasure since the events at the banquet had deeply hurt him. This was precisely why Han Shuyi had sent her to apologize. Han Shuyi said that Hu Ming was still family, and some issues had to be resolved. Nervously, Li Yu said to Hu Ming, "Can we talk? Just the two of us." Yu Shui raised an eyebrow lightly and said to Hu Ming, "I'll leave first. Catch up with me once you're done." She turned to leave, but Hu Ming suddenly grabbed her wrist. Such an action stunned both girls, only to see Hu Ming slowly opening his mouth and said, "Is it something that can't be said openly? Why does it have to be just the two of us?" Hu Ming's words made Li Yu's body shiver, and her eyes flashed with an expression of disbelief. In the past, Hu Ming would never have said such things to her, but now his gaze lacked the kindness and concern it once held. Li Yu couldn't help but feel like she was insignificant in his eyes. How could their deep-rooted friendship be disregarded so easily? Liu found herself overcome with a sudden wave of embarrassment. She peeked at Hu Ming's hand as it clasped Yue wrist. For some reason, she found it strangely irritating. She bit her lip, her expression looking somewhat sad. But Hu Ming ignored her demeanor and continued speaking. If you have something to say, hurry up. I'm busy. Hu Ming's tone was tinged with impatience, clearly showing his genuine irritation towards Liu. Initially, he thought Liu had been deceived by Han Shuyi. But, with time, it became evident that her actions were driven by her intentions, so he began seeing her as a stranger. And now she was trying to act pitiful in front of him? What is this childish play acting? Upon hearing Hu Ming's words, Liu appeared to stumble again, returning to her previous state of self-doubt. She dared not raise her head and found it hard to meet Hu Ming's eyes. I want to say, I'm sorry. That's all? If you're done, I'll be leaving then. Ignoring Liu's apologetic bow, Hu Ming took Yue hand and headed towards the rooftop. Liu sensed the growing distance between herself and the person before her. She slumped against the nearby railing, her complexion drained of color. She didn't know when, but she had already grown further apart from Hu Ming. After what seemed like an endless walk, Hu Ming finally stopped upon reaching the rooftop. However, as he turned to face the person behind him, he noticed Yue's intense gaze on the wrist he had gripped for quite some time. She silently looked at Hu Ming as if conveying something without words. Sensing that something was off, Hu Ming quickly let go of her wrist with an awkward smile. Sorry about that, President. I got a bit carried away just now. Yue could still feel the lingering warmth from Hu Ming's grip. He had taken hold of her wrist on impulse, and in that instant, she was surprised by his decision. With diuresis knew. This guy had the nerve to grasp her wrist in front of others. It appeared that he still needed more tests to do. She looked at Hu Ming, who wore a self-satisfied grin, yet inexplicably, she couldn't muster any anger. However, she could somewhat understand Hu Ming's feelings. After all, Liu cancelled her engagement with Hu Ming, and from what classmates are saying, it seems that Liu's family had planned to make that announcement publicly. If Hu Ming wasn't angry at all, Yue would seriously question his sanity. Forget it. Start doing your test. Yue asked Hu Ming to do his test papers, while she sat beside him to review some documents. They sat next to each other, savoring the gentle summer wind as they whiled away the quiet afternoon. While they still intended to revisit the orphanage, Hu Ming proposed saving the visit for their next trip. After all, every time they went, it distracted the children and affected their studies, which was not good for them. Yet Yue was surprised by Hu Ming's matureness. His decision was indeed undeniably wise. In addition, she had been busy lately, so if Hu Ming had advised her against going, they wouldn't. However, she asked Hu Ming to provide her with a list of items in the evening to see if any supplies she could obtain were available from the student council. She was alone in the student council office, reviewing documents and marking all the details with a pen, preparing to address the matters at the upcoming meeting. The clock on the wall ticked slowly while the fading twilight outside gradually transformed into the darkness of night. After a while, Yue finally set aside her pen, sighed, and stretched her tired muscles. At that moment, her flawless physique completely stretched out, yet regrettably, no one was present to witness it. She lazily looked outside and, upon seeing the night fall, was slightly startled. She quickly stood up and gathered her belongings, stowing them away in her bag. She thought it was still early, but to her surprise, it was already 7 o'clock. Previously, at this time, the security guard was usually on patrol. Given that she hadn't turned off the lights, why didn't he come up to check? Yet Yue massaged her temples to relieve her exhaustion briefly. She switched off the lights, double-checked if the door was firmly closed, and then went to the school gate. The path to the gate was lengthy, and she had to pass through the sports field. Noticing that no one was around, Yue began to hum a little tune. Her head bobbed along with the rhythm, and her ponytail gracefully swung back and forth. If it weren't for the security cameras, she might have even let loose and danced a little. Throughout the years, Yue has faced considerable pressure. To avoid being looked down upon, she tirelessly worked on self-improvement, sacrificing her hobbies while at it. Every child has dreams, no matter who they are. Nevertheless, the harsh reality frequently leads them to abandon their pursuits prematurely. As Yue hummed her tune, she continued towards the school gate. Suddenly, a noise from afar caught her attention, the sound of something hitting the ground. Yue instinctively looked in that direction and noticed that the light was on in the equipment room of the sports field. The door, which should have been closed, was open. She furrowed her brow, perplexed by the situation. Typically, there was always someone in charge of the equipment room, so it's rather odd that the door was left open today. It appeared as though someone had forgotten to close it. Yue sighed tiredly and approached the equipment room, muttering under her breath. How difficult is it to finish up properly? Is it that hard to turn off a light or close a door? As she walked, her stomach let out a low growl. She was hungry. After a long day of busy work, she was famished. However, during lunch, Hu Ming offered her a piece of chocolate as a gesture of apology and promised a substantial reward the next day. Recalling his playful demeanor, Yue couldn't help but smile as she walked. It was difficult to fathom how she always seemed amused by him whenever they were in each other's company. Usually, she maintained a composed demeanor and a serious face in the presence of others. However, when it came to Hu Ming, she couldn't help but lower her defenses. I can't let that guy lead me by the nose around. Yet Yushua let out a soft snort, although a subtle smile still lingered on her face. She entered the equipment room and discovered the neatly arranged equipment strewn chaotically across the floor as if someone had intentionally caused havoc. Her grin slowly disappeared, and her face became more solemn. Something didn't seem right to her. Wasn't the timing too coincidental? Just as she was thinking this, the door behind her slammed shut. The light that had been on went out instantly, with the tungsten filament struggling to emit its last bit of light before finally extinguishing. It's a setup. Yet Yushua narrowed her eyes and fixed her gaze on the closed door. Buying some stationery and fruits should be enough, Hu Ming thought. Ultimately, he could only think of these affordable and functional things. However, he had a hunch that Yushua might want to purchase a few extras, so he planned to send her the money later. He put down his phone and continued watching Kong Xian work on her test papers. Although Kong Xian was unfamiliar with some knowledge points, she could still be considered mid-level. Hu Ming felt that Kong Xian had too little time for education. If she had started learning earlier, she could have reached the same level as Yushua. Kong Xian wrote her answers on the test paper but soon stopped and turned to face Hu Ming and calmly said, "Young master, Han Shuyi approached me today. Isn't that normal?" Hu Ming arched an eyebrow. He had been curious about why Han Shuyi hadn't yet targeted Kong Xian despite her being the person closest to him in the family. Moreover, Kong Xian had not entered into any formal contract with the Han family, she had simply been living with Hu Ming. This meant that Kong Xian was not bound by any constraints and could leave whenever she wanted, which eased some of Hu Ming's worries. Hu Ming shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. "I've known for a long time that Han Shuyi has bad intentions for me. Furthermore, if he wants to make a move, he must have a valid reason. Not to mention that he's now pretending to be a gentleman, he can't break character." Hu Ming's words left Kong Xian a bit stunned. However, she quickly nodded in agreement with her young master's view. Despite Han Shuyi's generally kind demeanor towards the servants and his high reputation among them, Kong Xian only disliked him. Perhaps this was due to the young master's influence. If the young master didn't like him, then neither will she. Kong Xian silently affirmed this thought and lowered her head to continue working on her test papers. Seeing Kong Xian so focused, Hu Ming decided not to interrupt her any further. He reached for his phone again, a hint of concern crossing his face as he noticed that Yushua had not responded to his messages for quite some time. The president usually responds to him quickly. Why is she so late today? As darkness fell, the sky became enveloped in the night, with intermittent clouds occasionally blocking the moon's glow. Yushua sat quietly on a soft mat, staring vacantly out the window. She had called out a few times earlier, but there was no response. The other party seemed to have prepared in advance, otherwise, how could everything be so coincidental? Yet Yushua couldn't think who would do such a thing to her. After all, she had offended many people at school. Enforcing justice often ruffled many feathers. To set an example, Yushua had left her phone at home, so she had no way to contact anyone outside. She lay helplessly on the mat, her stomach growling from hunger. However, her palm slowly opened to reveal a piece of chocolate. It was the apology gift Hu Ming had given her. She didn't think it would turn out to be useful now. Yushua's lips twitched, but she quickly unwrapped the chocolate and popped it into her mouth. A wave of sweetness melted in her mouth. She slowly shut her eyes, losing hope of finding a way out. At most, she would leave in the morning when the door opened, but she would likely become the target of mockery. A beta. Many people were waiting to see her make a fool of herself, and the perpetrator's intention was probably to make her look bad. Yet Yushua sighed tiredly. She disliked such scheming and conflict. She closed her eyes slowly, feeling the fatigue from her body washing over her. Will someone come to save me? This thought flashed through Yushua's mind, and a certain figure lingered in her mind. She smiled faintly, unsure why she was still smiling in such a situation. She did not believe in miracles. Outside the school, an individual stealthily scaled the wall. If anyone had witnessed this incredible spectacle, they would undoubtedly be astounded to believe that a real Spider-Man existed in this world. The person landed steadily on the ground and quickly surveyed the surroundings. Who else could it be besides Hu Ming? Hu Ming was feeling puzzled as he couldn't get a response from Yushua. She wasn't answering his messages, as well as his voice and video calls, which is why he sneaked out of the Han family's villa. He had also tried to check the floor where Yushua was staying, but besides the WeChat call he had sent her, the lights were all turned off in the house. It was only at that moment that Hu Ming realized that she could still be at the school. Could something have happened? Hu Ming frowned deeply and quickened his pace. The guard at the gate was yawning and did not notice anything unusual. Hu Ming skillfully navigated around the blind spots of the security cameras and checked each classroom on campus. However, Yushua was nowhere to be found. As the night grew darker, the dimly lit corridors presented a challenge in navigating the path ahead. Hu Ming pondered, continuously thinking about where Yushua might be. If this isn't an accident, it means someone is intentionally playing a trick on Yushua. If so, where would she be? For the first time, Hu Ming felt an inner urgency. Yushua's safety was a matter of great concern, and any harm that befell her would deeply trouble Hu Ming. After all, she was the person he trusted the most in school. As he walked through the blind spots of the security cameras, he suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on the external electrical switch. Although it was hard to see in the dark, Hu Ming immediately noticed that the lock on the electrical switch had been forcibly pried open. The cheap padlock purchased at a convenience store outside the school could be easily broken. It was not if only the key could open it. Hu Ming put on gloves and took off the padlock. All the switches were functioning properly except for the place that was turned off. Seeing this, Hu Ming dashed out. Yet Yushue felt like she was falling. It was as if she was suspended in midair, completely drained of any remaining energy. She felt like she was back in her childhood when her grandmother carried her home from the town clinic when she had a fever. Her tiny self curled up behind her grandmother's frail body, shielding her from the cold wind and rain ahead. When she pressed against her grandmother's back, yet Yushue could feel her body's warmth. She could also recall her grandmother's strained voice. "It's fine, little Shue, Grandma is taking you home." Yet Yushue rested her head on her grandmother's shoulder, tears flowing down her cheeks. She missed her grandmother. "I want to go home." She nestled herself, seeking warmth in the embrace of her surroundings. With no road in sight, she appeared lost in an endless abyss. Bang! The sound of the door being pushed open echoed, and the early summer evening breeze brushed past her body. She tried to open her eyes, and to her disbelief, the figure she had thought of really appeared. Her nightmare, just like that, had ended. Yet Yushue. Seeing Yet Yushue's weak appearance, Hu Ming immediately stepped forward to help her. Yet Yushue's lips had lost their color, and she appeared fragile. However, upon seeing Hu Ming, her mind went blank, leaving her at a loss for words. Her head gently leaned against Hu Ming's arm as he effortlessly lifted her. Hu Ming gently carried her onto his back and made his way outside. However, he decided against using the front door, as it would not be appropriate for others to witness the unfolding scene. His expression turned fierce, and a glimpse of aggression flashed in his eyes. Yet Yushue couldn't muster the energy to engage in conversation with Hu Ming. Her face nuzzled against his back, and a comforting sensation washed over her, seeping through the fabric. Deep comfort enveloped Yet Yushue's heart. "Han Hu Ming." She gently whispered Hu Ming's name, her voice barely audible. Hu Ming continued walking without pause. He replied in a gentle tone, his eyes focused straight ahead. "President, we'll be at the hospital soon. Just hang in there a little longer." Hu Ming could sense that the president was probably feeling faint due to not having eaten for a long time. However, she still needed to be checked at the hospital first. Who would have thought Yet Yushue would have to be checked before the old director? Yet Yushue's hands gently cradled his neck, finding solace in the very hold. Hu Ming could feel the person's breathing behind him gradually becoming steady, as if deep asleep. The dormitory lights shone brightly, and the commercial street bustled with people. Hu Ming walked on the quieter path, gradually moving away from the noise. Upon awakening, Yet Yushue found herself gazing blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling. She wrinkled her nose at the overbearing scent of disinfectant. Yet Yushue remembered being locked in the equipment room. Someone had deliberately targeted her to make a fool of her. That time, Yet Yushue felt her consciousness being drained from her, and she even lost the strength to speak. Epsilon S. But just before she passed out, she had seen Hu Ming appear. Yet Yushue gazed up at the ceiling, lost in thought, but a sudden realization jolted her upright in bed. She anxiously scanned her surroundings and noticed she was resting on a hospital bed, an intravenous drip connected to her hand. Did I get rescued? She pondered, yet that individual's vision in her thoughts grew more distinct. In her dream, she saw Hu Ming open that door and rescue her. But how could he possibly be there? She had never contacted him? Yet Yushue was now filled with confusion. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered about the true identity of her savior. She glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was already past 9. It seems that she had been unconscious for over 2 hours. Suddenly, voices came from outside the door. "So, doctor, there aren't any major issues, right?" "No, there aren't. She's exhausted from overworking. Also, she didn't replenish her energy for too long, resulting in unconsciousness. She will be fine after some rest." "Thank you, doctor." The person spoke with a tone of respect, displaying genuine concern for her well-being. Yet Yushue recognized the person's identity but couldn't fathom how he was able to find her. The person pushed open the hospital room door, and when he saw her sitting up in bed, he was stunned for a moment before pursing his lips and placing his hands on his hips. Seeing this, Yet Yushue couldn't help but laugh. She lightly covered her lips, and her slightly blushed cheeks revealed her steadily improving state. "How can you still laugh? Do you know what you just went through?" Hu Ming looked at her sulkily, unable to comprehend what she found so entertaining. When he arrived at the equipment room, it was securely locked from the inside, indicating that someone had intentionally confined her there. Yet, she still managed to laugh right now? "I'm sorry." Yet Yushue nodded apologetically, yet her smile remained intact. Hu Ming wasn't sure what to do with this girl. She has always appeared cold and distant, so how could she suddenly act so silly? Is this the same Yet Yushue he knows? Hu Ming placed a bowl of porridge in front of Yet Yushue and said, "This is porridge I bought at the hospital. It doesn't look particularly appetizing, but since you're still recovering, you can't eat anything too oily. For the time being, just a few bites will suffice. We'll talk after you finish your 4-drip." Looking at Hu Ming's serious expression, Yet Yushue nodded obediently. At this moment, she completely followed Hu Ming's instructions. As she carefully scooped the warm porridge into her bowl, she couldn't help but glance at Hu Ming with curiosity. Hu Ming was preoccupied with his phone, not paying much attention to her. Yet Yushue cleared her throat softly, and Hu Ming finally looked up at her. "What is it?" "Nothing. I was just curious, how did you find me? You asked me to send you a list, right?" After sending it and not hearing back from you, I thought it was strange. Then, when you didn't answer the phone, I thought something had happened. So I went looking for you and finally found you in the school's equipment room. Hu Ming grimaced, his expression not looking very pleasant. Yet Yu Shue's expression also turned serious. She furrowed her brow, deep in thought about who might have targeted her, but Hu Ming interrupted her thoughts. Drink the porridge quickly. It won't be good if it gets cold. This porridge is already not good. Yet Yu Shue mumbled under her breath, but Hu Ming shot her a stern look. She quickly lowered her head and started drinking the porridge in small sips. But she also found it odd. Why was she afraid of Hu Ming? Thinking about this, she raised her head again and asked, "How much is the porridge and the doctor's fee? I'll send the money to you when I get home." "Hey, you think I'm some ambulance that charges for services? If you had gone home earlier, you probably wouldn't have ended up in this situation." Even without checking the security footage, Hu Ming could guess that Yu Shue was late getting home. In the afternoon, he saw her dealing with a pile of documents, and she was determined to make revisions no matter what, as if the school would collapse without her. Hu Ming didn't like Yu Shue's attitude. Seeing Hu Ming's serious expression, Yu Shue couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. She had never imagined that she would be scolded by Hu Ming one day. "I already reminded you at noon to take good care of yourself. You should have heard what the doctor said outside. If you keep this up, you'll ruin your health." Being responsible is commendable, but Hu Ming didn't find it admirable to overwork oneself for others. One must first ensure one's well-being before managing others. He is neither capable of nor interested in doing things like a saint. Okay, I understand what I did wrong. Don't be angry, alright." Yet Yu Shue set her bowl aside, her usually firm tone softening as she gently tugged at Hu Ming's sleeve. Perhaps because of her recent recovery, yet Yu Shue's voice had become soft and delicate, opposite to her usual demeanor. Seeing her in this state, Hu Ming let out a resigned sigh. Despite his frustration, he couldn't hold on to his anger. After all, the president had already softened. "Rest for a bit. Once the 4-drip finishes, we'll head back." As they walked through the bustling market, they saw many couples strolling hand in hand, leaning against each other. Hu Ming carried Yu Shue's backpack with one hand while she walked beside him. It was Yu Shue's first time being alone with a boy outside of school, but for some reason, there didn't seem to be any awkwardness between them. Hu Ming seemed collected, and their relationship didn't make her feel awkward either. After Hu Ming rescued her, Yu Shue's perception of him significantly changed. She now viewed him as a dependable individual, a far cry from the carefree boy she had once known. They walked for an unknown distance until Hu Ming suddenly stopped inside a shopping mall. "Do you want anything to eat?" Yet Yu Shue wasn't sure what Hu Ming meant. Even if they were going to eat, shouldn't they have stopped at a restaurant? Seeing the puzzled look on Yu Shue's face, Hu Ming's expression showed a hint of helplessness. "President, there is a lot of oil in the food served in restaurants outside. Since you're just recovering, you should avoid eating that. It's better to buy frozen dumplings or noodles from the supermarket." Hu Ming wasn't being cheap. Yet Yu Shue needed some rest given her current condition. She had to be cautious, especially when it came to her diet. Upon hearing Hu Ming's words, Yu Shue realized what he meant. She had some noodles at home, but they might not be enough for two. She could make frozen dumplings, but she didn't have the time. After thinking it over, Yu Shue followed Hu Ming into the mall. However, stepping inside quickly registered to be Hu Ming's biggest regret for the evening. The mall was bustling, filled with families enjoying a day of shopping. Parents were pushing their carts, with little ones happily seated inside. These scenes were normal, irregular in various malls. But yet Yu Shue was frozen momentarily by them. She recalled the days when her father would push a cart with her in the mall while her mother carefully selected items from the shelves. Yet Yu Shue had never experienced such moments again. Every time she visited the supermarket in the past, a cart was unnecessary. She would head directly to the shelves and take what she needed. Her eyes dimmed, and her smile faded slightly. "President, what do you need to buy?" A voice suddenly came from behind her. Yet Yu Shue glanced back to find Hu Ming coming, pushing a cart and wearing a curious expression. Yet Yu Shue paused for a second, then cleared her throat and gestured towards a nearby shelf filled with a wide selection of noodles. Hu Ming walked over and reached out to grab a random packet to put in the cart, but yet Yu Shue tapped his hand and said with dissatisfaction, "You can't just buy things like this. Don't you check the price and the expiration date?" What difference does it make? A few yuan difference shouldn't be a big deal. Besides, these packaged noodles shouldn't expire so soon. Hu Ming was puzzled and didn't understand Yu Shue's concerns. Before this, he had never bothered to consider prices or dates. He would only put whatever he wanted into the cart. Now, with the Han family's servants buying things in advance, he didn't have to worry about it. He only wanted to cook some noodles to fill his stomach. However, Yu Shue had a different perspective and disagreed with his approach. Accustomed to being thrifty, Yu Shue naturally wanted to get the best value for money. Whenever she visited the mall, she carefully chose, taking her time. Even when she put something in the cart, she readily returned it upon spotting a more affordable alternative. RAO. While it's true that time is precious, the hours spent browsing the mall were the ones she saves in her daily routine. Yet Yu Shue took the bag of noodles from Hu Ming, carefully checking the expiration date and price on the packaging before cross-referencing it with the shopping app on her phone. Hu Ming couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief at this tedious process. Who can stand this? Without uttering a word, Hu Ming quietly followed behind Yue, watching her as she selected one item after another. Feeling an overwhelming sense of boredom, he reached for his phone and began to browse. Hu Ming, didn't you say you wanted to buy things? Why aren't you looking yourself? President, I'm leaving this task to you for now. I'll handle the payment later, okay? Do you think I'm a hassle? Yue quickly grasped the underlying meaning behind Hu Ming's words. Her eyes narrowed, and her gaze toward Hu Ming turned unfriendly. Hu Ming turned his head, trying to suppress his unease. No, I only think that I am not very good at this, so it's better if you handle it. Ha, that better be what you're thinking. Yue gave Hu Ming a sharp look before refocusing on choosing items, while Hu Ming exhaled heavily as he watched her swaying ponytail. Little did he know that this was only the start of his torment. Yue appeared to be on a shopping spree tonight, as if she was determined to replenish everything missing from her home in one go. Listening to her muttering, Hu Ming felt like his ears were developing calluses. He felt, from the depths of his heart, truly foolish. Wasn't it easier to just find a light restaurant to eat at? Why did he choose to come to the mall to buy things? For the first time, Hu Ming felt mentally and physically exhausted. By the time Yue finally finished shopping, the cart was filled to the brim. She frowned when she saw how much there was. It would be too much for two people to carry back. She reached out to remove some unnecessary items, but Hu Ming, who had slumped over the cart like a lifeless rag, grabbed her hand abruptly. With a serious expression, he looked at Yue and asked, "What are you trying to do? Huh? This is too much for the two of us to carry back, so I was thinking of putting some back." After shopping for so long, you want to put things back now? Hu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. An hour? A full hour? Hu Ming had endured mental and physical torment during this time. He would have preferred a beating from Han Shuyi over this, and now she wanted to put some items back? Then what was the point of the time spent? Hu Ming couldn't accept this no matter what. He held on to Yue hand tightly, completely indifferent to him taking advantage of her. Yue first observed Hu Ming's actions and then looked up at his face, which was even darker than coal. She couldn't help but let out a laugh. It seemed she had really given Hu Ming a punishment after all. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and this was the first time Yue had returned home so late. She and Hu Ming strolled through the square. Lights illuminated the surrounding unfinished buildings. Faint sounds of heated discussions could often be heard drifting out of the windows. The surroundings were dimly lit, with a single street lamp struggling to cast its feeble glow, attempting to reveal the surroundings. Hu Ming had a handful of items in his grasp, and his gaze fixated on the person walking ahead of him. It seemed that Yue's living conditions were not very good, otherwise, why would she live in a place like this? Speaking of which, it was quite awkward. Upon their first encounter, Hu Ming thought Yue was a stereotypical wealthy young lady. But now, reality had mercilessly mocked his judgment. What would you like to eat later? Do you want to add an egg? Or perhaps 2 sausages? Yue seemed oblivious to Hu Ming's gaze directed toward her. She was in high spirits today, enjoying the rare pleasure of having someone help carry her things while shopping. Simultaneously, she felt immense gratitude towards Hu Ming. If it weren't for him, she might have been stuck in the equipment room until tomorrow. Although she could seek revenge later, being locked up as the student council president would likely cause quite a stir. If the student council president could be played in such a manner, her position would be anything but secure. Yet Yue would not give up her position, at least not now. The more she performed well, the greater her chances of securing scholarships, which could potentially change her and her grandmother's lives. Behind her slender and frail figure was an unwavering spirit. For some reason, Hu Ming couldn't help but shiver. But soon, he responded. Can I have both? I'm starving? Yue turned her head and rolled her eyes at him, not wanting to talk anymore. There was no elevator in the building where Yue lived, and Hu Ming had to climb nearly 10 flights of stairs during his initial visit. Accordingly, higher floors of these places had only a few elderly residents. The others were taken up by company dormitories or rented out to individuals from out of town who lived alone. Yue took out the key and opened the door, and to Hu Ming's surprise, the inside of the apartment was entirely different from the corridor outside. The floor was spotlessly clean, and the furniture was neatly arranged and meticulously kept. At the entrance, there was a pair of small pink slippers, and on the balcony outside, Yue's pajamas and underwear were hanging. Yue set her belongings on the table, only to realize that Hu Ming had fallen silent behind her, leaving her confused. She turned around, planning to ask Hu Ming to bring the items over, and accurately caught Hu Ming's gaze. Following his gaze, she noticed her clothes gently swaying in the wind on the balcony. There, her school clothes were hanging, along with 2 rather personal garments quietly resting on the hanger. Seeing this, Yue's mind went into overdrive. Her cheeks turned a deep shade of red as if they were about to overflow with blood. That guy, why is that the first thing he looked at the moment he came in? A surge of shame and anger welled up inside her, and she angrily grabbed Hu Ming's cheeks, forcing him to turn around, and said through gritted teeth. Put the stuff in the fridge. I'll cook the noodles after I put away the clothes. Ow, that hurts. Hu Ming's rapid and varied reactions caused Yue's blood pressure to plummet. It appeared that he didn't do it intentionally. Yue snorted before swiftly heading towards the balcony to gather the clothes. Unknown to her, Hu Ming let out a sigh of relief and visibly relaxed. At the dining table, Hu Ming was playing with his phone while occasionally glancing at Yue in the kitchen. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail and was wearing a Hello Kitty apron over her school uniform while cooking noodles in the kitchen. As he looked at her back, Hu Ming felt slightly dizzy. The last time he saw someone preparing a meal in the kitchen was Hu Ming, his past life teacher. However, that memory was far from pleasant, as it concluded with him embracing the toilet and expressing deep sorrow for being alive. He vaguely remembered that woman saying, "You brat, you should be laughing for getting to eat something I cooked." Laugh? How could he laugh? Even in that dark room, he had never eaten something so terrible. The scent drifting from the kitchen snapped Hu Ming back to reality. He saw Yushua carrying a bowl of piping hot noodles, swiftly to the table and placing it down. Just by the smell alone, Yushua had left Hu Ming 100 streets behind, plus the entire Pacific Ocean. However, the presentation of the noodles by Yushua was rather strange. Hu Ming pointed at the design on the noodles, which included a sausage and 2 perfectly round fried eggs. What's this supposed to mean? President, do you have no sense of artistry? Upon hearing this, Yushua's face instantly lost its anticipating expression and turned dark. She glared at Hu Ming coldly, her gaze so intense it seemed like it could pierce through him. This is 100 points? Can't you see? 100 points? What the heck? Is that even a thing? Hu Ming genuinely didn't know there was such a concept. To him, whether he scored 100 points or not didn't depend on something like this. He could just score 100 points if he feels like it. This sausage is the number 1, and the 2 fried eggs are the zeros. Doesn't that make 100 points? Haven't you seen this before, Hu Ming? I really haven't. Whether in the past or now, who would make something like this for him? But looking at the design on the noodles, a smile involuntarily spread across Hu Ming's face. It was evident that Yushua had given this a lot of thought. He picked up the noodles, blew on them a few times, and then put them in his mouth. Meanwhile, Yushua watched Hu Ming anxiously, like a chef awaiting a judge's evaluation. After a few chews, Hu Ming suddenly stopped, his head snapping towards Yushua with a perplexed look on his face. Yushua was startled by his expression. She had made the noodles as she did for herself, so there shouldn't have been any problems. Why did Hu Ming look like he had eaten something poisonous? How is it? President, I suddenly thought of a problem. What problem? Aren't our exams out of 150 points? This bowl only represents 100. Where's the other 50? Hu Ming continued eating, his gaze fixed on Yushua. Judging by his expression, it didn't look like the noodles tasted bad. Yushua didn't respond to him, but the look in her eyes grew more dangerous. She slowly narrowed her eyes, pulled up a chair, and sat beside Hu Ming. The remaining 50 points are, of course, from our daily tutoring sessions. But I believe I haven't been strict enough, so I intend to increase the difficulty slightly. That way, you can easily earn 150 points. Can we pretend I didn't say anything? No, we can't. One must admit Yushua's cooking skills are mind-blowing. After the meal, Hu Ming still had an appetite for another bowl, but it was already late, and Yushua still needed rest. He couldn't shamelessly stay any longer. Before leaving, Hu Ming took it upon himself to wash both their bowls, even though Yushua hadn't asked him to. Get some rest early, Hu Ming said with a satisfied burp as he walked to the door. Behind him, Yushua couldn't help but roll her eyes. Can't he be a bit more civilized? Although she couldn't help but complain inwardly, Yushua still stood at the door and waved him goodbye. Rest well, Hu Ming. Hu Ming waved back, cutting down a potential never-ending conversation, and slowly stepped down the stairs. Yushua watched him disappear, but as soon as he was gone, she rushed to the window to watch him leave from there instead. Hu Ming exhaled deeply, experiencing sudden weightlessness throughout his entire being. After a long and tiring day, he finally had a moment to unwind. However, he was aware that this was just the beginning. He needed to find out who was behind locking Yushua up. This had to be planned. How else could she have ended up trapped without anyone noticing? With this thought, Hu Ming's expression grew cold. With his hands tucked away in his pockets, he strolled ahead, feeling the gentle caress of the evening summer breeze. However, he hadn't gone very far when he became aware of a presence behind him. It seemed that someone was following him. He abruptly stopped and turned around. Over by the lamppost stood a man in his middle years, casually puffing on a cigarette. The man appeared to have become aware of Hu Ming's gaze. He flicked the cigarette to the ground and walked straight towards Hu Ming. The cigarette butt smoldered on the pavement, a thin wisp of smoke curling into the night air. The man's face bore the telltale signs of hastily shaved stubble, and his attire suggested he wasn't from a struggling household. Doesn't look like a mugger, Hu Ming quickly deduced. However, the look in the man's eyes was anything but friendly. If anything, it was tinged with disdain. What's your name? None of your business. Hu Ming didn't plan to tolerate the man's attitude, and his blunt reply sureshotly ruffled some feathers. The man reached out, intending to grab Hu Ming by the collar, but Hu Ming swiftly caught his wrist and pinned him to the ground. The man hadn't expected Hu Ming to move so quickly. He didn't even have time to react before being pinned down. Gritting his teeth, his expression twisted in pain, the man snarled. Stay away from that girl. Girl? You mean the president? What's she got to do with you? Hu Ming's brow furrowed as he released the man, shoving him away. The man staggered but got back on his feet, his hostility toward Hu Ming unwavering. It's none of your concern. Just keep your distance from her. You won't even tell me who you are, and you expect me to listen to you? Who do you think you are? You. The man bit down on his words, clearly restraining himself. But the disdain in Hu Ming's eyes only fueled his anger. She's my daughter. Is that enough? Daughter? You're the president's father. Hu Ming studied the man before him, noting the subtle resemblance to Hu Shui. But Hu Ming wasn't swayed by his words. Not to mention, he had saved the president earlier today. More importantly, the president had been missing from home for such a long time, and as her father, this man hadn't even noticed. Hu Ming couldn't see how this man was a competent father. Nu's. Furthermore, when Hu Ming was in the president's apartment, he noticed no signs of anyone else living there. The only shoes by the door were the president's pink slippers. The balcony had clothes that were her own. All that led Hu Ming to effortlessly deduce that the relationship between this man, who claimed to be Hu Shui's father, and Hu Shui was far from good. The two men locked eyes in the darkness of night, illuminated by a street lamp. Hu Ming had considered calling Hu Shui but remembered that she was not in good health and needed to rest, so he dropped the idea. Hu Shui is my daughter. What are you, a boy, doing at a girl's place in the middle of the night instead of going home? The man's voice was filled with rage as he stared at Hu Ming. He had come to see his daughter today but had to wait hours without seeing her. Just as he was about to return home, his daughter appeared, accompanied by a boy, and the two of them were chatting and laughing, clearly on friendly terms. Seeing this made the man furious. Yet, he was painfully aware of the strained relationship between him and his daughter. If he were to confront her directly, it would only drive her further away. So, he decided to wait downstairs for Hu Ming, intending to give him a severe warning when he came down. To his surprise, Hu Ming wasn't intimidated in the slightest. On the contrary, the way the young man scrutinized him made him feel distinctly uncomfortable. Even if you are her father, I'm under no obligation to answer your questions. But you, on the other hand, your daughter comes home this late, and you have no idea what's happened? I don't think you're in any position to be questioning me. This is none of your business, outsider. Whether it's my business or not isn't for you to decide. It's up to the president, Hu Ming replied, his gaze calm and persistent. Hu Ming ignored the anger in the man's eyes, crossing his arms over his chest with an air of ease and confidence. The man was shaking with rage but found himself at a loss for words to counter Hu Ming. Over the years, the distance between him and his daughter had only grown. When he first learned that she had come to study here, his initial reaction was happiness. But when he visited her, she had coldly sent him away. He could never forget that look in her eyes, his own daughter staring at him as if he were a stranger, telling him to leave. The man felt a twinge of awkwardness but convinced himself that, with time, his daughter would surely change her attitude towards him. That was why he made an effort to visit her every weekend despite always returning with a heavy heart and a sense of defeat. And now, seeing this young man so close to his daughter only soured his mood further. In any case, keep your distance from her. I don't want anyone to have the chance to spread rumors about my daughter. With that, he clutched his arm and turned to leave. However, his steps were unsteady, and he staggered as he walked away. Watching the man's retreating figure, Hu Ming couldn't help but think of a line from a movie. He looks just like a beaten dog. With a resigned shake of his head, Hu Ming decided to keep the incident to himself, not wanting to add any more trouble for Hu Shui. Meanwhile, after washing up, Hu Shui lay down on her bed. She picked up her phone and, seeing a message from someone, calmly deleted the chat history. Upon exiting the chat, she noticed the red dot on Hu Ming's profile. Smiling slightly, she typed 3 words into the chat box. See you tomorrow. When Hu Ming woke up, he suddenly remembered about a class test at school. He had planned to score the highest on his first try just to let Han Shuyi experience a bit of a shock. But after thinking it over, he realized that this might not be enough to shake him, and it wouldn't be good for Hu Shui either. After all, the president had gone to great lengths to prepare the test just for him. If she found out that he already knew all the answers, who's to say she wouldn't get upset? With that in mind, he decided to abandon his initial plan. Still, he knew he needed to achieve a satisfactory score. As he got into the car, Hu Ming was surprised to find that the driver today wasn't Lan Jun but Han Litian. Just as Hu Ming was about to speak, Han Litian had already started driving, clearly with no intention of picking up Han Yun-11 and Han Shuyi. Hu Ming quietly sat back in his seat, gaze fixed on the person sitting in the front, waiting for him to speak. Hu Ming. I heard from Shuyi that there's a class test today. Yes. I know you're not interested in studying, and your grades haven't been great, but you should still try to improve. Not for anyone else, but at least for yourself. Han Litian's tone was gentle, foreign from the ruthless businessman he was known to be. He was genuinely patient with Hu Ming. Whether Hu Ming was his biological son or not, it was clear from his actions that he treated him as his own. In the Han family, there were 2 people he had no affection for, but the other 2 made him feel a twinge of hesitation. In the past, this would have been unthinkable. He couldn't help but wonder if spending so much time with these people had softened his once hardened heart. Seeing Hu Ming remained silent, Han Litian continued. Your mother, well, never mind. She's overly protective of Shuyi. But you can rest assured, I'm still the head of this family. You don't need to worry about anything she says. I won't agree to it. Han Litian wanted to boost Hu Ming's confidence. He was concerned that his wife's words might cause Hu Ming to waver. In truth, he didn't see anything wrong with Hu Ming's place in the family. Moreover, Hu Ming was now mature and methodical in his actions. Together with Shuyi, they can make the Han family stronger. It was precisely for this reason Han Litian didn't want Hu Ming to overthink things. All he wanted was for Hu Ming to be happy. Father. Hu Ming called out to him softly. I trust you. I'll only do what I should. As for everything else, it's beyond my control. That's enough. If you face any difficulties, I'll be here to help. Hearing Hu Ming's response, a smile appeared on Han Litian's face. Hu Ming leaned against the car window, watching the scenery flash by outside. How great would it be if there weren't Madame Han and Han Shuyi? Hu Ming got out of the car and bid farewell to Han Litian. Just as he was about to enter the school, he noticed Solu, who seemed to have been waiting for him for quite some time. Arnob. As soon as she saw him, Solu quickly walked up. Hu Ming, I've been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Didn't I tell you to stop bothering me? I know you have a class test today, so I came to help you study. My grades are pretty good, you know. Are they as good as Yechu Shue's? Hu Ming's doubtful voice rang out, and his words made Solu's face freeze instantly. What he said was a slap in her face. In this school, who could claim to have better grades than Yechu Shue? Even if someone dared to say it, no one would believe them. My grades may not be as good as hers, but I'll teach you with all my heart. Stop wasting my time. Move. Hu Ming didn't want to waste any more words with her and walked straight toward his classroom. Solu hurried to catch up, glancing around as if searching for something. When they reached the school field, Solu suddenly stepped before Hu Ming, blocking his path. Hu Ming. Let's go over there, I have something really important to tell you. She pointed to the equipment room nearby, where a small path led to the classroom. It was the same path Hu Ming had taken last night. However, Solu's actions seemed overly deliberate, so much so that it gave Hu Ming the unsettling impression that last night's incident might be connected to her. Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, his gaze intensifying as he studied the person standing before him. Hu Ming's intense gaze took Solu aback, her body tensed and her expression grew strange. What's wrong? Solu, I found something quite interesting last night. Do you want to hear about it? Hu Ming's eyes drifted toward the equipment room, and his actions sent a chill down Solu's spine, raising goosebumps all over her. She forced a smile, about to speak, when a voice that shouldn't be here came from behind. Hu Ming, aren't you going back to the classroom? Hu Ming turned his head to see Yechu Shue adjusting the armband on her arm, her gaze sweeping over both of them. Solu's eyes widened in disbelief, but she quickly looked down, muttering, I have something to do, before hurriedly leaving. Hu Ming watched her retreating figure, his eyes growing colder. Solu's actions were too conspicuous. If last night's incident had nothing to do with her, Hu Ming would find it hard to believe. Hey, is Solu really that attractive? Yechu Shue looked at Hu Ming with displeasure. Wasn't this guy at odds with Solu before? Why does he suddenly act like a different person now? Yechu Shue, of course, had no idea what Hu Ming was thinking. He shrugged his shoulders and replied, why are we talking about whether she's attractive? I was only trying to figure out how to get rid of that nuisance. If Solu hears that, she'll be despairing. Why should I care? Hu Ming shook his head and then looked at Yechu Shue. Suddenly, he recalled the man from last night. He squinted at Yechu Shue and tentatively asked, President, come to think of it, I didn't see your parents last night. It felt like a sunny day had suddenly turned gloomy. Yechu Shue's face immediately turned grim. Her face remained neutral, and she was clearly unwilling to discuss the matter but felt compelled to respond. They're very busy and usually don't stay with me. You guys on bad terms. Ugh, Hu Ming, why are you so nosy? Get back to your classroom already. Doesn't your class have a class test today? If you don't do well, I'll twist your head off. Yechu Shue brandished her fist at Hu Ming, then turned and walked toward the school entrance. She was probably going to find out who locked her up last night. Hu Ming shook his head and headed straight to his classroom. Hu Ming propped his chin on his hand, staring at the questions on his test paper. However, his lips were twitching, and his expression was anything but natural. Most of the questions were ones Yechu Shue had given him before. If he deliberately got them wrong, would Yechu Shue kill him? As the bell rang, Hu Ming quietly set down his pen. He stared at his exam paper in silence, unsure how to feel. If he didn't already know Yechu Shue's personality, Hu Ming might have suspected she had somehow sneaked out with an entire question bank. No wonder her grades are so good, coupled with her solid foundation. Her ability to predict test questions with such accuracy was downright terrifying. He let out a small sigh and leaned back lazily in his chair. Han Shuyi glanced at Hu Ming. Just by looking at his relaxed posture, Han Shuyi was pretty sure Hu Ming had given up. After all, a person's personality might change suddenly, but their grades wouldn't. Learning requires consistent effort over time. If Hu Ming's grades were to improve suddenly, it would be hard not to suspect that he had cheated. Han Shuyi's lips curled into a faint smile as he stood up and walked out of the classroom. During the lunch break, knowing that she still hadn't fully recovered, Hu Ming rejected Yechu Shue's tutoring. Hu Ming headed straight to the security office, where he found the security guard sitting in front of a computer, sipping goji berry tea, looking quite health conscious. When the guard noticed Hu Ming, he seemed a bit surprised. He certainly remembered Hu Ming after all. The incident at the school gate had caused quite a stir, and this student was at the very center of it. Moreover, the guard was grateful to Hu Ming. If Hu Ming had been injured back then, he would have been in serious trouble. Is there something you need, Student Han? If you want to leave campus, I'm afraid that's not allowed. Oh, no, that's not it. I just wanted to ask if anything happened at the gate last night. Why do you ask? The guard looked puzzled. Why would Hu Ming ask such a question? I heard something had happened here last night, so I came to check. No, where did you hear such a rumor? I was here all night, and nothing happened. The guard waved his hand dismissively, genuinely seeming unaware of any incident. Seeing this, Hu Ming nodded and didn't say much more. However, the guard suddenly added a couple of remarks. But around 7 o'clock last night, I had a stomachache and had to go to the restroom. A few students helped me watch the gate while I was gone. Those kids were pretty sharp, though. They mentioned they had some deliveries to pick up and wanted me to be lenient. They even gave me a takeaway meal as a bribe. Rengoe. The guard was jolly with Hu Ming, so he spoke frankly. Upon hearing this, Hu Ming narrowed his eyes, a sense of direction forming in his mind. As expected, what happened last night wasn't an accident. Yet Yu Shui headed toward the surveillance room. That guy, Hu Ming, found an excuse to skip his tutoring session. While she was a bit helpless about it, there was nothing yet Yu Shui could say. After all, Hu Ming had a quiz today, letting him take a break was understandable. Yet Yu Shui should have been resting at this hour, but the events of the previous night kept gnawing at her mind. She was determined to find out who had dared to target her. Yet Yu Shui took out the key to the surveillance room and unlocked the door. However, to her surprise, the door wasn't locked at all. Her brows furrowed tightly as she pushed the door open, only to find the room completely empty. Yet Yu Shui scanned the room, and after confirming that no one else was present, she stepped inside and shut the door behind her. Her goal was clear: find out who left through that gate last night, and she could identify who was behind the incident. Of course, she couldn't rule out the possibility that someone might have scaled the walls instead. Yet Yu Shui focused intently on reviewing the footage from the previous night, unaware that someone had just climbed down from the school building through a window. Meanwhile, in a restroom on a certain floor of the second-year building, a group of boys had just finished playing basketball and were washing their hands. One of them pulled out a pack of cigarettes and began smoking, filling the air with clouds of smoke. Damn it, last night's plan got messed up. Some idiot let Yu Shui out. If I don't lock that B*tch up for a night, I won't be satisfied. Brother Yat, do you think Yu Shui might figure out it was us? That woman isn't someone to mess with, you know. Relax, when your brother handles something, it's foolproof. Even if she knows, she has no evidence. But brother Yat, about that Sulu girl keeping you on the hook. What's your plan? No worries, I can get her to meet me this afternoon. Then, whatever I want to do, it's up to me, right? The others laughed at his words. Some spat into the urinals, while others continued chatting about how Yu Shui had been a thorn in their side. It was clear from their conversation that they harbored a lot of resentment toward Yu Shui. Whoosh! A sudden flush echoed from the last stall in the restroom. All the boys in the restroom froze. They hadn't noticed anyone in the last stall when they came in. This meant that person had heard everything they'd said. One of them, cigarette dangling from his mouth and a broken mop handle in hand, walked straight toward the last stall. They all shared a common understanding: the person inside had to keep quiet. If this got out, they were finished. Hey, come out. The boy with the cigarette kicked the bathroom door viciously, his tone menacing. What they didn't seem to realize was that if the person inside was afraid of them, why would they have flushed the toilet deliberately to draw their attention? The person inside opened the door with a creak, and the cigarette-smoking boy immediately swung his mop handle at him. The others crossed their arms and watched coldly, but what happened next left them stunned. Just as the handle was brought down, the person inside kicked him hard, sending him flying into the urinal. The urinal happened to be at the moment when it was about to flush, and the waste inside poured all over the boy who was in it. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the scene. From the restroom, Hu Ming slowly walked out. He picked up the fallen mop handle from the floor and casually rested it on his shoulder. He waved his hand to disperse the lingering smoke and then approached the group of boys standing at the door. Since you've already said so much, I might as well skip asking for details. It's just a childish prank anyway. You are Han Hu Ming. The boy, referred to as Brother Yat, frowned, his gaze uneasy. After all, he had witnessed Hu Ming break someone's arm at the school gate. Now Hu Ming had just kicked one of his underlings into a urinal. It was hard to imagine what he might do next. Congratulations, you got it right. So, I'm going to reward you. Immediately as the words left his mouth, Hu Ming swung the mop handle fiercely at Brother Yat's leg. A scream of agony erupted from the restroom. Brother Yat clutched his leg, his eyes squeezing shut from the pain. Yet, the relentless screams of his underlings continued to echo around him, turning the place into a veritable hell on earth. School had ended a while ago, and the streets outside bustled with people as many students were leaving. Sulu left the classroom immediately after school, heading in a specific direction outside the school. She had arranged to meet someone that afternoon. However, her expression was far from cheerful, more gloomy than usual. Sulu couldn't believe that last night's plan had failed. She had intended Hu Ming to catch Yu Shui locked up, to see her humiliated. At the same time, she wanted to ensure others noticed the incident, turning Yu Shui into a laughingstock. Sulu had instructed a group of second-year students to carry out the plan, taking advantage of their dissatisfaction with Yu Shui. After all, those students weren't the definition of well-behaved. But now, not only was Yu Shui unharmed, but she seemed more energetic than ever, which made Sulu furious. And those boys still wanted to ask her out? If they couldn't even handle such a small task, did they really deserve her time? She headed straight for a nearby pool hall. The owner seemed quite familiar with Sulu, letting her in despite being underage. Inside, many adults were playing pool, enjoying their leisure time. Some were using the game as a pretext to let their hands wander over their female companions under the guise of teaching them how to play, but honestly only taking advantage. Sulu glanced around casually, entirely unfazed by the scenes around her. It was all too familiar. She walked straight to a private room she had reserved, her secret hideaway bought with money. As for why Sulu chose this place, it was simple. She had paid the owner handsomely to consider it her territory. She pushed the door open forcefully and settled into the sofa, lighting a cigarette. No one would have guessed that Sulu, who appeared so pure and gentle on the outside, would smoke. With her legs crossed, she held a slim cigarette between two fingers, reclining against the sofa. As the smoke drifted from her lips, Sulu felt the pressure on her shoulders ease considerably. Useless idiots can't even handle a simple task. Her eyes were filled with contempt, clearly dissatisfied with how things had turned out. Hu Ming really is an idiot. He used to chase after me so desperately, and now, when I'm lowering myself for him, he doesn't even appreciate it. It's like he's lost his mind. No, yes. The mere thought of Hu Ming made Sulu even more frustrated. She kicked the table in front of her hard, but it didn't budge an inch. This only soured her mood further. Looks like I'll have to come up with another way to make Hu Ming fall for me. But first, I need to get rid of that eyesore, tches. She's always hanging around Hu Ming. So annoying. Sulu's face turned cold as she plotted to have someone kidnap tches and take some compromising photos of her. With those, she could threaten tches however she wanted. Other than Hu Ming, tches was the person she hated the most. Hu Ming was supposed to be a fish in her pond, but tches came along and snatched him away. How could Sulu possibly accept that? She wanted to watch that proud woman fall from her lofty perch. The cigarette in Sulu's hand snapped as her eyes grew more ruthless. Abruptly, her phone rang from her pocket. When she saw the caller ID, she quickly stubbed out her cigarette, hastily fixing her expression into a smile as if the person on the other end could see her. You finally called me. I thought you might be more useful than the others. The voice on the other end was emotionless, making Sulu feel a wave of panic. I can explain. Explain what? I've seen everything you've done. What's the point now? I don't know why Hu Ming is suddenly so unresponsive. I've done so much, and he's still unmoved. He used to chase after me relentlessly, willing to give up everything for me. Sulu's voice was frantic, terrified that the person on the other end might hang up. She was acutely aware that her current possessions and opportunities were all thanks to the man on the other end of the line. If he abandoned her, she would truly be exposed for what she was. She didn't want to lose her current life, where she was the center of attention. Even if it meant struggling, she was determined to fight until the end. Enough. I didn't call to hear your excuses. The voice on the other end was cold and stern, making Sulu tremble. She swallowed hard, terrified of hearing the one thing she dreaded most. Her fist clenched tightly, her eyes staring blankly ahead as she strained to catch every word. This is your last chance. If you fail again, I'll take back everything I've given you. With that, the person on the other end abruptly hung up. Sulu's hand dropped limply to her side, her face a picture of relief mixed with lingering fear, as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. It was that person who initially told her to keep Hu Ming on the hook. Now, it was that same person demanding she pursue Hu Ming obsessively. Sulu was fully aware of her being just a pawn in that person's game. He had promised that if Hu Ming fell head over heels for her, listening to her every word, he would ensure she maintained her current lifestyle. Because of this, she had dangled Hu Ming from the very beginning. The desire for something unattainable is a regret that everyone feels. Everything had been going well. Hu Ming had gone to great lengths to please her, even embarrassing himself in school. The more crazily Hu Ming chased after her, the more confident she became that her plan would succeed. Although Sulu found it rather foolish, she couldn't help but enjoy the sense of power she felt when controlling Hu Ming. But she wasn't entirely without limits while manipulating Hu Ming. Everything has a breaking point. When she learned that Hu Ming wasn't the biological son of the Han family, her first reaction was increased disdain for him. But soon, she saw it as a golden opportunity. An opportunity to make Hu Ming completely dependent on her? As far as being a simp went, Hu Ming was top tier. Aside from his identity, his attitude towards her was beyond words. So she aimed to make Hu Ming a relentless pursuer, much like Sunja. Once Hu Ming learned that he wasn't the Han family's biological child, he would undoubtedly experience a significant emotional shift. Many people at school were already dissatisfied with Hu Ming, leading to his alienation and rejection by others. If she approached him, offered comfort, and showed understanding, Hu Ming would likely become infatuated with her, viewing her as someone worth pursuing for life. This was her ultimate plan. But before the plan even began, it was shattered by an unexpected, glaring twist. Hu Ming didn't fall into despair as she had imagined. Instead, he seemed more confident, almost like a completely different person. He had slipped entirely out of her control. Sulu glanced at the time on her phone. More than 10 minutes had passed since the agreed meeting time with those seniors. But there was still no sign of them. Her frustration scaled, and her face grew more and more annoyed. That person's constant urging only fueled her desire to finish everything as soon as possible. This time, Sulu needed to be ruthless. She sprayed herself with perfume, masking the scent of smoke on her clothes. In fact, quite a few boys in her class did the same thing. After smoking in the restroom, they would skillfully spray on perfume to avoid being caught by the teacher. And even if the teacher did notice, they stubbornly insisted that they hadn't smoked. After all, the only scent left on them was that of perfume. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and Solu straightened up, already imagining how she would handle the conversation with those guys. More importantly, she wasn't worried about them trying anything with her here. This was her territory, after all. If she made a sound, the people outside would naturally come in and deal with those boys. With a sweet smile and a gentle tone, Solu spoke, "Come in." She placed her hands on her knees, perfectly embodying the posture of a model student. However, when she saw who had just walked through the door, she froze in shock. Solu could have slapped herself twice, and she still wouldn't have believed the person before her would show up here. Hu Ming entered with a smile on his face, casually walking in. Solu's astonishment was written all over her face. She stared blankly at the boy before her, completely unsure how to react. "Surprised to see me?" Hu Ming asked, lounging on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, his hands resting casually on his knee. Hu Ming, what are you doing here?" "Of course, I'm here for you," Hu Ming replied calmly, his gaze shifting to the security camera in the corner, a smile dancing on his lips. Solu, feeling on pins and needles, forced a laugh as she looked at Hu Ming. Is that so?" "Yes, but it would be rather inconvenient if someone else were listening in on our conversation." Just as Hu Ming said this, he swiftly grabbed an ashtray from the table and hurled it at the camera in the corner. The camera shattered, its sound echoed through the room as it was reduced to pieces. Solu instinctively covered her ears and screamed. Outside, the pool hall owner burst through the door, alarmed by the noise. However, when the owner looked at Hu Ming, he saw him lounging casually, one hand draped over the back of the sofa, propping up his head with an air of complete nonchalance. "Nes." The owner's brow furrowed, and his expression turned stern. "Young man, why did you damage the property in our shop? Do you know that's against the law?" "Oh, my bad," Hu Ming replied with a carefree tone. "I got a bit carried away and felt the sudden urge to break something. How about this? I'll pay you 2,000 yuan. Does that work?" He pulled out his phone and readily stepped forward to make the payment. But the owner didn't have it. He grabbed Hu Ming by the sleeve, attempting to drag him out of the room. "You destroyed the camera and also tried to bully the girl inside? I won't stand for this. I'm calling the police." People outside began to glance in Hu Ming's direction. The owner glared at Hu Ming, expecting to see fear on his face. But to his surprise, Hu Ming wasn't the least bit nervous. On the contrary, his smile was bright and confident. He leaned closer to the owner, lowering his voice as he spoke. "I don't think your boss would want this to escalate. How about you give him a call and ask him what he thinks might happen if Han Litian gets wind of this?" The owner stood there, stunned. He stared blankly at Hu Ming, unable to process what was happening. What no one knew was that while he appeared to be the owner of the pool hall, he was actually an employee hired by the real boss. This was a secret known only to him and his boss. Now, the boy in front of him had just revealed this secret, suggesting that he must have some connection with the boss. The owner silently released Hu Ming's collar and turned away to the front desk to make a phone call. "Please, don't disturb us until I'm done." Hu Ming closed the door with a smile, then turned to see Solu trembling with fear. At that moment, she looked as innocent as a frightened rabbit. Seeing what Hu Ming had just done, she was terrified that he might be so furious that he would do something that could ruin her life forever. "Hu Ming, what do you want to do?" Her eyes were red and swollen, her voice trembling, making her seem even more vulnerable. Hu Ming, however, retook his seat on the sofa, his smile unwavering. "I thought you were a smart person." Hu Ming's words left Solu stunned, not quite understanding his meaning. "You've been playing around me for so long, bringing breakfast and trying to help me with tutoring. You must be tired of it all by now." "Hu Ming, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I know I made mistakes in the past, but I really like you." Solu pushed herself up from the sofa, crawling toward Hu Ming. But a single glance from him was enough to make her freeze, terrified to go any further. She could see the contempt in his eyes. "At first, you played the role so well, like a playboy regretting his actions, constantly making amends. It made others see your efforts more clearly." Hu Ming's finger lightly tapped on the sofa, but to Solu, it felt like a direct assault on her heart. At that moment, she felt her breath becoming labored, incapable of even taking a deep breath. "Though I find your persistence quite annoying, I know the person behind the scenes wants you to do this. They want to see me accept you again and then have you betray me, right?" Hu Ming's smile suddenly widened, brimming with confidence. To Solu, it felt like he had driven a knife straight into her heart. Her eyes glazed over with disbelief, and the shock in her eyes was evident to Hu Ming. "I'll make sure he doesn't get what he wants. Instead, I'll keep him dangling, making him waste time and money on you. I'll let him think he can use you to stab me in the back. Solu, I'm just humiliating you in the way you know best." Solu's lips turned white as she shook her head repeatedly. "No, it's impossible. How could you possibly know about these things? If you hadn't touched Yue, I might have kept you around for some while longer. It's a pity you chose the fastest route to your doom." Hu Ming clapped his hands with a pat, face masked with a satisfied expression, enjoying the sight of Solu's ashen face. "Congratulations. As a pawn, you're out of the game." Hu Ming stood up, uninterested in continuing the conversation, but Solu desperately clung to the corner of his jacket, her voice filled with panic. "Hu Ming, what do you mean? What don't you understand?" Hu Ming pointed to the broken camera on the floor. "If the camera was still working, our conversation could have been recorded. But now that it's broken, who knows what we talked about?" Solu's face went ashen as she realized that she walked straight into Hu Ming's trap. He seemed to have guided her every step. and she had naively thought she had been in control. No, no way, he wouldn't abandon me. Don't believe it? Why not give him a call and see for yourself? Hu Ming crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, watching Sulu with a knowing smile. Desperate to grasp at her last hope, Sulu grabbed her phone and dialed the number, only to hear the automated voice say, "Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service." The polite automated response echoed in the room, and Sulu stared blankly at the number on her phone. The polite voice seemed to be mocking her, underscoring her abandonment. Seeing the despair in Sulu's eyes made Hu Ming feel no particular satisfaction. After all, this was something he had anticipated. There was no need to feel overly thrilled about something already predetermined. He was only helping Yue get back at Sulu. "Hu Ming, help me." Sulu lunged at Hu Ming from the sofa, but before she could get close, Hu Ming grabbed her neck, his eyes glinting with a deadly intent she had never seen before. "Help you? Sulu, have you become so bold recently that you think I'm some benevolent figure? I can help you find that person. He wants to frame you." The skin around Sulu's neck began to turn red, and she struggled to breathe, feeling as though she might die in Hu Ming's grip. Hu Ming, however, merely raised an eyebrow, his expression growing more playful. "Do you even believe what you're saying, Sulu? You probably haven't even seen that person's face. What valuable information could you possibly have?" Sulu opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. As Hu Ming pointed out, she had never seen the man's face. He had only contacted her through phone, and the money had come from an anonymous number. She knew nothing about him, but because he provided her with money and the comfortable life she had, she obediently followed his every command. Now, she realized she had become nothing more than a pawn in his game. After tonight, he would no longer contact her or give her any more chances. Sulu collapsed, her strength utterly drained, as if she had given up entirely. Hu Ming discarded her on the ground as one might throw away the trash. Tears streamed down Sulu's face as her entire world crumbled around her, leaving her lost and broken. Hu Ming looked down at her, observing her once pure features, and thought about everything she had done. A femme fatale, nothing more. Sulio, who the original had liked for so long, was only scheming against him using a woman. In the end, Hu Ming never truly saw her for who she was. Now that he, Hu Ming, had exposed everything, it was as if he was settling one of the original's lingering regrets. Ns. Hu Ming's hand was on the door handle when Sulu's voice called out from behind him. "Hu Ming, do you hate me? I'm not interested in anything about you." Hu Ming opened the door and left without looking back. As Sulu watched Hu Ming's departing figure, she curled up on the floor, crying uncontrollably. When Hu Ming came out, the owner straightened his posture, feeling immense pressure. Hu Ming approached him and scanned a QR code on the front desk to make the payment. $2,000, not a cent less. Hu Ming waved the payment in front of him, and the owner dared not say another word. He merely nodded, not wanting to keep Hu Ming around any longer. The boss had instructed him not to clash with Hu Ming and to let him do whatever he wanted. The owner silently observed the young man before him, who seemed harmless. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened between Hu Ming and the girl in the room. Hu Ming ignored the owner's gaze and walked out of the pool hall, taking a deep breath as he looked up at the blazing sun. At least one problem has been solved. In reality, Sulu was a variable he could keep or leave. Keeping Sulu around meant he could invest more time preparing for other matters. Even if he exposed her, it wouldn't have a significant impact. But the person behind Sulu had likely provided her with considerable support. Now that she had been exposed by Hu Ming himself, it would probably sting for him. Hu Ming smiled faintly, looking incredibly relaxed. But before he could get far, a girl came rushing towards him. Hu Ming narrowed his eyes and was struck with slight shock. "Yue, what are you doing here?" Yue observed Hu Ming closely, her expression taking on an odd look as she found no apparent signs of injury. "Hu Ming, there was a fight in the school restroom today. Do you know what happened?" "A fight? It has nothing to do with me." Hu Ming shrugged, his expression appearing innocent. Yue found it strange. After school, several bruised boys came to her to apologize, claiming that Sulu had directed them to do what had happened the previous night. And they ended up fighting over it. Yue, hearing this, was bewildered, her mind filled with questions. Before she could start searching, the culprits confessed themselves. The boys, however, smelled unpleasant, and some had yellow stains on their clothes. Yue could barely tolerate the smell. After a nod, she quickly left. Their stories had many inconsistencies, making it clear to anyone with a discerning eye that they were lying. However, they insisted that the injuries were self-inflicted, leaving Yue with no way to address the situation. Since she was the only one who knew about the situation besides Hu Ming, she came to seek him out. After asking Han Yun 11, Yue learned that Hu Ming had left the school and said he would be home late. So she had been searching for Hu Ming along the way. To her surprise, she actually found him. "Hu Ming, I already got informed of who was behind last night's incident." Who? Hu Ming feigned surprise, his mouth slightly open. Yue carefully observed Hu Ming's reaction. It was only after confirming his unaffected emotions that she continued. "It was Sulu." Why would Sulu target you?" Hu Ming scratched his head, his expression one of confusion. Yue shook her head, still unclear about Sulu's motives. "Well, it's good that you've found the culprit," Hu Ming said with a smile, his demeanor comforting. After careful observation, Yue concluded that the incident indeed had nothing to do with Hu Ming. However, those students' strange behavior and actions still left her puzzled. Since Sulu was the instigator, yet Yushue was determined to confront her. Quickly go home. Han Yun 11 is still waiting for you at the school gate. Got it. Hu Ming waved his hand dismissively and walked back towards the school. Yet Yushue, with a touch of frustration, watched the relaxed Hu Ming and thought he might be better off if he took things more seriously. Back home, Hu Ming didn't head straight to his room. Instead, he sat on a wooden bench in the backyard, gazing at the distant scenery. But he wasn't idly lingering, he was waiting for someone to appear. As time gradually passed and the sun set, casting darkness over the sky, the person Hu Ming had been anticipating finally arrived. Han Shuyi walked through the backyard, arms crossed in front of him. It was his habit to take a stroll here before each meal. However, unlike usual, Hu Ming was also here today. Sensing Han Shuyi's gaze, Hu Ming turned to meet his eyes. Han Shuyi fell into silence, while Hu Ming wore a relaxed smile. Got a moment? Care to sit down and chat? Hu Ming gestured to the empty seat beside him, inviting Han Shuyi to join him for a chat. Han Shuyi didn't refuse, he walked straight over and sat beside Hu Ming. The two of them sat close like they were having a conversation between brothers. Today, I discovered a secret. Secret? Han Shuyi's eyes widened, seemingly intrigued by Hu Ming's words. Hu Ming nodded and continued mysteriously. You know Sulu, right? Today, I discovered that she smokes, drinks, and even messes around in a pool hall. Hu Ming's tone was astonished as if he had just discovered a new world. Han Shuyi was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is it the Sulu I know? Yes, it's the same Sulu who used to bug me. Just now, I saw some guys bothering her, and I wanted to take her away, but those guys wanted to beat me up, so I fought back. However, Hu Ming looked embarrassed, his expression somewhat awkward. However, what? However, I accidentally broke someone's stuff, and now I have to pay 5,000 yuan. But I don't have that kind of money right now. At this point, Hu Ming's intentions were quite clear. Han Shuyi's lips twitched slightly, but soon, he smiled and took out his phone, transferring 5,000 yuan to Hu Ming's phone. Seeing the money come through, Hu Ming patted Han Shuyi's shoulder, his smile growing even brighter. Ah, thank you so much. Also, you have to help me keep this secret. Dinner's ready. In the distance, Han Yungzi's voice could be heard. Hu Ming responded with a word and immediately left Han Shuyi behind, heading straight into the villa. Epsilon-S. Han Shuyi watched Hu Ming's departing figure, his smile gradually fading. His fists clenched tightly, and his breath grew a bit ragged with emotion. Although 5,000 yuan wasn't a huge amount, he was genuinely disgusted by Hu Ming's actions. At the same time, he understood that Hu Ming's words earlier were a warning to keep this matter confidential. He slowly closed his eyes, the veins on his forehead standing out. He wasn't sure how Hu Ming had figured out that he was behind this, but since Hu Ming had directly confronted him about it, it was clear that their relationship had truly turned hostile. He definitely couldn't let Han Litian find out about this. When he bought that pool hall, he hadn't informed Han Litian. If Han Litian discovered the pool hall, his image as a model student would be completely ruined. More importantly, his actions against Hu Ming could also be exposed. He absolutely couldn't allow that to happen. With this thought, his expression grew even darker. Sulu cannot be allowed to stay, at least not in this city. As for Hu Ming, he can't be dealt with right now, even though he disgusts him. Han Shuyi slammed his fist hard against the bench as if venting his frustration. Hu Ming was, of course, deliberately trying to make trouble for Han Shuyi. Regarding Sulu, Hu Ming had noticed something was off a long time ago. Since Sulu was a Sea King, why was she so intent on getting him to forgive her? Sea King is a term used to describe someone with many romantic interests, aka playboy. Who would give up a whole pond for just one fish? Hu Ming naturally conducted an investigation. It not only revealed the reason but also Sulu's entire background. Who would have thought that the seemingly glamorous and pure Sulu used to be a smoker and drinker and was known for being a green tea? Green tea, someone who pretends to be innocent while being manipulative. It was even rumored back in middle school that she had stolen someone else's boyfriend. However, for reasons unknown, everyone who spoke about this ended up out of school. Upon learning this, Hu Ming realized that Sulu had someone backing her. As for who that person was, even without much effort, Hu Ming could guess who it might be. Tracing Sulu's usual connections, Hu Ming easily found the pool hall and learned about its ties with Han Shuyi. How could a model student own such a pool hall? Even if Shuyi bought it, it would require a lot of money. Where did Han Shuyi get the funds for it? Hu Ming didn't even need to search for this answer himself. If he told Han Litian, he would naturally investigate. However, given Han Shuyi's position in this family, even if Han Litian found out, he would, at most, give a few reprimands, which wouldn't cause any substantial harm. So Hu Ming was waiting for Han Shuyi to make more mistakes. As long as Han Shuyi targeted him, he would always have the chance to catch him in the act. As for the 5,000 yuan Han Shuyi gave him, Hu Ming gladly accepted it, considering it as Han Shuyi paying for a lesson. Hu Ming hummed a tune, feeling very pleased. Yet Yushue didn't manage to find Sulu. When asked her classmates, they said Sulu had left the classroom a long time ago, and no one knew where she had gone. Yet Yushue didn't pay too much attention to it. Regardless, she intended to question Sulu about why she did it. When the time came, she would enforce the necessary punishment and wouldn't be swayed by personal feelings. Though she didn't like this feeling, the president of the student council was a challenging role. To put it bluntly, it was thankless and demanding. Although the school granted her significant authority, the responsibilities she had to bear were also substantial. After completing her official duties, she found it challenging to navigate interpersonal connections flawlessly. That's why she often maintained a stern demeanor with every student. This way, it would reduce unnecessary social interactions. As for pursuers, she didn't even want to mention them. They were simply a waste of her time. Yet Yu Shui gathered her things, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and walked out of the school. The path was long under the setting sun as she walked along the river, recalling what Hu Ming had said earlier that day. Is it really not that guy's doing? She still had doubts in her mind. As she was about to dive into them, suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Yu Shui. Yet Yu Shui wished to never hear that voice again for the rest of her life. But reality was harsh, for this person was inextricably linked to her. Yet Yu Shui calmly turned her head, meeting the man's gaze directly. If Hu Ming were here, he would undoubtedly be surprised, for the middle-aged man was the very one who had claimed to be Yu Shui's father that day. Ye Feng looked at his daughter with a face full of expectation. This time, he had chosen to wait along his daughter's route home from school, and finally, his patience had paid off. It had been some time since they last met, and Ye Feng knew all too well that his daughter had no fondness for him. But as a father, he deeply wished to see his daughter's face, even if just once. Yu Shui, I've been waiting for you for a long time. He stepped forward slowly, but yet Yu Shui's expression remained unchanged by his words. She stood there, staring at Ye Feng, the man who had abandoned her. In her eyes, Ye Feng was no different from that woman who shared her blood. Both filled her with disgust. So what? Am I supposed to be moved to tears? Yet Yu Shui's words were sharp, and the man, who had been smiling, instantly froze. He stopped in his tracks as if unsure how to move forward. With her arms crossed over her chest, yet Yu Shui fixed her cold gaze on the man before her and continued. I don't know what you want this time, but I've already made it clear. Don't come looking for me again. I'm sure your wife wouldn't want to see this either, right? Yet Yu Shui remembered clearly how, back in the countryside, when Ye Feng returned with his new wife, she had clearly seen the woman's look of disgust directed at her. His wife told Ye Feng she would neither raise nor take her to the city. Ye Feng chuckled awkwardly, but he didn't refute the woman's words. In the end, it was Grandma who chased the two of them away with a broom, but before leaving, that woman still said that if she hurt her, the Ye family wouldn't have a grandson to take care of Grandma in her old age. Grandma spat in the woman's direction and asserted that she would never acknowledge her as her daughter-in-law. The encounter ended on a sour note. That day, she hid in Grandma's arms and asked if she was a jinx. Grandma gently comforted her, but she knew that Grandma was also crying. From that day on, she vowed never to cry or make Grandma worry. By the riverside, the shadows of the trees sharply divided their two figures. Yet Yu Shui stood in the darkness, making it difficult for Ye Feng to see her clearly. Reinoi. Ye Feng quickly shook his head and hurriedly explained. It's not like that. Your aunt actually welcomes you back. She even said she regrets what she said to you back then. If you don't believe me, I'll call her right now. As he spoke, the man took out his phone and called his wife. A sharp voice quickly came through from the other end. Hello, Ye Feng, where the hell have you been? You're not even answering your own son's calls. I went to see Yu Shui. Ye Feng, a bit annoyed, shouted angrily into the phone. Yet Yu Shui stood with her arms crossed, expressionless as she watched the scene unfold. A summer breeze blew past, but yet Yu Shui still couldn't help feeling a chill. Oh, Yu Shui, you should have said so earlier. Yu Shui, you must have heard, right? Auntie was wrong back then. Why don't you come stay at Auntie's house? It's dangerous for a young girl like you to live outside alone. Your father has been worried about your safety, so don't make him worry, okay? Upon hearing his wife's words, Ye Feng looked at Yu Shui with hopeful eyes. Yet Yu Shui slowly lifted her head. For some reason, she found the concept of familial bonds truly strange. Some go above and beyond to show kindness, while others will stop at nothing to scheme against you. What kind of life does one have to lead to not be so tired? For the first time, yet Yu Shui questioned this. Soon, she turned to Ye Feng, and a smile formed on her lips. It was a smile full of fatigue and helplessness. Do you think that as a priority student in the city, I can help pave a long path for your son? Ye Feng's eyes widened, wanting to explain, but the woman on the phone urgently interjected. Yu Shui, what are you saying? Aren't we family? Shouldn't family support each other? Think about it, if your brother succeeds, wouldn't you be happy as well? When did I ever say I'm part of your family? Why can't you just leave the past behind? You're putting in all this effort because you want me to help pave a path for your son, aren't you? Yet Yu Shui's voice turned icy. What I can't understand is why you all think that I, yet Yu Shui, am so low that I should rush to make sacrifices for your son. Why do you all think I am indispensable to you? Yet Yu Shui's words stung Ye Feng, while the women on the phone continued to argue relentlessly. Yet Yu Shui, what do you mean by this? We're kindly offering you a place to stay, and this is your attitude. Did I ask you for this? Even if you begged me to stay in your shabby place, I wouldn't go. Yet Yu Shui didn't know much foul language, but she knew that if Hu Ming were here, he would have already given the person on the other end a severe scolding. She suddenly felt a bit reflective for Hu Ming. If he were here, he would surely stand up for her. Seeing the situation getting worse, Ye Feng hurriedly hung up the phone. Seeing his daughter's expressionless face, he knew that, once again, His visit had been in vain. Shu Shui, don't call my name. It's disgusting. All right. But I still need to say this, don't let boys come home with you late at night. It's bad for your reputation. Ye Feng remembered the boy from that night. But at Ye Feng's words, Ye Shu Shui couldn't help but let out a scoff. 7 years ago, when the school held a parent-teacher conference, it was Grandma who went. A classmate asked me where my parents were. Do you know what I said? Ye Shu Shui's tone grew heavier as she spoke, enunciating each word clearly. I said, my parents are dead. Ye Feng's face went pale, his entire body swaying as if he might collapse. Seeing this, Ye Shu Shui suddenly felt a hint of satisfaction inside. She thought to herself that she must be going mad. Mr. Ye, please stop disturbing my life. The boy you mentioned saved my life. He came back with me because he was worried about me. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's face turned ashen, and he was left speechless. He remembered what the boy had said to him that night. But you, on the other hand, your daughter comes home this late, and you have no idea what's happened? I don't think you're in any position to be questioning me. Now, seeing the hatred in his daughter's eyes, Ye Feng suddenly realized that he had been wrong all these years. Not wanting to deal with the man any further, after venting all her pent-up anger, Ye Shu Shui turned and left. The only one left behind was the man standing there, unmoving. As usual, Ye Shu Shui placed her bag on the sofa, but unlike usual, she didn't start cooking. Ye Shu Shui was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. She didn't feel like saying a word. She leaned back on the sofa with her eyes closed, her mind reminiscing. Ye Shu Shui disliked people who willingly sunk into degradation, relying on their family's wealth to do as they pleased. Hu Ming was a prime example of that. But when she saw other parents personally picking up their children from school, caring for them with warm words and gentle gestures, she finally understood why some classmates could live happily without feeling guilty, even if they didn't work hard in their studies. It was a world she had never been a part of, one she couldn't understand, just how beautiful life could be when cared for by loving parents. While others her age were basking in the love and care of their parents, she had already learned to rely on herself, climbing step by step on her own. When it came to her parents, all she could remember was endless fighting. They blamed each other for everything, shirking their responsibilities entirely. Sometimes, she wondered, if they hated each other so much, why did they bring her into this world? And after she was born, they abandoned her. Was she just proof of their mutual hatred? As the sun descended, the room grew dim, and her shadow stretched across the wall. Outside, the distant sounds of children's laughter and playful voices drifted in through the open window. She felt tired, longing for sleep. But she knew too well that she couldn't afford to collapse here. What would happen if her grandmother were left alone? Forcing herself to stand, she wavered like a wind-up doll on the verge of winding down. The next day at school, Hu Ming heard some explosive news. Sulu's past was out in the open, showcasing one incident after another from her middle school days, all exposed to the public eye. Everyone was talking about it, and the school tried its best to suppress the situation. After all, someone had posted Sulu's old middle school photos on the school forum. In the photos, Sulu was smoking, her movements carefree and unrestrained, completely different from the innocent and cute image she portrayed at school. Anu. In an instant, the goddess-like image of Sulu in many people's minds shattered. Some were so angry and humiliated that they cursed Sulu, calling her worse than an animal. The once high and mighty Sulu had become an outcast, like a rat everyone wanted to drive out. It seemed that Sulu might have gotten wind of the situation in advance, as she didn't come to school today, and no one knew where she had gone. Hu Ming sat at his desk, his eyes drifting towards Han Shuyi, who was teaching the other students at the front of the class. Han Shuyi seemed normal, unaffected by the situation. But Hu Ming knew exactly whose handiwork this was. To so easily destroy someone, that's Han Shuyi for you. No wonder he so easily manipulated the original. Han Yun 11 ran into Hu Ming's classroom, looking like she had just stumbled upon the juiciest gossip. She rushed up to Hu Ming, her excitement barely contained. Have you heard? Sulu used to be a delinquent. So what? It doesn't matter that much. Did you know about this already? Is that why you stopped pursuing her? As soon as Han Yun 11 spoke, many students in the class turned to look. Indeed, Hu Ming had once pursued Sulu intensely, even confessing his feelings in front of many people. Anyone who went to such lengths would have to be genuinely in love. Otherwise, who would want to be a simp? But suddenly, it was as if Hu Ming had a change of heart, completely ignoring Sulu. Sulu had even lowered herself and tried to ask him out, only to be rejected by him. To them, this shift in behavior seemed very strange. Now, with Sulu's past unveiled and Han Yungzi's comment, everything Hu Ming had done made perfect sense. Hu Ming didn't care about their speculations. He waved his hand and said, "Why bother with gossip? She's probably going to drop out anyway. There's no need to dwell on it." Seeing Hu Ming's lack of interest, Han Yun 11 decided not to press further. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher called for Hu Ming from outside the classroom. Hu Ming looked up and met the homeroom teacher's stern gaze. Hu Ming sighed in resignation, his expression somewhat unnatural, and considered whether he should turn in Ye Shu Shui. He got up and walked outside, where he saw the homeroom teacher holding a test paper. The teacher looked at Hu Ming, and Hu Ming's face betrayed no sign of guilt, which reassured the teacher somewhat. At least from Hu Ming's demeanor, he didn't seem guilty. "Hu Ming, do you know how many points you scored on yesterday's math test?" "It should be close to 140, Hu Ming said, scratching his head and stating his estimated score. He couldn't help but feel amused by the teacher's surprised reaction. If he told the teacher he could even guess the exact score, would the teacher be shocked? At that moment, the homeroom teacher felt bewildered and realized that if Hu Ming could guess his score so accurately, it meant he was confident about it. But his previous scores had never even come close to this. 140 points. It was hard to believe, considering Hu Ming used to score as low as 40 before. Hu Ming, your progress is so rapid that it's hard not to be suspicious. But the teacher believes this is your true ability. Tell me, did you just not put in effort before, or have you been studying intensively recently? This matter is actually somewhat related to me. Just as Hu Ming was about to respond, a voice came from behind him. Looking toward the source of the voice, the homeroom teacher was surprised by the person's arrival and was also quite interested in what they had to say. Yechu Shui. Hello, teacher. Are you talking about Hu Ming's test results? Yes, Yechu Shui, you said this is related to you. Can you tell me about it? Yechu Shui glanced at Hu Ming, who responded with a playful wink, his small action filled with mischief. Yechu Shui managed to hide her amusement and kept a composed demeanor. Actually, I've been tutoring Hu Ming recently, Yechu Shui said, looking at the test paper in the homeroom teacher's hand. May I take a look at the test paper? The homeroom teacher handed the test paper to Yechu Shui. She flipped through it and carefully examined the questions. After some time, her expression turned somewhat peculiar as she silently looked at Hu Ming, a fake smile plastered on his face. She returned the test paper to the homeroom teacher and then explained. Teacher, most of the questions on this test are ones I've had Hu Ming do. I'm not surprised he scored this well. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher was dumbfounded. Yechu Shui's tutoring even includes predicting questions. Transmigrated as the fake young master, I'll bring the test paper to me for review after school, Yechu Shui said before turning and leaving. Hu Ming rested his chin on his hand as if lost in thought. The homeroom teacher, clearly happy and even excited, patted Hu Ming on the shoulder and said, Hu Ming, you have a great aptitude for learning. You must maintain this attitude. I believe you'll soon catch up to Han Shuyi. So, Han Shuyi scored the highest on this quiz. Yes, Han Shuyi scored 139. Hu Ming's expression became noticeably odd upon hearing this, but he didn't say much more. He nodded and turned to head back to his classroom. Back at his seat, Han Unileven was still there. She looked at Hu Ming with curiosity and a hint of confusion. Han Unileven watched the teacher's shifting expressions, starting with a serious, confused demeanor that transformed into pure joy upon Yechu Shui's arrival. It was like watching a classic performance unfold. Bro, what did the teacher call you out for just now? I'm second in the class for the quiz yesterday. The classroom erupted in surprise. While many students exclaimed, there were also those who laughed. It was clear that they didn't believe it at all. Hu Ming suddenly scored second in the class? That seemed unbelievable, especially considering he had always been at the bottom before. Hu Ming ignored the incredulous looks from his classmates, yawned, and lay back down on his desk. Han Unileven squinted, not saying much, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Hu Ming's claim might be true. After all, she had seen the homeroom teacher smiling so happily earlier. The class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher walked in, holding the test paper. As top students, they were highly sensitive to and concerned about their grades. After all, this was the essence of their hard work. Hu Ming rested his head on one hand, his expression lazy. His gaze shifted to Han Shuyi, who looked at the teacher with confident anticipation. Han Shuyi was confident. For him, this quiz was a piece of cake. However, he also recalled Hu Ming's claim that he was second in the class. Even if that were true, Han Shuyi was sure he would still be first. Sometimes, confidence wasn't just a matter of using Ba Wang shampoo. TL, a shampoo brand that claims to boost hair growth. More hair equals more confidence. The teacher began calling students to come up and collect their test papers from the lowest to the highest, and for once, Hu Ming was not the first to be called. A with grave. This led many to wonder if Hu Ming's earlier statement was true. Han Shuyi couldn't help but glance back at Hu Ming. He knew that Yechu Shui was tutoring Hu Ming, but the speed of his progress seemed almost unbelievable. Was Hu Ming really a genius? No matter the answer, Han Shuyi was unwilling to accept it. As the test papers on the teacher's hand grew fewer but still didn't mention Hu Ming, everyone became more convinced that Hu Ming's claim might be true. Hu Ming's performance was indeed astonishing. First, he defeated them on the football field, and now he was surpassing so many people academically. If he were to top the quiz, wouldn't that make all their hard work seem like a joke? Everyone's gaze turned to Han Shuyi. Thank God, there is still him. If Hu Ming knew about their attitudes, he would likely disdainfully dismiss them. Relying on others was unrealistic. The most dependable thing in this world was oneself. Hu Ming firmly believed this. Hu Ming, 135 points. When the homeroom teacher announced Hu Ming's score, even though everyone had mentally prepared themselves, they couldn't help but be astonished. When someone who had been lagging behind suddenly surged ahead like overtaking on a curve, the disparity they felt was immense. They had been moving forward step by step, but Hu Ming seemed to have shot past them with a rocket boost. The students couldn't help but murmur among themselves. However, the homeroom teacher pounded the desk to cut off their conversation. I'm sure everyone is surprised by Hu Ming's score. But please, do not doubt its authenticity. He earned it through his own efforts. I hope everyone can continue to work hard. The homeroom teacher said no more, and Hu Ming had already stood up to collect his test paper. But, as Hu Ming passed by Han Shuyi, he noticed a hint of provocation in Han Shuyi's gaze. It was as if Han Shuyi was saying, "No matter how much you've improved, I'm still better than you." Han Shuyi was clearly still bitter about how Hu Ming had outplayed him last time. Now that he had a chance to one-up Hu Ming, he was eager to do so. As soon as the homeroom teacher called his name, Han Shuyi couldn't wait to get up and collect his test paper. Hu Ming turned around just in time to see Han Shuyi grinning broadly and looking down at him like a triumphant victor. Han Shuyi, 139 points. When the teacher mentioned Han Shuyi's score, he was also very pleased. After all, with Hu Ming's improved performance and Han Shuyi maintaining the top spot, their class could still compete with Ye Shue's class. Every teacher has their own benchmarks, and who wouldn't want to teach Ye Shue's class? Now that Hu Ming wasn't dragging down the class average and was even second in the class, it was a huge improvement. Han Shuyi, standing next to Hu Ming, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Hu Ming, on being second in the class." To everyone, it seemed like Han Shuyi was genuinely happy for Hu Ming, but they still couldn't help but feel something off about it. It was as if a victor were showing pity for a loser. Hu Ming looked at Han Shuyi with a raised eyebrow and a radiant smile. He glanced at Han Shuyi's test paper and said, "I think I should be the one who got first place." The students were surprised by Hu Ming's comment and didn't quite understand his meaning. Hu Ming bypassed Han Shuyi and walked up to the homeroom teacher. He placed his test paper on the desk and pointed to the last multiple-choice question. "Teacher, isn't this question mismarked?" The homeroom teacher frowned, adjusted his glasses, and squinted at the question Hu Ming had pointed out. Han Shuyi also picked up his test paper to look at the question. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and his expression became unnatural. The homeroom teacher took a deep breath, and his eyes widened as if he realized something. "Oh no," he said, shaking his head, "I mismarked this question. The correct answer is C." He corrected the answer on Hu Ming's test paper and addressed the students. "Please adjust your scores accordingly and fill in your results on the wall at the back." But, if that's the case, the homeroom teacher looked at Han Shuyi, remembering that Han Shuyi had been marked correct on that question. Now, with the correction, that meant Han Shuyi's answer was wrong. Han Hu Ming, 140 points. The homeroom teacher sat at the computer, inputting each student's score. The teacher made it so that they ranked the students after a test, even if it was a short one. This made it easier to see who was getting better and who was falling behind. But Hu Ming's leap to first place in the class was astonishing. Perhaps even Han Shuyi hadn't anticipated making such a basic mistake miscalculating a simple math problem. The teacher couldn't help but recall the contrast between Han Shuyi's shocked expression and Hu Ming's confident, almost triumphant demeanor. The difference between the two was as stark as heaven and earth. Due to the changes in the scores, Han Shuyi ended up losing even the second place, dropping further down. But to the homeroom teacher, this wasn't a big deal. Just a careless mistake, right? Be more careful next time, he thought, humming a little tune while tapping away on his keyboard. Hu Ming watched Han Shuyi's retreating figure with satisfaction, having witnessed when Han Shuyi's confidence broke. It was as if he had toppled down from the lofty heights he once occupied. Just a second ago, Han Shuyi had been looking down on him for placing second, but in the next moment, he himself couldn't even hold on to second place. The stark contrast felt like a slap across Han Shuyi's face, harsh and unrelenting. Seeing Han Shuyi's expression, as if he had just swallowed shit, filled Hu Ming with immense satisfaction. When the homeroom teacher announced his score, he was stunned momentarily. He had clearly scored 140 points. How did it suddenly drop to 135? It was precisely because of this that, as soon as he got his test paper, he quickly scanned through the mistakes, and sure enough, he found something wrong. You could say that Han Shuyi brought this slap in the face upon himself this time. Why make such a big deal out of it? No need to have such a big ego. During the lunch break, Han Shuyi quickly exited the classroom as if he didn't want to stay any longer. Meanwhile, Hu Ming went to the rooftop as promised, continuing his tutoring session with Ye Shue. "I thought you had not noticed." Seeing the 140 points on Hu Ming's test paper, Ye Shue was quite pleased. The fact that Hu Ming caught the mistake on the spot earned him another 5 points in her eyes. She kept the other 5 to prevent him from getting too cocky. A Nigerian Naira. "Oh, President, what about my reward?" "A reward? Yeah, didn't you say you'd give one? But this is just a small test. You're not going back on your word, are you?" Hu Ming raised an eyebrow. Ye Shue couldn't help but laugh at such a basic provocation. With her hands on her hips and a stern look, she said, "Am I that kind of person? I'll take you out for a meal." "Thank you, boss. You're so generous. May you have 108 children. You think I'm a pig? Die." On the rooftop, the young girl and boy passed the time with playful banter. The sparrows perched on the railing, their cheerful chirping adding a harmonious touch to the scene. After school, Ye Shue kept her promise, and Hu Ming informed Han Yun-11 that he wouldn't be going home for dinner. Though Han Yun-11 was curious, she eventually was sent away by Hu Ming's insistence. What a joke! With the president's financial situation, if another person joined in, she'd probably end up hanging on steamed buns at school. As for paying for Ye Shue, absurd. If Ye Shue let him foot the bill, she'd probably be upset all day. "Let's go." Ye Shue patted Hu Ming on the back and headed towards the school gate. On the way, Hu Ming and Ye Xiu discussed what they would dine. "President, what delicious food is in the treat?" "Guess." Can you guess if I guess or not? Then don't guess. Ye Kaiagzhio wasn't bored enough to engage in such tongue twisters with Hu Ming. We're having a barbecue. Barbecue? President, are you really treating me to that? Aren't you afraid I'll eat you into poverty? It's all you can eat. Ye Shui flashed Hu Ming a smile, but it was a very formulaic. Hu Ming was momentarily stunned but quickly realized he had been foolishly blinded by traditional thinking. What kind of meat is served at all-you-can-eat barbecues? It's all synthetic meat. Someone who cooks as well as Ye Shui surely wouldn't deign to eat that sort of meat. But then again, if they went for a traditional a la carte barbecue, it would be too expensive for Ye Shui. An all-you-can-eat barbecue is probably the best she can manage. Noticing Hu Ming's silence, Ye Shui started to feel a little worried. Ye Shui knew that all-you-can-eat barbecues might not be the most delectable option, but her funds were limited. Most of her scholarship money had been sent back home to be kept by her grandmother. This barbecue was already the chunkiest expense she could afford. Someone like Hu Ming, with his privileged background, would likely look down on such a choice. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Hu Ming take a deep breath. His brow was furrowed, giving him a look of deep contemplation. Ye Shui's heart skipped a beat, and she anxiously asked, What's wrong? I was just wondering what sauces to try with the barbecue, cumin, salt, chili powder, or pepper. Which one do you think tastes the best? Ye Shui stared at Hu Ming blankly, then burst into laughter. Seriously? Just try a bit of each. The meat sizzling on the grill makes my mouth water just thinking about it. By the way, President, don't overeat. Why not? Because you'll get fat easily. I'm not fat. How much do you weigh? Not telling you. Ye Shui shot Hu Ming a sidelong glance, but her smile never faded. Her inner unease slowly dissipated with Hu Ming's voice. Shuyi said he wouldn't be home for dinner today. This is our chance. Lu Guifang stood in a corner, watching as a young girl and boy walked side by side not far ahead. Beside her, Zhao Wei clutched a red bag filled with a generous amount of apples. I'm telling you, when you see Hu Ming later, could you be a little more pleasant? With what you did last time, do you really think he will accept you? It's going to be tough. Zhao Wei genuinely felt his wife had overstepped last time. In front of all the students, his wife had declared that Hu Ming was not his biological son, only Han Shuyi was. Anyone would find that hard to take. But Lu Guifang shot a glare at her husband, snorted coldly, and said, He dares? If he doesn't accept me, I'll go to his school and make a scene, saying he's completely lost his conscience and won't even recognize his own parents. Isn't what you did last time embarrassing enough? You don't understand a thing. Shuyi said there is legal protection in this matter. I don't care what others say as long as he returns. Lu Guifang muttered to herself. As long as he returns, there won't be any trouble from Shuyi's side. Zhao Wei really felt his wife had lost her senses. No matter how close Han Shuyi was, he was still someone else's son. No matter how bad Hu Ming was, he was still their own son. Why couldn't she understand? Just as Hu Ming crossed the street, he was stopped by two unexpected visitors. His brows furrowed, and his expression wasn't exactly friendly as he eyed the pair. On any other day, Hu Ming might have had the patience to humor them, but today, he had no intention of wasting time on such matters. You two were released? And you two dare come looking for me again? Aren't you afraid of being thrown back in? Before Lu Guifang and Zhao Wei could even get a word out, Hu Ming's sharp retort cut them off. Lu Guifang was just about to lash out, but Zhao Wei held her back, shaking his head at her. Seeing their subtle exchange, Hu Ming immediately grasped their intentions. Hu Ming, we know we were wrong last time. Can you forgive us? Zhao Wei approached with a bag of fruit, his eyes fixed intently on Hu Ming. But Hu Ming didn't even look at what they were holding. He crossed his arms over his chest, his tone hard and unyielding. If you have this much time, why don't you ask Han Shuyi if he's willing to be your son? But you're our son. Zhao Wei reached out to grab Hu Ming's arm, but Hu Ming pushed him away without hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Guifang's anger surged uncontrollably. Hu Ming, don't be ungrateful. We've already apologized. What more do you want? You think an apology is enough? Ye Shui couldn't help but scoff. She had been quietly standing by Hu Ming's side, watching him handle the situation, but she couldn't stay silent when she heard what the woman said. Can a simple apology heal old wounds? Can a mere apology erase the pain of the past? The world isn't so simple that everything can be exchanged so easily. That day at the school gate, you were the one who said you didn't recognize Han Hu Ming as your son. You even tried to push him away yourself. Do you realize that if that knife had struck, Han Hu Ming might not even be here now? Our Nigerian Nairo Thailand bot yes. Ye Shui's tone grew heavy as she spoke, her eyes fixed on Lu Guifang. For the first time, she felt a deep-seated loathing for this woman, as if her image overlapped with someone from her past. Lu Guifang was still wondering who the girl standing next to Hu Ming was. But when she looked closer, she realized it was the same girl who had confronted her before. Seeing one on her left and one on her right, her anger surged, and her blood pressure spiked along with it. She pointed at Ye Shui and shouted, What does this have to do with you? Stay out of our family matters? If you're trying to be his girlfriend, I won't agree to it. I've seen plenty of girls like you. Give up. Ye Shui was genuinely amused by Lu Guifang's words. When did she become Hu Ming's girlfriend? Moreover, given their relationship with Hu Ming, what right did they have to dictate his actions? In this matter, Ye Shui believed she understood Hu Ming quite well. Hu Ming's gaze fixated on Lu Guifang, his increasing disgust apparent a repulsion that seemed to emanate from the depths of his being. It was as if he were looking at some trash. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes instinctively darting to a corner. There, a flash of white light flickered briefly before vanishing. Lu Guifeng, you really think too highly of yourself. Hu Ming's gaze was cold and distant. Just one look from him made Lu Guifeng step back in fear. Lu Guifeng remembered Hu Ming having the same expression when he stood at the school entrance as if he wanted to kill her. She swallowed nervously and said with anxiety, "You are our son. You shouldn't be living with someone else. It's not right." "All right, if that's the case, give me the money you've needed to raise me all these years. I will use it to repay the Han family. And until I come of age, you'll need to pay me alimony. Not much, just start with 500,000, and more will follow." Hu Ming extended his hand towards them. When money came into play, Lu Guifeng and Zhao Wei's faces changed drastically. They sought out Hu Ming not only to have him leave the Han family but also with the ulterior motive of leeching money from him. Considering his poor academic performance, they planned for Hu Ming to get a job and earn money after graduation. They never expected Hu Ming to be one demanding money from them. Where were they supposed to find 500,000? 500,000, my ass? Raising you was their responsibility, not ours. We won't pay a cent. Lu Guifeng spat on the ground, clearly having no intention of considering Hu Ming's demand. Hu Ming shrugged, his expression one of resigned helplessness. "Well, you didn't raise me and aren't planning to repay the money. You're putting me in a difficult position. The Han family has supported me for so long, and I don't want to leave with the reputation of being an ingrate. Let others say what they want. So what if people talk about you? Is it going to take a layer of skin off you? Then let Han Shuyi support you," Hu Ming said, stroking his chin and raising an eyebrow. "Don't worry. If Han Shuyi doesn't take care of you, I'll make sure to announce to the entire school that Han Shuyi is so unfaithful that he is neglecting even his own adoptive parents. You dare dash." Furious, Lu Guifeng lunged at Hu Ming, trying to slap him. But Hu Ming's gaze turned icy, and he swiftly kicked Lu Guifeng in the knee. With a cry of pain, Lu Guifeng collapsed to the ground, clutching her knee. She opened her mouth, but the pain rendered her unable to speak. Zhao Wei rushed to check on Lu Guifeng while angrily berating Hu Ming. "Hu Ming, we came here sincerely to apologize, and this is how you repay us? She is your mother." "Mother? I'm not sure I'd call her that. Look at her always talking about Han Shuyi. If she's so fond of Han Shuyi, why don't you divorce her and let her marry Han Shuyi?" Zhao Wei's face turned pale with anger. He stood up and pointed angrily at Hu Ming. But Hu Ming swiftly grabbed his finger and twisted it forcefully. Zhao Wei grimaced in pain, quickly pulling his hand away, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Hu Ming fixed his gaze on them, observing their comical distress with an icy expression. "Has anyone ever told you that you're terrible at acting? If you want something from me, you should at least put on a good show." With no sincerity, it's no surprise Han Shuyi doesn't want anything to do with you too. Hu Ming walked up to Lu Guifeng, who was clutching her knee and grimacing in pain. He looked down at her with disdain. "Keep struggling. Your days of causing trouble are numbered." With that, Hu Ming knocked Lu Guifeng back down as she tried to stand, then put his hands in his pockets and walked away. Yet Shui glanced at the two of them before quickly following after Hu Ming. Lu Guifeng ground her teeth, her eyes burning with fury as she watched the two figures fade into the distance. She swore she would make them pay for this. "Tell Shuyi that Hu Ming refuses to accept us. This ingrate will definitely regret his actions." This time, Zhao Wei made no move to stop Lu Guifeng. The bustling commercial street was crowded with people as Hu Ming and Ye Shui quickly entered a buffet restaurant. Throughout the walk, Ye Shui didn't speak to Hu Ming, sensing that he needed some time to cool down. Dealing with such a situation was never pleasant. What surprised her was how decisive Hu Ming had been earlier, with not a hint of hesitation. It seemed he was thoroughly disappointed with those two. Ye Shui pursed her lips, feeling she couldn't be as firm as Hu Ming. After all, those two people were still related to her by blood. "President, I'm hungry." Hu Ming turned around, pointing to his stomach with a mock pitiful look. Ye Shui couldn't help but laugh at Hu Ming's sudden, playful act. The earlier tense atmosphere seemed to dissipate instantly. The sizzle of meat cooking on the grill filled the air. Both Ye Shui and Hu Ming wore aprons, but it was Ye Shui who was handling the grilling. Hu Ming propped his chin on his hand, setting his phone aside and watching Ye Shui cook. In the past, there had always been topics to discuss, but now, the two of them found themselves at a loss for words. After a moment, Hu Ming recalled the man he had encountered that night and noted that Ye Shui's reaction to him had been somewhat strange. "President, I never heard you talk about your family. Is it something you prefer not to talk about?" Hu Ming's question caused Ye Shui to pause in the middle of grilling. The piece of meat she had been holding slipped from her chopsticks. Her expression shifted from a look of delight to caution and reserve. "Oh no, I shouldn't have asked." Hu Ming felt a twinge of regret. He realized there was no need for him to inquire about Ye Shui's family matters. Everyone has their own difficulties. But Zhao Wei and Lu Guifeng's recent appearance had piqued his curiosity about Ye Shui's thoughts on them. Ye Shui picked up the piece of meat again with her chopsticks and turned it over, but she didn't remain silent this time. "Hu Ming, what do you think of your parents?" The corridor was bustling with people, and the noise inside the restaurant made it hard to hear anything clearly. Yet, at that moment, Hu Ming felt that everything around them had quieted down. He could clearly hear Ye Shui's words, but seeing her lost in thought, Hu Ming took the chopsticks from her hand and said, "Forget it, President. Don't force yourself if you don't want to talk about it. Let's just enjoy the food." Yet Yushue stared blankly at Hu Ming, watching him seriously grill the meat. A smile of relief spread across her face. Why was she dwelling on the opinions of two people who didn't care about her? Even if there was a connection, it was all in the past. And then there was Hu Ming, who clearly cared more about her feelings. Some bonds really do seem quite laughable. Yet Yushue sighed and then looked at Hu Ming with a hint of resignation. "Hu Ming, do I look so fragile to you? I think you're just too skinny. Look at those thin arms and legs, you re like a mosquito. If you keep saying that, I'll punch you." Yet Yushue raised her fist playfully, making Hu Ming quickly beg for mercy. Yet Yushue laughed happily, resting her chin on her hand and watching Hu Ming cook. Hu Ming, actually, my family situation isn't much different from yours." Hu Ming nodded quietly, not interrupting. Now, he was just a listener. It seemed that Hu Ming's action had a comforting effect on Yushue, and once she started, she couldn't stop. "Do you know, since I was in elementary school, I've been living with my grandmother. They divorced, that man married a young, beautiful woman, and that woman married into a wealthy family. And I was left to live with my grandmother. Arnubes. They gave up on me. Maybe they thought that having me around would be a burden." Yet Yushue shook her head, her past memories replaying vividly. She didn't want to recall those people, but every time she saw Hu Ming's parents, she couldn't help but think of her own situation. She would ask herself if she had the same determination as Hu Ming. The answer was uncertain. Hu Ming watched Yushue, seeing her forced smile. He wanted to tell her to stop, but seeing that she seemed to need to vent, he remained silent. "Grandma is so good to me, so why should I think about them? I held on to this thought all the way through until high school. But why is that man showing up now? He had so many opportunities before." Yet Yushue clenched her fists, her frustration growing stronger. Just then, a pair of chopsticks holding a piece of meat extended toward her bowl. She was momentarily taken aback, then looked up at the boy before her. Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, his mouth curling into a smile. "Have some meat. Think of those people as the roast meat, and eat them up to digest your frustration." Yet Yushue looked at the piece of meat in her bowl, momentarily lost in thought. She felt like she had been transported back to the small, shabby house in the countryside. Her grandmother would put food in her bowl, smiling and encouraging her to eat. She picked up the meat and took a bite of the flavorful, cumin-spiced piece. Although the texture of the meat was strange, she found it surprisingly delicious. "That day when I went home, I ran into a man." Hu Ming didn't explicitly say it was Yushue's father, but she immediately understood who he was referring to. The day the man approached her, he told her not to go home with his male classmates. It must have been Hu Ming he was referring to. But judging by his tone, did he do something to Hu Ming? Feeling anxious, she looked at Hu Ming and asked, "He didn't do anything to you, did he? He warned me not to get close to you and even tried to take action. I fought back. Thank God you're not hurt." Yet Yushue sighed in relief. If he heard about this, it would probably upset him greatly. Why should he have any say in what kind of life I lead or who I befriend? And he doesn't even know what happened that night. Yet Yushue's tone brimmed with dissatisfaction, but her puffed-up expression made Hu Ming unable to hold back a smile. He picked up a piece of meat and placed it into Yushue's bowl, then added another piece to his own. "President, it seems like our situations are quite similar. So, Hu Ming, you must succeed and amaze everyone who looks down on you. Let's toast to that goal." Hu Ming raised his cup of cola, clinking it with Yushue's. The bubbles fizzed as their glasses met, and the exhaust fan absorbed the white mist from the grill. As Hu Ming shared intriguing stories and amusing anecdotes, Yushue's eyes sparkled with smiles. Hu Ming, while grilling meat for her, subtly bridged the gap between them. Some things seemed to have quietly changed after a hearty meal. Hu Ming began to think that accepting Yushue's tutoring might not be such a bad idea. Besides, Yushue had mentioned that there would be a school-wide monthly exam soon. If his grades improved significantly, she would give him additional rewards. As night fell, Hu Ming personally saw Yushue back to her home. They had also agreed to visit the orphanage together on the weekend and had decided what to bring along. Watching Yushue turn on the lights and go inside, Hu Ming stood downstairs, waving goodbye to her through the window. However, instead of heading home right away, he went to the hospital. At the hospital, Hu Ming took out a forged ID and several strands of hair from his pocket for analysis. "Got it? Here's the updated translation." As for how those few strands of hair ended up in his possession, he had plucked them off while in contact with Lu Guifang earlier. In truth, Hu Ming had always felt confused about the original's identity. When he saw Zhao Wei and Lu Guifang, he couldn't sense any resemblance between them and the original. Moreover, he harbored a genuine disdain for those two. Because of this, Hu Ming chose to verify their relationship in this manner. However, even if the results confirmed that the original was their child, Hu Ming would change it. It wasn't for any other reason, it was just that those two brainless fools had been turned into puppets by Han Shuyi. Why would he be foolish enough to leave any evidence behind? The results would take a few days to come in. Hu Ming tidied himself up and turned to head back home. Meanwhile, inside the Han family's villa, Zhou Wenli was holding her phone, which displayed photos of Hu Ming with Zhao Wei and his wife. Hu Ming's face showed no emotion, while the Zhao couple appeared submissive as if begging for Hu Ming's forgiveness. As she looked at the series of photos, Zhou Wenli pressed her lips together, lost in thought. "Wenli, why are you not resting yet? A voice came from the staircase. Han Litian, dressed in his pajamas, walked down from upstairs. Seeing his wife, still in casual clothes, sitting on the sofa, Han Litian felt curious. Zhou Wenli handed her phone to Han Litian and said, "I don't know who sent these photos to my phone. What do you think the intention behind them is?" Han Litian looked at the photos with some surprise. He had assumed that after being detained for a while, the Zhao couple would stop bothering Hu Ming. He hadn't expected them to approach Hu Ming again. Given what they had done before, how could Hu Ming possibly forgive them? What concerned Han Litian even more was that while Zhou Wenli didn't know who had sent her the photos, the sender knew her phone number, indicating that it was likely someone familiar. Beta. What could their intention be? Han Litian remained silent, and seeing her husband's reaction, Zhou Wenli continued. "I've heard about the last time incident. But as parents, who don't want the best for their child, I understand their deep feelings for Shu Yi, but after being detained for a while, they should realize their mistakes. Otherwise, why would they have personally gone to Hu Ming to apologize?" Zhou Wenli pointed to the photos, noting the stark contrast in the images. "We've raised Hu Ming for over a decade, and of course, we've feelings for him. But he's still someone else's child. If he didn't have parents, that would be one thing, but the reality is, he does have parents. We can't just refuse to return him to them. If they fuss about it outside, it wouldn't be good for the Han family." This time, Zhou Wenli seemed unusually calm. She had given serious thought to the situation between Hu Ming and Han Shuyi. If Hu Ming wanted to stay, then let him stay. It wouldn't make a huge difference to the Han family. But now, after seeing these photos, she found herself wavering. Seeing the two in the photos bowing and apologizing to their own child, Zhou Wenli felt a swirl of mixed emotions. This matter indeed needed a resolution. "Wenli, how many years have we been together? If you count from when we started dating, it's been 18 years. Now I'm wondering if, over these 18 years, I've protected you too well." Han Litian placed the phone back on the table. If he hadn't encountered Hu Ming's maid on the way back to his room, who had informed him that his wife was troubled downstairs, he might have brushed it off. He sighed helplessly, as he looked at his wife's puzzled expression and continued. "They're not targeting Hu Ming, but Shu Yi." "Huh? But Shu Yi isn't in these photos. The photos exposed last time didn't include Shu Yi either. Did that have any impact on him?" Well, since the incident at the last banquet, Zhou Wenli had heard people saying that Shu Yi had a good father-in-law. The trouble his father-in-law caused during the engagement announcement had no doubt tarnished the Han family's reputation. If not for the significant compensation Li Tian offered, the engagement would have already been cancelled by now. Hearing her husband's words, Zhou Wenli suddenly realized that the person behind those actions wasn't aiming to target the Li family or anyone else but rather to embarrass Shu Yi. Now that Shu Yi had returned to the Han family, and with Hu Ming's near injury widely known, what would people say if Hu Ming were to return to his biological parents at this time? They might claim that Shu Yi couldn't tolerate someone without a blood relationship in the family. But her son was not that kind of person. Thinking about this, Zhou Wenli felt a chill. It seemed she had almost made a mistake that could ruin her son. Seeing the change in his wife's expression, Han Litian sighed. Earlier, when he encountered the maid Kong Xian in the hallway, she mentioned how people viewed Hu Ming and Shu Yi since their return from the banquet. Han Litian couldn't shake the feeling that Kong Xian seemed to place particular emphasis on the word banquet. This led Han Litian to connect it with the person who had caused trouble at the banquet. Who is targeting the Han family? Han Litian narrowed his eyes, falling into deep contemplation. Han Shuyi hid in the corner, watching the two in the hall. He had overheard their entire conversation clearly. However, his brows were furrowed, and his expression was grim. Shuyi had arranged for the photos to be anonymously sent to his mother, intending to persuade her to let Hu Ming return to the couple. But he hadn't expected his father to connect the incident with the mysterious person from the banquet. If he could, he would also like to know who that person was. Now that his plan seemed to have failed to its core, he would need to find another opportunity. His eyes darkened, and his hatred grew more intense. Unbeknownst to him, a figure quietly slipped away from not far behind him. When Hu Ming returned home, Kong Xian was already waiting for him in his room. These days, Kong Xian would eagerly seek out Hu Ming to study without him even having to ask. She had a commendable attitude towards learning. However, before she sat down, she had to inform Hu Ming of something. "Young Master, photos were taken today of you interacting with Zhao Wei and his wife at school." Kong Xian turned to look at Hu Ming, who calmly set down his backpack and stretched his back leisurely. He yawned and replied, "It's fine. I already knew about it. Do you need me to go take a look tomorrow?" Hu Ming glanced at Kong Xian in surprise. Though she looked slim and delicate, the image of her as a combat maid was firmly etched in his mind. Is this girl thinking of going straight in and confronting them? Kong Xian, just focus on your studies. I can handle the outside matters myself. Master, I want to help you. Kong Xian suddenly stood up and, with her white stockings-clad legs, walked straight up to Hu Ming. Her eyelashes fluttered delicately, resembling butterfly wings' graceful movement, while a subtle hint of shampoo lingered in the air around her. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Hu Ming found her personality somewhat endearing. However, Hu Ming hadn't expected Kong Xian to have such a mindset. He pinched his chin and thought for a moment. Then, suddenly, he threw a punch at Kong Xian's face. Kong Xian's pupils contracted sharply, and she instinctively ducked. Hu Ming's fist narrowly missed her hair. After dodging Hu Ming's punch, Kong Xian didn't move further. She just stood there, confusion written on her face. Hu Ming silently withdrew his fist and shrugged his shoulders. Kong Xian, why didn't you counterattack just now? Young master, are you still testing me? No, I'm just asking why you didn't counterattack, Hu Ming said, his gaze fixed on her as if seeking an answer to this question. Kong Xian fell into a brief silence, her eyes flickering with a hint of thought. A breath escaped her nose, and in the next instant, she seized Hu Ming's hand, flipped him onto the bed, and sat on top of him. The process happened in the blink of an eye, and Kong Xian's speed was such that Hu Ming barely had time to react. Yet, being pinned down by Kong Xian didn't make Hu Ming angry. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. The girl's body was light, and he barely felt it even though she was sitting on him. Her white stockings brushed gently against Hu Ming's arm, and her body pressing down made her subtle fragrance continuously drift into his nose. Beta. Seeing Hu Ming unbothered and smiling, Kong Xian suddenly thought of a term. Her face showed a rare expression of realization as she asked, Young master, do you mean you're a masochist and want me to be a sadist? Hu Ming, who had been quite happy, but upon hearing Kong Xian's words, his face turned as dark as ink. This girl, why is she learning such things instead of proper things? During this time, Hu Ming encouraged Kong Xian to explore the internet rather than just focusing on studying. If she was to interact with society, she needed to learn some practical skills. He patted Kong Xian's slender leg, asking her to get up. Kong Xian jumped off and then helped Hu Ming to his feet. Kong Xian, I know you're eager, but before we leave, you need time to familiarize yourself with the outside world. I've kept you at the Han house for too long, and you seem a bit out of touch with society. You need time to adapt. Kong Xian tilted her head slightly, her small eyes filled with confusion. She still didn't understand why Hu Ming wanted her to counterattack. Even if she had thrown that punch, Hu Ming probably would have stopped it anyway. Young master, just tell me directly. I don't understand what you mean. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon? Kong Xian maintained her admirable trait of seeking clarification without shame, greatly reassuring Hu Ming. While many would pretend to understand when they don't, such a thing would never happen with Kong Xian. After we leave the Han family, you can no longer call me young master. From then on, we'll interact as ordinary classmates. So, you mean that in the future, I won't have to follow your orders completely? Exactly, you'll need to make your own judgments. Sometimes, when I ask you to do something, it might be to mislead others, not actually to have you do it. Hu Ming had made his intentions very clear. Leaving the Han family was easy for him, his purpose for staying was solely to allow Kong Xian to grow by making better use of the Han family's resources. Before that, so what if he and Han Shuyi had a little skirmish? After all, that guy couldn't outplay him. Kong Xian nodded. Although she wasn't sure how she would grow in the future, since Hu Ming wished for her to do so, she would put in her best effort in this regard. Then, young master, should we continue studying tonight? Kong Xian pointed to the clock on the desk. It was almost midnight, which was indeed quite late for Hu Ming, who had school the next day. However, Hu Ming left the choice to Kong Xian. The choice is yours. Now take the first step and ask me yourself. Then let's keep studying. Kong Xian sat back down, picked up her pen, and continued studying. Hu Ming sat beside her, patiently guiding her. Han Litian hadn't slept well all night. In the middle of the night, he quietly got up without disturbing his wife, took a cigarette from the desk, and walked toward the hall. Moonlight streamed through the windows, filling the corridor. Han Litian lit a cigarette and strolled along the hallway. At this hour in the Han family villa, even the servants were sound asleep, and perhaps only the security guards outside were still on duty. As he walked, he pondered the photos on the phone, searching his mind for clues. He wasn't sure if his thoughts were correct, but Hu Ming's maid had indeed made him more alert. One thing he was sure of was that the person who sent those photos had malicious intent. Whether it was Hu Ming or Shu Yi, both children held an equal place in his heart. Although Hu Ming was mischievous, he used to bring a lively atmosphere to the house. But now that he had matured, he was unwilling to share many things with the family. Shu Yi, though academically excellent and very understanding, Han Litian felt as though he couldn't quite see through the child, as if he wore a thick mask. The atmosphere at home was indeed not as vibrant as before. Maintaining the family had consumed much of his mental effort, and if possible, he genuinely hoped that no more troubles would arise. As Han Litian walked down the corridor, his steps unconsciously stopped. He noticed that the light in Hu Ming's room was still on. It's rare to see Hu Ming still awake at this hour. Han Litian frowned slightly, his expression far from pleasant. After all, Hu Ming had classes the following day. If he wasn't asleep yet, how would he possibly have energy for class tomorrow? He walked up to Hu Ming's door and knocked. At the drop of a hat, Hu Ming opened the door, and Han Litian could catch a glimpse of surprise on his face as he saw him. With a stern expression, Han Litian peered over Hu Ming's shoulder. The desk lamp was still on, with what appeared to be worksheets and a pen on the desk. It didn't look like he was staying up late to play games. Instead, he was studying. Han Litian was a bit surprised he hadn't expected Hu Ming to be still studying at this hour. Hu Ming, why are you still up so late? You have school tomorrow. I'm going to bed right soon. Hu Ming scratched his head. He hadn't expected Han Litian to show up at this time. Han Litian patted him on the shoulder and then asked, still studying this late? Yes, I wanted to finish some questions. Hearing Hu Ming's response, Han Litian felt somewhat relieved. But he could also guess it might be because Shiyi's presence had pressured him. Shiyi's grades were indeed great, and by the looks of it, he was far more popular in class than Hu Ming. Although Hu Ming has changed quite a bit, grades are something that only pays off with consistent effort over time. Given how much Hu Ming had fallen behind, catching up now wasn't impossible, but it would take time. Thinking about this, a smile appeared on Han Litian's face. Hu Ming, don't put so much pressure on yourself. As long as you improve your grades a little each time, we'll be delighted. However, upon hearing this, Hu Ming's expression turned a bit odd. Improving grades is possible, but the rankings, that might be a bit more challenging. Hu Ming turned around, walked over to his backpack, and pulled out a test paper, handing it to Han Litian. As Han Litian took the paper, the first thing he noticed was the bright red score. He froze, utterly stunned. That bold 140 points caught his eye, and if Hu Ming's name weren't written at the top, Han Litian would have thought he was showing him someone else's paper. Was this a class test? Yep, 140 points, first in the class. Hu Ming exclaimed, unable to hold back the smile on his face. Looking at Hu Ming, Han Litian seemed to have snatched back to the past, with the same eager child, the one who just wanted his approval. First in the class, this was a ranking Han Litian never imagined Hu Ming could achieve, but there he was, proudly showing off his accomplishment. The score on this test paper seemed to speak directly to Han Litian, showing him all the effort Hu Ming had put in during this time. But how much pressure had he been under all this while? Wenli was still thinking about how to send him back to his biological parents, but was she truly not aware of what kind of people they were? For the first time, Han Litian felt that his wife's focus on Shu Yi had caused her to neglect Hu Ming. This realization brought a subtle sense of guilt towards Hu Ming that Han Litian couldn't quite shake. Everyone outside assumed that Hu Ming staying with the Han family meant he was eyeing their inheritance. But how many people in real believed the Han family would give Hu Ming any of it? A with circumflex n omicron beta s. Even Wenli wouldn't think so. But who could say what was on Hu Ming's mind? What if he just wanted a simple life? Han Litian felt a mixture of emotions. Some choices were harder to make than closing a big business deal. Great job. I'm truly happy for you. Han Litian gently patted Hu Ming's head, and the look of satisfaction on Hu Ming's face made Han Litian's internal conflict even harder to resolve. Dad, you should smoke less. It's bad for your health. Hu Ming pointed to the almost burnt-out cigarette in Han Litian's hand. Han Litian nodded, telling Hu Ming to get some rest before he turned and headed back to his room. Hearing the sound of the door closing behind him, Han Litian tossed the cigarette butt into the trash. He returned to his bedroom. Seemingly sensing someone's movement beside her, Zhou Wenli groggily opened her eyes. She saw her husband lying back in bed, but unusually, he carried the faint smell of smoke. What's wrong? She couldn't help but ask. Wenli couldn't remember when she'd seen her husband smoking at night. Do you know what place Hu Ming ranked in this quiz? Oh right, Shu Yi mentioned there was a quiz. I haven't even asked him how he did yet. Zhou Wenli's response made Han Litian furrow his brows. He was directly asking about Hu Ming's score. How did the conversation suddenly shift to Han Shu Yi? This blatant favoritism, it was no wonder Hu Ming was under so much pressure. Seeing her husband fall silent, Zhou Wenli finally sensed something was off. She looked at him curiously and continued to ask, what? Did something happen? Hu Ming ranked first in the class on the quiz. Even Shu Yi wasn't ahead of him. What? How is that possible? Shu Yi's grades are so good, and Hu Ming's have always been so poor. Listen to yourself. Can't Hu Ming do well? Han Litian's tone grew more intense as he spoke. Zhou Wenli seemed to realize she had misspoken and hurriedly tried to explain. That's not what I meant. It's just that Hu Ming's grades improved so fast, it's a bit unreal. You might as well just accuse him of cheating. Han Litian suddenly sat up, looking at his wife with displeasure. Do you know what I saw when I went to Hu Ming's room just now? Even at 3 in the morning, he was still studying. His hard work is cheating in your mouth? No wonder Unileven also said you've been ridiculously biased lately. I didn't know. Faced with her husband's angry expression, Zhou Wenli instantly shrank back. But Han Litian turned away from her, lying back down with his back facing her, fuming about what had just happened. Zhou Wenli looked helplessly at the ceiling, her expression tinted grudgingly. Who would have thought something like this would happen tonight? She even began to feel that the person who had sent her those photos was basically trying to stir up trouble for her. So frustrating. Zhou Wenli cautiously moved closer to her husband, afraid of upsetting him further. After Han Litian left, Hu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Han Litian to still be awake at this hour. It's just that the timing is a bit odd. If he hadn't been tutoring Kong Xian just now, he might not have had a good excuse. Initially, Kong Xian was sitting at Hu Ming's desk studying. But the moment she heard the knock on the door, she moved with lightning speed, flipping onto Hu Ming's bed and tightly covering herself with the blanket, leaving no trace of her presence. Just thinking about her reaction made Hu Ming want to laugh. Why did it feel like she moved on instinct? All right, head back to your room and rest. We'll continue tomorrow, Hu Ming said as he approached the bed, but strangely, the person hiding under the blanket was silent. Wondering what had happened, he gently lifted the blanket, only to find a sight that left him speechless. The young girl slept peacefully on the bed, her shallow breaths were all he could hear in the hush of the night. Soft moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow over her features. Outside, the villa was particularly serene, with everything lulled as though the world had fallen into a beautiful dream. The room was brimmed with tranquility, occasionally graced by a distant birdsong, sweetening the moment's peacefulness. Kang Xian's long hair streamed on the pillow, moving gently with her breaths. Her face homed contentment and happiness, as if discovering treasure in her dreams, making her look utterly adorable. Hu Ming was taken aback by the scene before him. Although he knew Kang Xian was quite beautiful, she usually showcased a blank expression, akin to a doll. Even if he occasionally noticed fluctuations in her mood, her plain appearance made it hard to appreciate her beauty. The bed had plenty of space, Kang Xian had only taken a bit more than half. The clock on the desk ticked slowly. Exhaustion came to Hu Ming as he yawned, feeling quite tired. With time way past midnight, he couldn't bother to move Kang Xian back to her room. It was better to share the bed. After all, just sleeping wouldn't get anyone pregnant. With that thought, Hu Ming turned off the lights, covered himself with the blanket, and dived into the deep stream of unconsciousness. The night orchestrated the melodious chorus of the insects, charming the world with a summer symphony. Kang Xian opened her eyes to a ray of sunlight filtering through the gap in the curtains. She had no idea how long she had been asleep, and for a moment, her mind went blank. When she woke up, no light would come through the window in her room, so this wasn't her room? What's more, she could hear the sound of another person's breathing. With a jerk, she turned her head only to see a familiar sleeping face beside her. The person's eyes were tightly closed, breathing steady, looking completely relaxed. Kang Xian's mouth fell slightly open, surprised to see who was lying beside her. Did I sleep with young master last night? As this thought crossed her mind, Kang Xian recalled the events from the previous night. She had initially been hiding under the blanket, waiting for Han Litian to leave, but she must have dozed off. As for what happened afterward, she had no idea. It seemed that young master hadn't woken her up last night and had instead ended up sleeping next to her. Kang Xian silently lifted the blanket and saw she was still dressed in last night's clothes. It didn't appear that young master had done anything inappropriate. However, she had been so exhausted that she fell asleep, which was a negligence of duty on her part. Noticing that it was getting late, Kang Xian got out of bed, but her brow furrowed as her eyes shifted to Hu Ming's arm. Her hair was trapped under Hu Ming's arm. She tried to move Hu Ming away, only for him to turn over and end up pressing down on her. Kang Xian lay down beside Hu Ming, finding herself close to him. Her eyes wandered over the familiar face of the boy she had spent so much time with. Her eyes blinked slightly as she took in the contours of his face in the dimly lit room. For some reason, seeing young master asleep seemed different from how he appeared during the day. He was undeniably handsome, and Kang Xian couldn't understand why the servants always said young master couldn't even compare to Han Shuyi. It had been way past the number of fingers in her hands that she had heard. Han Shuyi is much better looking than young master. In her eyes, young master was far more good looking than Han Shuyi. Those people must have poor eyesight. With that thought reinforcing her feelings, she continued to lie quietly by his side, gazing at the sleeping boy. Her eyes traced the delicate lashes on Hu Ming's face, her heart counting them over and over. Hey, Hu Ming, don't slack off. Get up and keep going. In an abandoned factory, a young man lay bruised and battered on the floor, breathing heavily. He tried to lift his body but was so exhausted that he barely had the strength to respond. He had lost count of how many times he had been knocked down, but the woman in front of him showed no sign of fatigue. Hu Ming had only seen her breath heavily after running, and the sight of her heaving chest had made him glance a second too long. It was precisely because he had looked a second too long that Hu Ming nearly ended up poisoned by her specially prepared dinner. Hu Ming propped her long legs, clad in red high heels, and casually pulled up a chair to sit. She looked at Hu Ming, who resembled a dead dog, with a raised eyebrow and a smirk on her red lips. Is this all you've got, handsome? You're not in good shape. How can you be a tough guy like this? Hu Ming forced himself to lift his eyes to meet the woman's gaze. Seeing the challenging look in her eyes, he gritted his teeth and forced himself back on his feet. His body swayed unsteadily, looking as if he might collapse at any moment, but like a tumbler, he somehow managed to stay upright. Hu Ming's smile widened, and she flicked her hand before walking towards Hu Ming. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You're still able to stand, looks like all that time in there wasn't for nothing. She aimed a punch at his face, but compared to the speed Hu Ming had seen before, it was noticeably slower this time. This time, Hu Ming saw Hu Ming's movements with perfect clarity. He raised his hands to guard his face and then suddenly thrust his body forward with all his strength. He wasn't sure where exactly he had grabbed Hu Ming, but he pressed his entire body weight forward. Hu Ming's face showed a hint of surprise, but she didn't continue her attack. She was knocked down to the ground by Hu Ming, stirring up a bit of dust from their movements. Hu Ming ended up collapsing against Hu Ming's chest, having no strength left to move. Hu Ming gauged his condition by the faint tickling sensation from his breath against her chest, checking if he had passed out. Surprised by Hu Ming's unexpected retaliation, she hadn't anticipated that the boy could make such a move even as he was on the brink of losing consciousness. She chuckled softly and reached out to pat Hu Ming's head. Well, you did quite well. At least you managed to hold on for this long. You seem like someone with potential. She pushed Hu Ming off her, and he fell limply to the ground like a rag doll. Hu Ming placed her hands on her hips, looking down at Hu Ming helplessly. She muttered, "Little rascal, playing dead after assaulting my chest? Just you wait, I'll make sure you get a nice serving of nutritious juice." With a click of her high heels, Hu Ming hoisted Hu Ming over her shoulder, resembling a mountain bandit carrying her spoils. Transmigrated as the fake young master, I'll beat up occasionally dreaming of past events became a regular occurrence for Hu Ming. He was also clear that those memories were a part of his past, and some things cannot go back. He caught a whiff of a milky scent as if someone was at his side. Hu Ming snapped his eyes open to find himself locking gazes with Kong Xin. Kong Xin, too, did not seem to think that Hu Ming would suddenly wake up. They stared at each other, unsure of what to say. Quickly, Hu Ming spoke up. Good morning, young master. Could you please remove your hand from my hair? Kong Xin blinked, her expression looking utterly innocent. Hu Ming realized that it was likely because he had been pressing down on Kong Xion's hair that she had remained lying there. After all, by this time, Kong Xion would usually have already come to wake him up. Hu Ming quickly withdrew his hand, and Kong Xion got up from the bed. The young girl's jet black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, and without her glasses, she captivated Hu Ming's gaze even more. Hu Ming continued to lie in bed, quietly admiring the girl's appearance. Kong Xion also seemed to be used to Hu Ming's gaze. She just tied her hair into a ponytail and then said, Young master, it's getting late. You should get up now. Kong Xion, you should start not being so formal when addressing me, Hu Ming reminded her. All right. The two acted as if it was no different from normal, each going about their usual routine. It was as if they hadn't shared the same bed the night before. When it was time for breakfast, Hu Ming arrived at the dining table as usual to have his meal. What surprised him, however, was that Zhou Wenli took the initiative to clip him a shumai and even asked about how he was doing at school. Last night's events seemed to have caused a subtle change in Zhou Wenli. This was a good sign for him. Glancing at Han Shuyi, sitting nearby, Hu Ming noticed that although his head was silently lowered, a palpable sense of anger emanated from him. Last night's attempt to sow discord not only failed but ended up benefiting him instead. Han Shuyi was probably fuming inside. Hu Ming's face betrayed nothing, but inwardly, he was elated. He loved seeing Han Shuyi seething with frustration but could not do anything to him. After arriving at school, Han Shuyi approached Hu Ming. He looked at Hu Ming and then said seriously, Hu Ming, your parents came looking for you yesterday, didn't they? You should already know about that, shouldn't you? Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, not intending to hold back with Han Shuyi. Ever since the last time he screwed Han Shuyi, Hu Ming had planned to be upfront with him. No matter how much Han Shuyi pretended, it wouldn't make much difference. Upon hearing Hu Ming's words, Han Shuyi's gaze gradually grew colder. Hu Ming, you can even beat your own parents. Is there anything you won't do? He assumed a self-righteous stance, like a high and mighty crusader of justice condemning Hu Ming. But Hu Ming wasn't about to fall for his act. Hu Ming shrugged, his expression turning slightly playful. There are plenty of things I'm capable of. Feel free to push your luck if you're curious, but I won't be responsible for your safety. And as for those two people, if you're thinking of using them against me, be careful, you might get bitten back. Hu Ming's friendly reminder turned Han Shuyi's face completely dark. Suddenly, Han Shuyi thought of something crucial. He stared intently at Hu Ming and then asked, It was you who caused the incident at the banquet? That waiter was you, wasn't it? If I said it wasn't me, would you believe it? Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, his mocking expression obvious. Seeing Hu Ming's demeanor, Han Shuyi finally realized that all his long-planned schemes against Hu Ming had been turned back on him. In an instant, anger welled up inside him. He clenched his teeth and threw a furious punch at Hu Ming. But Hu Ming swiftly grabbed his fist with one hand and then drove a knee into his stomach. Han Shuyi's eyes widened in shock as the excruciating pain in his abdomen temporarily overwhelmed his ability to think. His mouth opened as if he wanted to vent the pain through his voice. But Hu Ming didn't give him that chance. Hu Ming pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket and stuffed it into Han Shuyi's mouth, then said pleasantly, Be careful not to make any noise. If people see you in such a disgraceful state, how will you face everyone at school from now on? Hearing Hu Ming's words, Han Shuyi bit down hard on the unopened pack of tissues. He glared at Hu Ming with an intensity as if he wanted to tear him apart. Hu Ming faced the venomous look, his expression full of provocation. Han Shuyi slowly stood up, holding his stomach. Even his breathing was heavy and difficult. Hu Ming, just wait. I won't let this go. Han Shuyi, I will crush all your confidence and, in the end, make you see exactly what kind of person you really are. Hu Ming left with a carefree stride, leaving Han Shuyi with only his retreating figure. Han Shuyi leaned heavily on his knee, his eyes red and bloodshot. He clutched his trousers tightly, his face contracted by nothing but his desire for revenge. Hu Ming thought that since Han Shuyi had already noticed something was off, it would be better to lay everything out plainly and make Han Shuyi less of a nuisance. The punch he threw earlier could be considered the interest for all the trouble he had caused. Only by pushing Han Shuyi's hatred to the extreme could Hu Ming leave the Han family with a clear conscience. The Han family had supported the original for over a decade, and repaying this favor is not a trivial matter. Han Shuyi might think his retaliation was part of his plan, but little did he know this was merely the spark for what was to come. Just wait, he will make sure everyone witnesses a grand spectacle. After getting punched by Hu Ming, Han Shuyi seemed to have become much more subdued. He didn't say a word to Hu Ming at home or school. This makes Hu Ming very satisfied. Who would always want to have flies flying around their ears? If there were cockroaches, he would just squash them with a slipper. The weekend quickly arrived, and today was the day for the old director and his wife to get their check UPS. Hu Ming got up early to freshen up, and Kong Xin, seeing this, looked a bit surprised. Young master, it's the weekend. Does your young master look like a lazy pig because it's the weekend? Today, I'm going to the orphanage, so help me get something from the hospital. Hu Ming handed a list to Kong Xin. Remember, you must not show this to anyone, okay? Seeing Hu Ming's serious expression, Kong Xin nodded. She tucked the list into the pocket of her clothes and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Hu Ming glanced at his phone, where he found a message from Yechu Shui. Father, I want to learn self-defense techniques. In the study, Han Litian looked at his son, his expression somewhat puzzled. Han Shuyi rarely made requests, and since returning home, he hadn't had many disputes with Hu Ming. He only didn't like his wife's favoritism towards Shuyi. Now that Han Shuyi was making this request, Han Litian naturally wouldn't refuse. But he was curious as to why Han Shuyi would suddenly bring this up. Shuyi, why do you suddenly want to learn self-defense? Has something happened recently? Of course, Han Shuyi wasn't going to tell Han Litian about how Hu Ming had bested him. He earnestly looked at Han Litian and replied, I want to learn more things. With just that one sentence, Han Litian saw the eagerness in Han Shuyi's eyes. He now wanted to make up for all the opportunities he missed while living in the countryside. This was a good thing. Han Litian felt pleased that his sons hadn't become complacent because of their family background. On the contrary, they were like dry sponges, constantly soaking up knowledge, determined to grasp everything they could. Shuyi didn't mention his school performance this time, likely because Hu Ming's progress stimulated him. Thinking of this, a satisfied smile appeared on Han Litian's face. All right, I'll ask Hu Ming if he wants to join later. Upon hearing this, Han Shuyi's expression subtly changed, though he quickly concealed it. It was because he couldn't defeat Hu Ming that he wanted to learn self-defense. He would never allow Hu Ming to surpass him in any way. Hu Ming changed into casual clothes and was holding various gifts for the children. Lan Jun helped him load all the presents into the vehicle and waited in the car for Hu Ming to depart. Meanwhile, Hu Ming sat down at the dining table to have breakfast. Han Yun sat beside him, clearly still groggy from sleep. On weekends, she usually slept until she naturally woke up, but today, Kong Xin had come to wake her. At first, she didn't quite understand what was happening, but the cold tone in Kong Xin's voice felt like a blast of cold air, instantly waking her up. She turned her head to look at her older brother, her expression puzzled. Brother, aren't you tired? Not really. Didn't sleep well last night. I stayed up late to finish my homework. I didn't want to leave it for school. There are a lot of people in the school who copy homework. After returning to school, many students would copy from others, and sometimes even the top students would join in. A with ring above. Luckily, when copying English essays, at least no one would copy the names entirely. The same can't be said for the regular classes, though. Han Yun rubbed her eyes before picking up the fried egg from her plate and eating it. At this moment, Han Litian and Han Shuyi both came out. Han Shuyi's gaze was locked on Hu Ming while Hu Ming calmly continued eating his breakfast. Han Litian, unaware of the tense atmosphere, sat down across from Hu Ming and directly asked, Hu Ming, Shuyi said he wants to take self-defense classes. Are you interested in joining? This statement made it clear to everyone that whatever Han Shuyi could have, Hu Ming could also have. The faces of many of the servants present suddenly changed. After spending a long time, they finally understood that Mr. Han did not disregard Hu Ming. Realizing this, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. After all, some of them had spoken harshly about Hu Ming behind his back. More importantly, they had all said bad things about him in private. If Hu Ming wanted to retaliate, they might be out of a job soon. In an instant, anxiety gripped everyone as all eyes turned to Hu Ming. Upon hearing Han Litian's words, a rare smile appeared on Hu Ming's face. He looked at Han Shuyi, his brilliant smile so dazzling it almost hurt Han Shuyi's eyes. Han Shuyi could see it clearly this was a blatant mockery. His fists clenched tightly as he struggled to control his rising anger. He knew that given Hu Ming's nature, he would join and, without a doubt, take pleasure in making things difficult for him. However, Han Shuyi was determined to surpass Hu Ming, proving himself to be even more outstanding. Dad, just have Han Shuyi participate, I have no need. Hu Ming shook his head, and his decision left several people present in stunned silence. Han Shuyi narrowed his eyes at Hu Ming, perceiving this as an act of arrogance. Did Hu Ming truly think he would still be better than him even without learning self-defense? This kind of arrogance only fueled Han Shuyi's resentment further. He resolved to crush Hu Ming beneath his feet. No one noticed the shift in his gaze as he stared at Hu Ming as though he intended to devour him. Yet, Hu Ming remained calm, continuing to enjoy his breakfast. To him, this matter was even less significant than his meal. He didn't need to learn self-defense. Frankly speaking, even if the entire group of people Han Litian had hired were to join forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. There was no need for further words. His confidence was absolute. After all, his skills had been learned from that woman, and for that, he held a profound sense of pride. As for Han Shuyi's attempt to defeat him, it was pure fantasy. But that was fine, everyone was entitled to their dreams, and he was willing to give Han Shuyi the time to dream. As for the outcome, he couldn't guarantee it would turn out as Han Shuyi wished. Upon hearing Hu Ming's refusal, Han Litian didn't press the issue. For Hu Ming, learning already brought a considerable amount of pressure. Forcing him to learn self-defense might be too much to bear. Han Litian was glad that Hu Ming could still maintain his composure. Alright then, Han Litian said, I'll transfer some money to you today. You can go do wherever you want to. Thanks, Dad. Han Litian's attitude towards Hu Ming also surprised Han Yun 11. In the car, she continuously asked about Hu Ming's recent events. By the way, brother, have you heard anything about Solu? At the mention of the name, Hu Ming froze for a moment. Since that incident was exposed, Hu Ming hadn't paid more attention to Solu. He wasn't sure where Solu had gone. However, what concerned him more was another matter. How did Han Shuyi have the money to buy that pool hall? If he remembered correctly, when Han Shuyi was recognized by the Han family, the original Hu Ming hadn't been obsessively pursuing Solu. From all the information he gathered, it seemed Han Shuyi had packaged Solu in advance and then sent her to Hu Ming. But if that's the case, then he must have known for a long time that he was the Han family's son. So why didn't he make the effort to be recognized sooner? Everything felt like a dense fog, impossible to decipher. However, one thing he could be sure of was that there must be someone else assisting Han Shuyi from the shadows. The car pulled up near the area where Ye Shuai lived. Today, Ye Shuai wore a sky blue long dress, her smooth, delicate feet wearing a pair of white high-heeled sandals. She looked flawless, exquisitely beautiful, with deep, clear eyes like a tranquil landscape. Her long black hair floated gracefully, soft as a mist, her skin pure and translucent as white jade. A faint shimmer highlighted her delicate collarbone, and the blush on her radiant face stirred an inexplicable tenderness in the viewer's heart. Ye Shuai looked around, holding a somewhat heavy-looking bag in her watch-clad hand. Hu Ming rolled down the car window and called out to Ye Shuai. When she saw him, Ye Shuai responded with a soft smile and approached him. Lan Jun, despite having met her before, was still struck by her beauty. He knew this young lady was the student council president at the Young Masters School, yet, even knowing this, he couldn't help but be dazzled by her appearance. He had heard that the young master had once pursued a girl at school, almost to the point of embarrassment. But if that girl was the one standing before him now, perhaps it was understandable. When Ye Shuai got into the car, Lan Jun quickly averted his gaze and focused on driving. To him, the relationship between the girl and his young master didn't seem ordinary. Why? He could only attribute it to his intuition. Hu Ming, unaware of the thoughts running through Lan Jun's mind, got out of the car and put the gift Ye Shuai had brought into the trunk before getting back inside. In the car, Han Yun 11 looked at Ye Shuai first, then Hu Ming. President, since when did you and my brother become so close? Hearing this question, both Hu Ming and Ye Shuai froze. This matter could be traced back quite a long time ago. Even Ye Shuai herself wasn't sure when she started paying so much attention to Hu Ming. At first, she only thought Hu Ming didn't deserve to be bullied just because of his status. Gradually, their relationship deepened to the point where they could sit in the same car and even have meals together. When exactly did this happen? Ye Shuai questioned herself while Hu Ming, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly chuckled. Your brother is naturally well liked by people. It's not strange that the president and I are close. Pfft. Brother, have some shame? Don't you know how much people used to hate you? Han Yun 11 shot a wide eye at Hu Ming, clearly not buying a word he said. Ye Shuai, sitting beside them, couldn't help but cover her mouth, giggling at their banter. Although they were bickering, it was clear from their playful exchange how close they were. Is this what family is like? Her smile gradually faded as she turned her gaze out the window, lost in memories. As soon as the car came to a stop, Hu Ming got out and retrieved all the items from the trunk. The old director must have heard them arrive as he stepped out to greet them, walking briskly toward the car. Ming, you didn't need to bring so much stuff just because you're visiting. Oh, it's for the kids. Hu Ming smiled as he carried the bags, while the old director sighed helplessly, though a similar smile spread across his face. Arnubi. It was clear that the director was in particularly good spirits today. His wife, wearing an apron, also came out. She wiped her hands on the apron and quickly walked over to Hu Ming. Ming, you're always helping us out. We old bones keep troubling you, she said, her face full of apology. Hu Ming hurriedly shook his head, denying her claim. Don't be silly. What we're doing is nothing. You two need to take care of yourselves. All right, the director's wife chuckled, her wrinkles gathering as her smile deepened. But to Hu Ming, everything they had done truly was remarkable. Okay, enough chatting outside. Let's get inside, the director urged his wife and patted him on the shoulder. The affection between the two was clear for all to see. For all these decades, they must have supported each other like this. Hu Ming watched their backs, falling into a brief silence. Han Yun 11 had already rushed inside with the gifts, greeting the children as she went. Lan Jun, standing by the car, lit a cigarette as he waited for the elderly couple to come back out. Only Ye Shuai remained at Hu Ming's side, quietly watching the couple with him. Han Hu Ming, are you envious of them? Ye Shuai's words snapped Hu Ming out of his distant thoughts, only to see her smile gently, her eyes sparkling. I'm only envious of myself. Hu Ming picked up the remaining gifts and headed inside. Ye Shuai could only shake her head helplessly, not wanting to poke through someone's lie. Hu Ming's popularity was as high as ever. As soon as the children spotted him, they rushed over, surrounding him immediately. Han Yun 11, who had been the center of attention just moments ago, was now left completely alone. Pouting, she shouted at Hu Ming, clearly displeased. Why are you so popular, bother? I've told you before, I'm naturally loved. What can I do if you don't believe me? Hu Ming stuck out his tongue at her, acting mischievous. Han Yun 11, frustrated, stomped her foot, determined to use her trump card. Humph, this time, I brought a lot of gifts this time. With that, she opened the large box she had brought along. Inside were an array of stuffed toys and Lego sets. The children were immediately drawn to the treasures inside the box. Instantly, they flocked to Han Yun 11, grabbing her hands and calling her good sister. A sense of vanity washed over Han Yun 11 as she reveled in the chorus of good sister. Seeing this, Hu Ming shook his head helplessly. He hadn't expected her to use toys to win over the children. These kids rarely had the chance to play with toys. In their eyes, toys were luxury items, not necessities. They wouldn't ask for them, but that didn't mean they didn't like them. Ain't Han Yun 11 quite thoughtful? Leaning against a pillar, Hu Ming watched the children's joyful smiles, and he couldn't help but smile as well. When Yushua finished putting away the things she had brought, she walked out and saw the scene before her. Han Hu Ming, your sister is even more popular than you, she teased with a smile as she walked up to him, raising her eyebrows playfully. Hu Ming merely shrugged, clearly not bothered by it. Isn't that great? Kids should always stay innocent. What about you? Me? I'm long past the age where I can dream so freely, Hu Ming replied with a grin, then dashed into the crowd of children. He picked up a little girl and hoisted her onto his shoulders. The girl, clutching her doll, beamed with joy. You are guarding the dreams of these children. Yet Yushua thought to herself. You really took a lot of trouble, coming all the way here with Hu Ming, the old director sighed, standing beside his wife, now casually dressed, as they watched the children play. Yet Yushua stood next to them, also gazing at the scene. Director, you're too kind. It's me who wanted to come along myself. It's the weekend, and I didn't have much to do anyway. And it's fun to come over and play with these kids. Then, I'll trouble you guys, the director nodded gratefully before walking outside with his wife, supported by her arm. Outside, Lan Jun opened the car door for the elderly couple and helped them in. Today, he was responsible for taking them to their checkup. Han Litian, having known in advance that Hu Ming had planned this, had already arranged everything. To Han Litian, what Hu Ming was doing was meaningful, and the Han family didn't mind the small expense. As long as Hu Ming was happy, that was all that mattered. The car slowly drove away from the orphanage, and the director gazed out the window, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. How long had it been since he had left this place for something concerning himself? This is all thanks to that boy, Hu Ming, he thought. The director hadn't realized how much had changed since their first meeting, subconsciously shifting the course of many things. Perhaps this was fate. Inside the orphanage, today wasn't just about letting the children play to their heart's content, learning was also necessary. Unlike students in regular schools, due to the director's lack of energy because of his old age, despite their hard work, their progress was often slower. Yet Yushua stood at the front of the classroom, organizing the key points for today's lesson. It was rare to see her wearing glasses, which gave her a more intellectual and strict demeanor. She truly looked the part of a serious teacher. Outside, Hu Ming explained the day's schedule to the children, and they obediently nodded to everything he said. As for Han Yun 11, she had slipped off to the backyard, secretly working on something in the overgrown field. Despite the scorching sun, she was in high spirits. All right, it's time for class. Yet Yushua knocked on the door, drawing the children's attention. They obediently filed into the classroom with their eyes peeking curiously at Yushua. The director mentioned that a skilled teacher would give them lessons today. To their surprise, she was the older sister who had come with Hu Ming earlier. With a cute. The children exchanged glances, noting how close brother Hu Ming seemed to be with this sister, and wondered how the two had met. Standing at the back door, Hu Ming watched the girl at the front of the class. Yet Yushua tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before smiling warmly at the students. Hello, everyone. I'm your substitute teacher for today. My name is Yushua. You can call me Teacher Ye. Hello, Teacher Ye. The children's voices were in perfect harmony, and Yushua's smile blossomed even more. Hu Ming felt at ease with her handling the class. After all, Yushua could never disappoint. Picking 2 bottles of water and 2 hats, he prepared to head toward the backyard when suddenly, a loud voice from inside the classroom caught his attention. Teacher Ye, are you and brother Hu Ming a couple? Hu Ming froze mid-step, and he turned back toward the classroom, confused. The bold question equally took Yushua back. Her mouth parted slightly, and for a brief moment, she was at a loss for words. Her cheeks flushed pink as she quickly tried to calm herself. No, your brother Hu Ming and I aren't a couple, she replied, her voice steady despite the embarrassment. I'm his student council president. To be precise, I'm the one in charge of him. Then do you like brother Hu Ming? The boy continued, his eyes wide with curiosity. The other children, too, eagerly awaited her response, equally interested in their beautiful and kind teacher. It was crystal clear why they were so intrigued. Yet Yushua was attractive and had a soothing voice, making it hard for anyone not to be drawn to her. This time, Yushua was downright flustered. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she looked helplessly toward Hu Ming for help. Standing at the back, Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, his expression was slightly mischievous. Looks like our new teacher is having trouble on her first day. Clearing his throat, he broke the awkward silence. All eyes turned to him in surprise, shocked that he hadn't left yet. Hu Ming looked at the boy who had asked the question and said, Yu Cheng, just because you're permitted to ask questions doesn't mean you can ask the teacher things like that. so hurry up and sit down. Okay. Yu Chang, having not received his answer, disappointingly sat down. The classroom atmosphere soon returned to normal. Yushua lightly covered her lips and said, "Your brother Hu Ming is a very good person. Everyone likes him, right?" "Yes." The children replied in unison, which helped smooth over the awkwardness. Yushua looked at Hu Ming with a triumphant glint in her eye. "She's not that flustered." Seeing her expression, Hu Ming shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. Soon, the sound of Yushua's teaching filled the classroom. Her clear and earnest voice echoed, guiding the children forward. Under the blazing sun, Han Yun looked cluttered. She wiped her sweat off her forehead repeatedly, but it seemed endless. She felt her head was swamped by the sun's intense heat. Even during regular physical education classes, she had never felt this hard. The ground was covered in countless patches of weeds, all cut down by Han Yunxi's relentless efforts. Though only a little over 10 minutes had passed, it felt like she had been working for eons. Han Yun shook her head, took a deep breath, and was about to continue her work when a hat was placed on her head. Startled, she looked back. The person, clearly displeased, exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Working under the sun like this in this heat? What if you get heat stroke?" Hu Ming pursed his lips, his expression not very happy, and handed her a bottle of water. Han Yun, puzzled by the sudden appearance of the hat, asked, I thought I forgot to bring a hat. Where did you get this from?" "From the director's office. The old director usually does this himself," Hu Ming replied. He brought her to a shaded spot and began taking over her work, putting on a hat himself. Drinking the cold mineral water, Han Yun felt it was the most refreshing drink she had ever had. She wiped her sweat and watched Hu Ming cut the grass with practiced efficiency, unlike her somewhat haphazard approach. Brother must have come to help here often. Han Yun propped up her chin, her mind recalling her past prejudice against Hu Ming. Transmigrated as the fake young master, "I'll beat you." Hu Ming stood on a ladder, fastening the net to the old, worn-out basketball hoop, while Han Yun was busy clearing away the overgrown weeds they had just trimmed. With their efforts, the entire courtyard looked much cleaner. In the past, tasks like this would take the old director and his wife most of the day. Now that Hu Ming was personally handling it, things were naturally progressing much faster. "Brother, have you prepared everything for tonight?" Han Yun asked. "Of course. I bet those kids have no idea what's coming." A smile tugged at the corners of Hu Ming's lips, and Han Yun seemed just as eager for the evening. As they continued with their tasks, their pace quickened even more. Meanwhile, Yushua glanced at her watch. 40 minutes had passed, and the class was over just like that. Her lips felt a bit dry, but she didn't feel exhausted. The children were fully engaged throughout the class. Yushua could see the eagerness for knowledge in their eyes. They didn't want to miss a single piece of information because they knew how rare the opportunity to learn was for them. It was precisely because Yushua was so diligent in teaching them. Now, she understood why the old director had given up his personal life, dedicating everything to these children. Yushua paused, looking at the group of students before her. Then, with a gentle smile, she said, "All right, class dismissed for now. Take a break, and we'll resume with other subjects later." "Yay!" The children cheered, standing up immediately. Some rushed to the restroom, some got up and played with their friends, and others remained seated, diligently taking notes. Yushua took off her microphone and sat down, stretching her back. Hu Ming happened to be passing by outside and saw this scene. He couldn't help but admit that the president's figure had developed quite nicely, not exactly breathtaking, but nothing was lacking where it mattered. Paired with her beautiful face, it was no wonder some dared to risk punishment to confess to her. As if sensing someone's gaze, Yushua instinctively looked over. Her eyes met Hu Ming's. She suddenly recalled the question that one of the children had asked before class, and her face flushed red as she stood up and walked straight over to him. "Han Hu Ming, what were you up to just now?" She noticed his clothes and arms drenched in sweat, clearly from being out under the hot sun for some time. "I was clearing the weeds in the courtyard so we can give the kids a PE class later. I can't let you teach all day, right? Even a cow would collapse from exhaustion." "Oh, you're the cow." How could Yushua not know the meaning of his words? She lightly kicked Hu Ming's foot, and her face soon showed a bit of frustration. "Ugh, why didn't you tell me earlier? I ended up wearing a dress. If I had known, I would have come in something more casual." Yushua hadn't expected Hu Ming to decide to do this suddenly. The weather was quite hot today, and she had dressed up a little, wanting to leave a good impression on the children. However, Hu Ming raised an eyebrow at her words, a teasing smile on his lips. "You're the teacher today. It doesn't matter what you wear. If you ask me, wearing a dress is great. The students will pay more attention when there's a pretty teacher in front of them." Yushua shot Hu Ming a glare, clearly not wanting to get into a long fuss with him over this. Hu Ming took a sip of water as the two watched the kids playing. In truth, Yushua was very curious about the background of these children, but she didn't want to bring up something that might hurt them, so she kept silent. She glanced over at Hu Ming, thinking maybe he could shed some light on her questions. "Han Hu Ming, were these kids all abandoned by their parents?" Hu Ming shook his head at her question. "See that kid over there? The one who asked the first question in class earlier. His name is Yu Chang." Yushua followed Hu Ming's gaze to look at the child who was playing with his friends. The boy's face was lit with a bright smile, full of youthful vigor. His father was abusive, often beating him and his mother within an inch of their lives. Eventually, his mother couldn't take it anymore and chose to die along with that man, leaving Yu Chang all alone. Yet Yushua's mouth fell slightly open, words stuck in her throat. To think that bright, optimistic-looking child had such a tragic past. You know, the old director told me that when they first brought Yu Cheng here, he only ate plain rice and worked tirelessly, terrified of angering the director. The director's wife cried when she was alone many times, saying how pitiful the child was. He's so young, yet he already knew he had to gauge others' moods and act accordingly. Over time, more and more children came to the orphanage, and Yu Cheng naturally became their leader. They all have their own heartbreaking stories, yet they continue to live tenaciously in this world. Hu Ming recounted each child's background without missing a detail, leaving Yue astonished. It wasn't just the children's tragic experiences that surprised her, it was how Hu Ming remembered every one of them so clearly. This showed that Hu Ming truly cared about these kids. Of course, Hu Ming knew all about their pasts. The old director had records in his office, and Hu Ming had memorized every child's situation in mind. At the same time, his admiration for the director grew. He often wondered if he could ever do as well as the director had. He had his own selfishness, but the director had given his all, dedicating his life to these children. That's why Hu Ming decided to do what he could to help the director. The old director is an amazing person. I really can't compare to him. Suddenly, Hu Ming felt a sharp pain on his forehead. He clutched his head and looked at Yue. She was rubbing her fingers, looking at him in dissatisfaction. Han Hu Ming, can you be normal for once? You're still a student, and what you've done so far is already incredible. Have some confidence. You're already doing better than most people. Yue gave Hu Ming a thumbs up before turning and heading back to the classroom. Hu Ming could only smile helplessly. The morning flew by quickly, especially with so many enthusiastic children wanting to learn. Yet Yue found teaching to be a surprisingly enjoyable task. At least she hadn't encountered any students that would drive her to a mental breakdown. What stood out to her even more was how solid the children's foundation was, making them quick learners. She increasingly agreed with Hu Ming's earlier words, the old director was truly an amazing person. At this time, Hu Ming stood at the entrance, receiving the delivery, and the delivery guy couldn't help but complain. Man, this place is way too remote. I had to circle around forever before finding a tiny path that led me here. I added a tip. Otherwise, how would you have taken this order? Hu Ming responded, carrying the takeout boxes inside. The delivery guy glanced curiously at the rundown-looking building and muttered, "Since when is there an orphanage here?" At noon, Hu Ming ordered pizza for the kids. When the children saw the assortment of pizzas and snacks on the table, they couldn't help but drool. They had never tasted anything like this before. At most, they had only ever seen such food in passing. Seeing the children, Hu Ming chuckled and said, "All right, stop staring. Go ahead and eat. It won't taste good when it gets cold." The children rushed forward but maintained their order. The younger ones grabbed their slices first while the older kids patiently waited their turn. They gathered in small groups, eating pizza and drinking cola, chatting enthusiastically about how delicious the food was. "You bought pizza for the kids? I thought you were just getting fast food," Yue said, sitting beside Hu Ming. She watched the kids with him, her face naturally breaking into a smile. As for Han Yun 11, she was sitting among the children, laughing and playing with them. She occasionally used a napkin to wipe their mouths and shared her own favorite pizza flavors. There wasn't a trace of rich girl demeanor on Han Yun 11. There's no difference between fast food and their regular lunches. These kids rarely get to eat stuff like this, so there's no harm in treating them once in a while. "Where did you get the money for this? Did Mr. Han give it to you?" "Nope, it was young Master Han." Hu Ming grinned widely. Yet Yue looked at him skeptically. She didn't feel that Hu Ming and Han Shi's relationship was good enough to give money to each other. However, she was too lazy to dig deeper. As long as Hu Ming did what he could for the kids, that was enough for her. "Han Hu Ming, midterms are coming up soon. You better do well, or I'll beat you up." Yet Yue playfully shook her fist at him. Hu Ming pressed his lips together, pretending to look troubled. "President, when you say do well, what exactly do you mean? You can't be expecting me to take first place in the whole school, right? If I score higher than you, wouldn't you accuse me of betraying my mentor and ancestor? Huh? If you can surpass me, I'll do whatever you say." Yet Yue scoffed. She felt that Hu Ming was only talking nonsense. Her grade spoke for itself. She was confident that even within the city, few could outperform her. This confidence ran deep in her bones. However, Hu Ming raised an eyebrow and extended his pinky finger toward her. "You said it, no backing out. TCH. Yet Yue wasn't the least bit worried about Hu Ming's words. When it came to grades, she had absolute confidence. "Brother, sister, you should eat too." Yu Cheng approached, holding 2 slices of pizza in his hands and offering them to the pair. Yet Yu took one while Hu Ming pulled Yu Cheng over to his side and asked, "Yu Cheng, you're about the age to start middle school soon, right? Has Grandpa Director talked to you about it?" Yeah, he has," Yu Cheng replied, looking slightly uneasy. "What's that face for? Did Grandpa Director say something to you?" "No, he said to let me go to school outside. He said that with my grades, I could attend a top middle school. But the tuition is expensive. Even if the school covers the tuition, all the other expenses still add up. The orphanage is already short on funds, and if I went, it'd probably wear Grandpa Director out. I don't want to go." Yu Cheng's words made Yue pause. His reasoning echoed her own from years ago when she had once told her grandmother the same thing. Back then, her grandmother was tirelessly supporting the family alone. Seeing how exhausted her grandmother was, yet Yushue said she didn't want to attend school anymore. But that night, her grandmother had a long talk with her, and in the end, she was convinced to go to school. It was only after continuing her education that Yushue realized how much it had opened up new paths for her. Had she chosen to give up, she would have been buried in the relentless grind of society by now. Now Yu Cheng was facing a similar choice, and yet Yushue hoped he wouldn't give up on this opportunity so easily. Yet Yushue opened her mouth, about to offer some advice, but the boy beside her acted even faster. Hu Ming's hand came down sharply on Yu Cheng's head. Yu Cheng winced and grimaced in pain, clutching his head. How can you change your life and help your younger siblings if you don't study? Hu Ming's words hit Yu Cheng right where it hurt. Yu Cheng did feel that at his age, he should be helping Grandpa Director with things, and he wanted to improve the environment of the orphanage. But reality was harsh. They were destined to climb up from the bottom. They lacked the basic things others took for granted. Even something as simple as pizza required others' charity, let alone the cost of education. Brother Ming, that's a lot of money. I know the financial situation of the orphanage. Is that something you should be concerned about? What you should be focusing on is whether you have the determination to study well. Hu Ming's tone was stern, and even the children in the classroom could hear the commotion. They turned to look at Hu Ming, and upon seeing Hu Ming's serious expression, they couldn't help but be astonished. It was the first time they'd seen Hu Ming so angry. Han Yun 11 quietly swallowed the bite of pizza in her mouth and stood by the door, watching the scene unfold. Yet Yushue, sitting next to Hu Ming, could feel his anger more acutely. It seemed like Hu Ming was genuinely furious about Yu Cheng's choice. Brother Ming, the orphanage. Just answer me, do you want to go? I do. Yu Cheng finally admitted his true feelings. He wanted to leave and see the world beyond. Just say so, then. Stop being so wishy-washy. Hu Ming shook his head, pinched Yu Cheng's cheek, and pushed him back. I'll handle this matter. Just don't let me down. Yu Cheng walked back to the group, his head hanging low. His younger siblings quickly gathered around him, asking what had happened. But Yu Cheng wasn't keen on discussing it, so he kept his head down and ate his pizza. Han Yun 11 came out, looking curiously at Hu Ming, and then said, Brother, why are you so fierce? Even if the kid made a mistake, you could have talked to him calmly. You scared him. I have to be fierce. Yu Cheng is the big brother here, and the younger ones look up to him. Never mind. I'll go comfort him. With that, Han Yun 11 turned and walked back to console Yu Cheng. Meanwhile, Yushue, sitting beside them, looked at Hu Ming helplessly. You know, Yun 11 has a point. You could have explained things to him patiently instead of getting so angry. Yu Cheng is very responsible, but that sense of responsibility will also burden him. He needs to learn to be a bit more selfish. Hu Ming rubbed his temples and exhaled deeply. In the afternoon, Hu Ming led the children to do exercises in the open space. The kids were unusually excited, chasing after him, and Han Yun 11 was also among them. Yet Yushue sat under a tree in the shade, enjoying the warm breeze as she watched the children play, their faces beaming joyfully. Suddenly, her phone rang in her pocket. When she took it out and looked at the contact, her expression immediately soured. It appeared to be an unwelcome caller. She stood up and stepped outside to answer the call. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man's voice came through. Yushue, aren't you home today? I brought your brother to see you. I don't have a brother. Please don't just label anyone as my brother. Yet Yushue regretted not blocking his number long ago. This man always managed to crawl into her skin, and she sometimes felt as if she must have owed him in a past life to be tormented this way in this one. Yushue, I know what happened before was our fault, but you should give us a chance to make it up to you, shouldn't you? Family shouldn't hold grudges overnight. We don't need to make our relationship so estranged. When I was in the countryside, you didn't show any concern to me. Now you're saying we're family? Fine. If you want to make it up to me, pay back the child support for all these years, and I will not do anything for that son of yours. If you agree to that, I can accept. Yet Yushue's voice was icy, showing no intention of giving face. The caller was stunned by her words and was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Let's meet and discuss this in person, okay? No, the best choice would be for you to stay out of my life. Without bothering to argue further, yet Yushue hung up the phone and blocked the number. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but the thought of that person's face made her inner turmoil even worse. Seriously, always finding ways to cause trouble for me. Yet Yushue put her phone back into her pocket. As she turned to head back, she was startled by Hu Ming standing right behind her. She hadn't heard him approach at all. She patted her chest, shot Hu Ming a look, and said, You scared me? How come there's no sound when you walk? No, I just came over to get something. Hu Ming glanced into the distance, where a vehicle was slowly driving towards them. Was that your father calling you again? Yes, he brought his child over to find me and asked why I wasn't at home. It's the first time I've seen you so grumpy. Hu Ming couldn't help but laugh. When I tutor you, I'm just as grumpy. Yet Yushue said as she pinched Hu Ming's arm to vent her frustration. The car stopped outside the yard, and a few burly men in vests got out. When they saw the two people standing at the door, they looked puzzled. Hey, are these the things you ordered? Yes, frozen chicken wings and sausages for the barbecue. That's right. We'll help you carry them inside. Yet Yushua looked at Hu Ming with a helpless expression. Tonight's cleanup is going to take a long time. Aren't you worried it will be exhausting? It's fine. You just sit and watch. I already feel bad enough asking you to come over. I can't in good conscience let you do all this work, too. Do you take me for that kind of person? Yet Yushua shot Hu Ming another look before taking the items and heading inside. The children jumped in joy when they learned that there would be a barbecue tonight. Their excitement seemed to inject into the air, making the air infected with liveness that was palpable. With tilde New Thailand bot. They worked hard to set up everything needed for the barbecue tonight, and by the time darkness fell, everything was finally ready. Hu Ming had set up several grills so that each child could cook their own food, and he and the others helped the kids, ensuring they all got to experience the joy of doing it themselves. The flames flickered under the dark night sky, and the children gathered around, sharing stories about their day. For them, this was a moment they would never forget. Yet Yushua glanced around, and her gaze landed on a particular child. That child sat apart from the group, alone on a sand pile, playing with a tuft of grass. Yet Yushua got up and walked over to the child. Yu Chang, are you still thinking about what Hu Ming said today? Yu Chang looked up, a bit dazed, and quickly tossed the tuft of grass aside and said, Teacher, yeah, I'm not. It's okay if you are. It's not a big deal, Yet Yushua said, patting his head. Yu Chang lowered his head further. Seeing the slouched figure, Yet Yushua agreed even more with Hu Ming's assessment. This child is too responsible. Can you tell me about your past? Yet Yushua looked at Yu Chang. It was the first time she had asked a child such a question. Yu Chang was initially stunned, then slowly curled up. His eyelids drooped and his voice sounded somewhat hoarse. When I was younger, I once hid in a fitting room in a mall and got discovered by a lady. She asked me why I was hiding there and where my parents were. I begged her not to tell my dad that I was here because he would beat me and my mom every day, so I wanted to run away. The lady was silent. I saw the troubled look on her face, and I didn't say anything more. Later, the broadcast announced that my dad was looking for me. I told the lady that I knew I couldn't escape. But that lady pulled me and told me to study hard. She said that if my grades were good, there would be a chance to run away. Later, I asked my mom if we could leave if I did well in school. My mom looked at me and cried. It was that night that my mom and dad fought, and they both fell in front of me. Yu Chang tightly gripped his arms, struggling to hold back tears. I feel, if I hadn't said that, maybe mom wouldn't have died. Yet Yushua silently watched Yu Chang and gently patted his back. At some point, Hu Ming had quietly stood behind them, listening to Yu Chang's words. Meanwhile, Han Yun-11 was busy, excitedly engaging with the children. Hey, there are no chili peppers. They're in the kitchen, I'll take you there. A little girl grabbed Han Yungzi's hand and led her toward the kitchen. However, as they passed by the front door, Han Yun-11 noticed that the door, previously shut, was now open. She squinted, her heart filling with unease. Han Yun-11 peeked outside and saw a motorcycle, but there was no one in sight. This struck her as odd. She distinctly remembered locking the door for safety. The hallway was pitch dark, and she squinted toward the old director's office. To her surprise, the previously locked door was now open. Is someone stealing something? Han Yun-11 instinctively thought of this possibility. She considered calling Hu Ming at the drop of the hat, but looking at the motorcycle outside, she was afraid she'd miss the time. So, she slowed her pace and headed toward the director's office. Meanwhile, inside the office, a disheveled middle-aged man with an exaggerated hairstyle was rummaging through the director's belongings. With papers scattered across the floor, it was apparent he was searching for something. Where did those two old fools hide the money? There isn't even a safe here. The man's tone was impatient, and his face showed signs of irritation. If the old director were here, he would instantly recognize the man. After all, he was their son. Zhao Qiang had come all the way to this shithole, of course, for the money. Initially, he wasn't sure of the exact location, only the general area. If he hadn't encountered two delivery people on the way who said there was actually a dilapidated orphanage, he would not have found this place. He had sneaked in because there were a lot of children around, and it seemed they were having some sort of barbecue party. He planned to take advantage of their distraction and steal the money from the old fools. He knew the old fools' habits very well. They didn't like to keep money in banks, so even if there is a bank card, it's not much use. He also knew that the old fools had a retirement fund. Considering they hadn't contacted him for a long time, he figured they must have spent the money here. Keeping money from your own son and spending it on raising other people's children? Why are their parents like you too? Zhao Qiang searched through the entire director's office but still couldn't find the money. He looked around anxiously and soon noticed a painting on the wall. He saw signs of the frame having been moved, revealing a faint mark. Following the mark, he shifted the painting and finally found several rolls of red banknotes hidden behind the wall. He frantically stuffed the money into his pockets as if mad. Damn, old man, I'm not leaving a single cent for you. When I needed money, you guys didn't help me. I'll make you regret it. Suddenly, a clear and cute voice rang out. Sister Yun-11, what are you doing in front of the director's office? Zhao Qiang froze in terror and instinctively turned around, only to see a shadow at the window. The figure quickly ran away in a panic. Moments later, the girl's scream echoed through the night. There's a thief. Han Yungzi's heart raced as she hurried toward Hu Ming. However, Zhao Qiang soon pursued her. He grabbed at Han Yungzi's hair and threateningly snarled. Damn it, you be*tch, what the hell are you screaming for? As soon as the words fell, Hu Ming charged in from outside. The little girl who had witnessed the scene was already trembling with fear. Seeing Zhao Kaiying's actions, Hu Ming's eyes turned icy. He glared at the man before him and said, "Let her go. Let go, you filthy brats. Everything you have, food, clothes, are all my parents'. You should be grateful to me." Hearing this, Hu Ming realized immediately that the man was the old director's son, the hopeless gambler they had mentioned. He must have come here today just for the money, and Han Yun 11 had caught him in the act. Thinking so, Hu Ming took a deep breath. "I know why you're here. You can take the money, but you must let her go. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? If you don't listen, you can just wait here. I've already called the police. If you don't leave now, you'll have no chance later." Yet Shui emerged from behind Hu Ming, brandishing her phone as an explicit threat. Hearing that the police had been called, Zhao Kaiying instantly panicked. Having just been released from prison, he had no intention of returning. Moreover, he was here for money, not to sacrifice himself. Thinking about this, he pushed Han Yun 11 away and bolted for the door. Hu Ming wrapped Han Yun 11 in his arms, his gaze growing increasingly fierce as he watched Zhao Kaiying's retreating figure. Han Yun 11 clung tightly to Hu Ming, her eyes red and swollen from crying. The whole situation had terrified her. She hadn't expected the man to chase after her. Yes, she really messed up. However, her anxiety turned to concern as she thought about the stolen money. She looked at Hu Ming, her voice trembling. "Brother, he took all the money? That was Grandpa Director's retirement fund." "Yeah, I know." He handed Han Yun 11 over to Shui for comfort and headed outside. At that moment, he witnessed a distressing scene. The old director, who had just gotten out of the car, tried to grab Zhao Kaiying, but Zhao Kaiying shoved him away while cursing. Lan Jun and the old director's wife rushed to help the old director, helplessly watching as Zhao Kaiying drove away with the stolen money. "Zhao Kaiying, come back here." The old director's hoarse voice echoed through the night, but all that remained was the fading tail lights of the escaping vehicle. At this moment, the old dean's wife was already in tears, continuously lamenting their family's misfortune. Hu Ming quickly walked over to them to check their condition. The old director seemed genuinely distressed by Zhao Kaiying's actions, heaving and looking in considerable pain. Lan Jun hurriedly retrieved an oxygen mask from the trunk and helped the old director breathe. "Young master, we must get him to the hospital immediately," Lan Jun said with a grave expression. They had just come back from the hospital, and now they had to go back again? From their conversation, that man seems to be the son of these two old people. "I'll go with you," Hu Ming said, helping the old director into the car. Yet Shui also rushed out from inside. However, when she saw the scene, her face turned pale. "Hu Ming, the old director, stay here with the children. I'll be back soon," Hu Ming instructed, his face dark with anger. Yet Shui, though frightened by Hu Ming's grim demeanor, could only nod in agreement. The doctor examined the old director and confirmed that he had fainted due to emotional agitation. Sitting beside him, the old director's wife gently held her husband's hand. But every time she thought that the person responsible was her own son, she truly had no words. He had taken all of their retirement savings, leaving them with not a single cent. Although Hu Ming had promised to cover their medical expenses, Zhao Kaiying's actions had still left them heartbroken. They had hoped that the few months he spent in prison would help him turn over a new leaf. But to their disbelief, the first thing he did upon his release was to steal their money. "Ming, sorry for causing you trouble again this time. We never imagined Zhao Kaiying would come straight to our front door." The old director's wife spoke in a frail voice, looking as though she might collapse at any moment. Hu Ming comforted her, saying, "Don't worry. Focus on taking care of your health first. I'll take care of the money." Sigh. As Hu Ming and Lan Jun left the hospital room, Hu Ming's tone grew colder the moment they stepped outside. "Stay here and look after them tonight. If anything comes up, give me a call. I have to go to deal with some things. Do you want me to drive you?" "No need." Hu Ming walked straight out of the hospital. At the same time, Shui received a call from him. Hu Ming told her that a car had been arranged to pick them up, and they would be safely taken home. However, Shui sensed something off in his voice. Hu Ming, where are you going?" "I'm at the hospital. Don't worry about me." "All right." Shui didn't press further. Instead, she comforted Han Yun 11, helping her calm down. The other children began to clean up the trash around the courtyard, but it was clear that the earlier incident had left a significant impact on them. With a sigh of resignation, Shui could only hold Han Yun 11 tightly in her arms. Zhao Kaiying tilted his head back and gazed at the sky. The city streets and alleys had come alive as the evening lights flickered on. This was his favorite time of day, when the city felt like a voluptuous woman shedding her layers and inviting him with a fiery passion. Nigerian Nairobi. The river reflected the neon lights from the bustling bars and clubs on both sides, while energetic songs blared from every door open to the night. People continuously spilled out from the clubs, many men holding scantily clad, provocatively dressed women in their arms. Zhao Kaiying reminisced about his past. Back in the day, he would walk out with a woman on each arm. But luck hadn't been on his side. He lost all his money. This time, he was determined to make a comeback. With that in mind, he walked into the club with his head down, looking like a man about to gamble everything he had. However, when he came out, his posture was hunched, his body curled in on itself. His eyes were vacant, and just as he was about to cross the street, a Ferrari roared past him. The driver revved the engine, causing the exhaust to backfire with a loud bang. Startled, Zhao Qiang jumped in fear, regained his composure, and cursed at the now distant Ferrari. Damn it! Learn how to drive. What? Rushing to your funeral. People on the street glanced at him but quickly returned to their own business. After all, scenes like this were all too common in this part of town. Zhao Qiang stuffed the remaining money into his pocket, cursing his rotten luck. In just a few short hours, he had already lost tens of thousands. With only 20 to 30,000 left, he needed to come back next time to gamble. Fueled by that determination, Zhao Qiang lowered his head and walked toward the temporary place he was staying. He didn't dare reveal his true face so openly, knowing those students had already called the police. If they caught him again, he'd lose everything. In his mind, Zhao Qiang was confident he could win back the money. Once he did, he would return it to the two old fools. With that thought, he quickened his pace, heading deeper into the alley. But something felt off. It was as though someone had been following him the whole time. His heart raced wildly as he suddenly spun around, only to see a man in a black trench coat walk past him. The man wore a baseball cap, his face hidden in the shadows. Zhao Qiang watched as the figure passed by him without a word. Breathing a sigh of relief, Zhao Qiang instinctively shoved his hand into his pocket, but then every hair on his body stood on end. His eyes locked onto the man ahead, who suddenly quickened his pace, darting toward the corner. Seeing this, Zhao Qiang's face flushed with anger, his teeth grinding. You bastard! You stole my money! He charged after the man, sprinting towards the corner. But just as he rounded it, a wooden stick flashed before his eyes, and the next thing he knew, darkness consumed him. Water droplets fell to the ground from the steps above. Zhao Qiang slowly regained consciousness. His head throbbed violently as if someone had forced his skull open with a drill. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself in a desolate, abandoned construction site. Countless industrial materials were scattered haphazardly across the ground. A full moon hung high in the night sky above him. He tried to get up, but to his horror, his hands and feet were tightly bound with steel wires. Panic set in as he remembered the man who had stolen his money. Did he lock him up here as well? His face paled in fear, and as he swallowed, the bitter taste of rust and paint spread through his mouth. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Zhao Qiang stared intently as if expecting some ferocious beast to emerge. A man dressed in black ascended from the stairs. It was the same man from before. Zhao Qiang wanted to ask who he was, and he'd even offer the man all his money if that's what he wanted. But the man simply placed a table before him and threw a brand new deck of cards onto it. With a swift motion, the man pulled out the towel stuffed in Zhao Qiang's mouth. Realizing he could speak, Zhao Qiang hastily blurted, "Brother, let me go. I don't care about the money anymore. Is that money yours?" Yes, it's mine." Zhao Qiang nodded frantically. But the next instant, a blinding flash of silver light streaked past his vision. A silver-white dagger had embedded itself into his left pinky, severing it from his hand. Zhao Qiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as he was about to scream, the man shoved the towel back into his mouth. A muffled, desperate whimper escaped his throat. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins as his body convulsed in pain. "I'll ask you again. Is that money yours?" The man picked up the severed finger and casually tossed it onto the ground. This time, Zhao Qiang shook his head furiously, denying it with all his might. "Good, I hear you like to gamble. So now, let's play a game, and the chips are your life, other choice." He panted heavily, trying to ease the pain in his hand. What puzzled him more was the identity of the man in front of him. Why was this happening to him? Who could be behind this? Sensing Zhao Qiang's gaze, the man chuckled softly and then removed the towel from Zhao Qiang's mouth. "You're wondering why I'm doing this to you, aren't you?" Zhao Qiang swallowed hard but didn't dare respond. Who knew what this man might do next? The man didn't seem to have any intention of hiding his identity. He removed his baseball cap and then took off the mask from his face. When Zhao Qiang saw who it was, his pupils constricted, and his mouth dropped open in shock, unable to form words. Of course, he recognized the young man before him. This was the same guy he had seen at the orphanage. Back then, he barely noticed him because he didn't stand out at all. But now, he was standing before him, performing such a dreadful act, there was no way Zhao Qiang could ignore him. Do you know what you're doing? This is a crime." Zhao Qiang's voice shook, his tone filled with urgency, yet the look in the young man's eyes sent a chill through his heart. "If it weren't for those kids, who would have seen something bloody, you wouldn't have made it out of that door," Hu Ming said with a light laugh, though the sound made Zhao Qiang shudder. In the eerie silence of the abandoned construction site, the only sound was that of playing cards being shuffled. Hu Ming calmly placed the cards on the table, explaining the rules. "The rules are simple, each of us draws 3 cards. The one whose total adds up to more wins. If it's a tie, I win." "Why should you win in a tie? Have you ever seen the dealer lose on a tie?" Hu Ming's cold gaze swept over him as he spread the cards out and drew one for himself, placing it face down in front of him. "As long as you win just one game, I'll let you go." Zhao Qiang swallowed hard, staring intensely at the cards on the table before cautiously pointing to the ones he wanted. His hands and feet were still tightly bound, leaving him with no ability to move on his own. Both he and Hu Ming drew their 3 cards. Hu Ming then flipped over Zhao Qiang's cards for him. 4, 5, 6, 15 points. Zhao Qiang held his breath, watching Hu Ming's every move, fearing he might cheat. but Hu Ming remained calm as he flipped his own cards. 9, 4, 17 points. You lose. Wait. Zhao Qiang tried to speak, but before he could finish, the blade came down again, slicing off another finger. Cold sweat drenched Zhao Qiang's forehead, and his breathing grew ragged. Blood dripped from the table, pooling onto the floor. It was only now that he fully realized this young man was not bluffing. His life was indeed entirely in Hu Ming's hands. But he was just a student, why wasn't he afraid? Then Zhao Qiang recalled what Hu Ming had said earlier. Win just one game, and he could leave. One game and I can turn this around. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Qiang's breathing became heavier, but in desperation, he seemed to forget one crucial fact. His luck had been awful today. Otherwise, how could he have lost tens of thousands so quickly? NOS. The construction site echoed with Zhao Qiang's muffled groans. Every time Hu Ming severed a finger, he would gag Zhao Qiang again, ensuring that no screams escaped his mouth. Within minutes, Hu Ming had already cut off 6 of Zhao Qiang's fingers. He wasn't cruel enough to only focus on one hand. Both hands were now equally maimed. Zhao Qiang felt his body growing colder as the blood loss took its toll, and his vision began to blur. His breathing was shallow, his pupils trembling and shrinking in terror. I want to draw the cards myself. Oh, sure. To Zhao Qiang's surprise, Hu Ming agreed to his request. With a swift motion, Hu Ming used the blade to sever the wire binding Zhao Qiang's wrist, then stabbed the blade into the table, leaving it within arm's reach. Zhao Qiang's eyes fixated on the blade embedded in the table. He didn't want to die. At least not like this. His eyes turned fierce. As Hu Ming dealt the cards, Zhao Qiang suddenly lunged for the knife, intending to stab Hu Ming to death. But before his fingers could touch the hilt, a sharp pain exploded in his hand. A dagger pierced straight through his palm, pinning it to the table. Blood spurted out, and Zhao Qiang clutched his hand, screaming in agony. Can't handle the bet. Hu Ming's voice rang out. Zhao Qiang's vision blurred, and his hands and feet grew cold. Only 6 cards remained on the table, and he couldn't afford to lose. Every gambler clings to that last hope, that one final gamble to turn everything around, to reclaim all they've lost. With trembling fingers, Zhao Qiang flipped over his cards. 10, 10, 9. I'm going to win. Perhaps it was the excitement, but Zhao Qiang's pale face suddenly flushed with color. He burst into hysterical laughter, turning to Hu Ming with crazed eyes. You've lost? You've lost? Ha 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 ha. Hu Ming, however, remained expressionless, staring at Zhao Qiang, who was as if a clown. Without a word, he slowly revealed his own cards. Each card Hu Ming flipped over struck Zhao Qiang's heart like a hammer. It was the exact same hand as Zhao Qiang's. Zhao Qiang's eyes filled with disbelief. He shook his head violently as if his very soul had been drained from his body. Impossible, no way. I had such good luck, how could I lose? You cheated? You had to have cheated. Ignoring the pain in his hand, Zhao Qiang frantically tried to flip the table over in rage. Hu Ming pressed down firmly on the table, his voice cold and low. You're right. From the very start, you have lost. The moment you decided to gamble with me, you lost. Do you really think you could win money at that club? The second you sat down, your fate was sealed. You were bound to lose everything. I can still turn the tables. Turn around, my ass. With a swift motion, Hu Ming severed Zhao Qiang's hand at the wrist, then grabbed his head and smashed it onto the table with force. For your selfish greed, you nearly destroyed the futures of over 50 promising kids. For your selfish greed, I went out of my way to make sure my little sister wouldn't cry, but you scared her tears. For your selfish greed, the old director is now lying in a hospital bed, still unconscious. Do you even deserve to be called human? Zhao Qiang was limp like a corpse as Hu Ming dragged him into a secluded room. Once inside, Hu Ming tied him up again, then doused his body in gasoline. Zhao Qiang's mouth was gagged tightly as he desperately shook his head, silently begging for his life. But Hu Ming left him with a final, chilling statement. You've seen my face. Do you think I'd let you live? A match sparked to life, and in an instant, Zhao Qiang was engulfed in flames, thrashing and writhing in the inferno. Hu Ming tossed the rest of Zhao Qiang's money into the fire, watching it burn along with him. Rot in hell with your filthy money, you beast. The firelight reflected in Hu Ming's eyes, casting a deep, dark shadow behind them. The street was filled with the sounds of vendors shouting their wares, and nearby bars echoed with endless cheers. People continued flowing through the street, seemingly unaware of what had happened at the distant construction site. Hu Ming had changed into a fresh set of clothes, blending into the crowd. He looked like any ordinary passerby strolling through the bustling marketplace. For someone like Zhao Qiang, he felt no pity. Gambling had corrupted his mind, stripping him of even the most basic human decency. However, to the old director and his wife, Zhao Qiang was still their son. Who could say what their feelings for him truly were? He had dealt with Zhao Qiang cleanly, leaving no trace behind, as though no one had ever been there. No one would ever find Zhao Qiang. He had vanished from this world without a trace. As for that pension money, Hu Ming certainly wasn't going to leave it behind. It was evidence, after all. He would ask Han Litian to solve the money problem in the orphanage, which is not a bad thing for the Han family. After all, spending some money on charity is also good for the company's reputation. He was certain Han Litian wouldn't refuse. But, he was still a bit concerned about Han Yongzi's condition. She had been terrified by Zhao Qiang, after all. He wondered how she was doing now. Young man, would you like to buy some dolls to take home? Hu Ming stopped in his tracks. An old woman was sitting at a stall with buttons, threads, and a few simple cloth dolls neatly arranged. The old woman's face was kind, and she smiled warmly at Hu Ming as if eagerly hoping he would buy something. Hu Ming was about to shake his head and decline when he noticed a beggar nearby, holding a tattered bowl and asking people for money. Some avoided him, while some handed him the spare change they had. Seeing this, Hu Ming fell silent. After a moment, he turned back to the elderly woman, smiled, and said, "How much for those dolls? I'll buy them all." The old woman seemed surprised by Hu Ming's words, but she quickly pulled out several large bags and packed all the dolls inside. As she did, she also handed him a handmade scarf. "This is something I knitted myself. It's a gift for you, young man." "Thank you." Hu Ming didn't refuse. After paying, he took the bags and scarf from the old woman and turned to leave. The beggar's voice, asking others for money, still made it to his ears, but he had lost interest. He couldn't remember the last time he had given a beggar any change. It was probably back when he earned his first bit of money. He and Hu Ming were walking past a bridge when they saw a beggar crouched on the side, asking for money. When the beggar saw Hu Ming, he shook his bowl and muttered something like, "Kind soul, spare some change." Hu Ming reached into his pocket, ready to pull out some loose change, but Hu Ming stopped him, looking at him in confusion. "What are you doing? You're not actually thinking of giving him money, are you?" Hu Ming looked at him like he'd gone mad. The beggar overheard Hu Ming, and his expression turned furious. He hurled a string of curses at her, but Hu Ming wasn't one to back down. With a swift kick, she sent the beggar's bowl flying. The beggar, still swearing, scrambled to pick up the few remaining coins. Hu Ming watched coldly without a hint of sympathy, then turned and walked away without looking back. On the way, Hu Ming couldn't help but wonder why Hu Ming had acted that way. "Hey, are you thinking what I did just now was too much?" Hu Ming pulled out a pack of cigarettes, but noticing Hu Ming's gaze, she silently put them back in her pocket. "That guy wasn't even that old. He's got hands and feet, so why doesn't he find a proper job? Instead, he waves his hand and expects money. It's unfair to those who, despite their hardships, are still trying their best to survive. I despise people like that. So, I won't give them a single cent." This was the first time Hu Ming had seen Hu Ming so serious. At the same time, her words struck a chord with him. His money hadn't come easily either. He had sacrificed a lot to earn it, so why should anyone be able to wave their hand, say pity me, and just get it? From that day on, Hu Ming never gave any beggar a single cent. He made his way through the noisy crowd and back on his path. After a quick visit to the hospital to check on the old director, he stood silently by the bedside, watching as both the director and his wife slept soundly, not wanting to disturb them. But Lan Jun wasn't comfortable letting Hu Ming go home alone and insisted on driving him back. The car's dashboard clock read midnight as they drove down the road. Hu Ming sat in the back seat, looking visibly exhausted. Seeing this, Lan Jun didn't say a word to disturb him. Out of the blue, Hu Ming spoke up. "If anyone asks where I've been, just say I was at the hospital." "All right." Lan Jun wasn't sure of Hu Ming's intention, but he agreed without question. Hu Ming closed his eyes as if he had fallen into deep sleep. When he woke up again, the car had already stopped at the villa's entrance. The lights in the hall were long out, a sign that Han Yun-11 and the others had already returned home. Hu Ming had arranged for someone to guard the orphanage in case anything else happened. He grabbed the bag of cloth dolls and walked toward the villa, only to be surprised to find Kong Xian at the door. "Have you been waiting here long?" Hu Ming hadn't noticed how hoarse his voice sounded, and his steps were heavy, his exhaustion impossible to hide. "I've been waiting for you to return, young master." "Is that so?" Hu Ming chuckled softly, waving his hand to dismiss Kong Xian. However, Kong Xian silently followed behind him, not saying a word. Hu Ming didn't stop her. In fact, he was rather pleased by this change in her behavior. At least she wasn't blindly following his orders anymore. With steady steps, Hu Ming made his way toward Han Yungzi's room. Just as he had expected, the light in her room was still on. He knocked gently on the door and called out softly, "Yun-11, I'm back." The door swung open abruptly, revealing Han Yun-11 in her pajamas, a look of surprise and joy spreading across her face. Without hesitation, she threw herself into Hu Ming's arms. Hu Ming wrapped his arms around her in return. "Brother, where did you go?" Her voice was filled with grievance, clearly still shaken from the encounter with Zhao Qiang. But Hu Ming wasn't about to tell her the whole truth. That would only deepen the shadow in her heart. How could a girl who had grown up in a sheltered world come to terms with the fact that he had killed someone? "I went to the hospital to look after the old director and to deal with that man. It's all over now, so you can rest easy." "Okay." Standing behind them, Kong Xian witnessed the scene and quietly blended into the shadows. "Transmigrated as the fake young master here, this is for you." Hu Ming opened the bag he was holding, and several dolls tumbled out. Han Yun-11 blinked in surprise, her expression momentarily stunned. In her memory, Hu Ming rarely gave her such simple gifts. After all, she could have as many dolls as she wanted. She looked up at him, and Hu Ming scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. "I bought them on the way. If you don't like them, I can go get you something new tomorrow." Hu Ming wasn't sure if Han Yun-11 would like this. If she didn't, he planned to take the dolls to the orphanage. After all, such simple toys were something they could only dream of having. But hearing his words, Han Yun-11 quickly hugged the dolls tightly to her chest. This was the first gift Hu Ming had given her since he'd started to change for the better. How could she possibly refuse? More importantly, he looked so exhausted, yet he still came to comfort her. She couldn't bring herself to reject his kindness. I want them all. Seeing her clutch the dolls so tightly, Hu Ming chuckled softly. He gently patted her head and said, "Get some rest. I'll take care of the rest." Han Yun nodded. She didn't want to cause Hu Ming any more trouble. She lay back down on her bed, and Hu Ming stood up to turn off the light. Just as he was leaving, Han Yun called out to him, "Brother. Good night. Good night." With a soft click, the room was once again enveloped in darkness. But this time, Han Yunxi's heart was at peace. Several dolls lay beside Han Yun as if they were there to keep her company in Hu Ming's absence. After leaving her room, Hu Ming rubbed his temples. He had been dealing with things all day, and his body was beginning to feel the weight of exhaustion. As for Zhao Qiang, Hu Ming had already come up with an explanation. How they chose to pursue the matter was no longer his concern. More importantly, he still had to discuss the orphanage's situation with Han Litian the next day. With everything piling up, Hu Ming was starting to feel overwhelmed. "Young master, are you alright?" Kong Xian appeared in front of him again. Unlike before, her brows were furrowed, and her expression was more serious. "I'm fine. I just need to get some sleep." He waved her off and turned to head toward his room. Seeing this, Kong Xian didn't bother him further. However, she pulled out a small slip of paper from her pocket, the contents of which left her uncertain. She looked up at the fading figure of Hu Ming as he disappeared from her sight, sinking into silence. When Hu Ming woke up again, it was already noon the next day. He propped himself up, feeling much more refreshed. It surprised him that Kong Xian hadn't come to wake him, something he wasn't expecting. After washing up, Hu Ming, still in his pajamas, made his way downstairs, where he found Han Litian sitting in the living room, checking the news on his phone. With grave. "Dad." Hu Ming greeted him, and Han Litian looked up and responded. You're awake. The servants told me you came home quite late last night, so I didn't have anyone disturb you. But what happened last night? I noticed Yun seemed off when she got back." Hu Ming settled onto the sofa, poured tea into his cup, and explained him previous night's events. Han Litian, initially indifferent, grew increasingly serious as he listened. He placed his phone on the table and straightened up. "So, that man frightened Yun and stole all the money." Han Litian's expression grew grave. The money was of little concern to him, what mattered was his daughter's distress. No wonder Yungzi's expression wasn't good when she returned yesterday. Han Litian narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to track down the man. Given the Han family's influence in the city, locating someone would be easy. "Well, that's about it. The old director is currently in hospital, so I'm going to visit him. But..." Hu Ming looked up at Han Litian as if he had more to say. Han Litian waved a hand dismissively. "I know what you're thinking. I'll have my assistant follow up on this matter. You don't need to worry about the orphanage either. It's rare for you to be so dedicated to this issue. As your father, I won't stand by idly." Hearing Han Litian's response, Hu Ming finally relaxed. "Thank you, Dad. As long as you're doing something meaningful, I'll support you. Don't hesitate to take action if you need to do something." Hu Ming felt a mix of emotions. To the original, Han Litian had indeed fulfilled his role as a father to the fullest. It was a pity that the original had taken the wrong path. And this thought led Hu Ming to think about Han Shuyi. "By the way, where is Shuyi? Oh, didn't he mention signing up for self-defense training yesterday? He seemed quite anxious about it, so I sent him there this morning." "I see." Hu Ming nodded and didn't press further. Meanwhile, at another location, Han Shuyi was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. He panted heavily, but his eyes were still fierce and unyielding. The scene of Hu Ming knocking him down replayed in his mind, driving him like a whip. He no longer wanted to experience that kind of humiliation and was determined to crush Hu Ming beneath his feet. "Instructor, can you teach me something new?" You haven't even learned the basics and want to learn new things. I want to learn more than just self-defense." The instructor was taken aback by Han Shuyi's words, recognizing the same intense desire he had seen often in the military. "Learn the basics first." "Okay." Han Shuyi stepped forward again, only to be slammed to the ground once more. Hu Ming heeded no mind to what Han Shuyi was doing and went to the hospital alone. In the corridor, Lan Jun was asleep with his head tilted. Hu Ming approached and tapped his shoulder, and only then did Lan Jun return to his senses. Young master. Brother Lan, you've worked hard. Go back and get some rest. I'll take care of things here. Do you need me to drive you back?" "No need, you head home. Sorry for the trouble." "No, it's no trouble at all." Hu Ming turned and walked into the ward and found the old director already awake. But, his eyes were devoid of expression, looking extremely weary. "Grandpa Director." Hu Ming called out, and only then did the old director return to his sense. "Ming, you're here. We really troubled you yesterday." The old director forced a smile while his wife poured water for Hu Ming. Hu Ming pulled up a chair and sat beside the old director, his expression relaxed. "Grandpa Director, you don't need to worry about the orphanage. The children are doing well and are unaffected. You, on the other hand, should take care of your health. The kids are still waiting for you to return." "I understand, but whenever I think about that ungrateful son, I just can't calm down." The old director shook his head helplessly. He had spent his life teaching and nurturing others, and yet he had failed to raise his own son properly. He wondered if he could really guide those children. "If you're worried about Zhao Qiang, he's missing now. No one knows where he went with that money. Never mind. Over the years, we've grown exhausted. I'll just pretend he was never born. The old director seemed unwilling to continue the topic. He leaned back against his pillow, looking as though he might drift off to sleep at any moment. His wife, however, had a heavy expression on her face, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at her husband. That money was our last savings. Now, we have so many children in the orphanage depending on us, and Yu Chang still has to go to middle school. Without money, there's nothing we can do. The director's wife was also heartbroken. All their years of savings had been taken by their son. Zhao Qiang hadn't just ruined their lives, he had destroyed the futures of those children. I can't always go out and find a teaching job. You can stay and take care of the kids, the old director said, already thinking of solutions. No matter how harsh life became, they would survive, even if it meant enduring hardship. Upon hearing this, Hu Ming hurriedly interjected. You don't need to worry about that. My dad said he'll sponsor you. This. How can we accept that? The old director quickly declined, but Hu Ming raised his hand to stop him from saying more. Grandpa director, actually, this also benefits us as well. After all, the Han family needs a good reputation. And for you, it's a necessary amount of funding, isn't it? Hu Ming's expression turned serious, starkly different from his earlier playful demeanor. The old director and his wife exchanged a glance before sighing. I don't know how many times we've troubled you, Hu Ming. You're a good kid. As he spoke, the old director moved as if to bow to Hu Ming. However, Hu Ming quickly supported him, preventing him from making such a gesture. He couldn't accept that kind of formality. Actually, I've been honestly happy when I come over. Playing with the kids, I've recaptured some of my childhood. Good, good. Then come visit more often. The old director placed his hand on the back of Hu Ming's, a smile gradually returning to his face. Laughter occasionally echoed through the hospital room as though yesterday's troubles had been forgotten. Yet Yushua hadn't slept well last night. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the fading silhouette of Hu Ming. Every inch of her skin felt something was off about his gaze last night. His voice had also grown low and eerie as if it were pulling people down into the depths of hell. But what worried her most was how, when that man had grabbed Han Yun 11, Hu Ming seemed as if he was holding something back. With these anxious thoughts swirling in her mind, yet Yushua experienced a rare blockade of insomnia. She sent Hu Ming a message, but he never responded. Tossing and turning in bed, she checked her phone every half hour. And so she stayed up until morning. When sunlight streamed through the curtains, yet Yushua got up, washed up quickly, and sat on the sofa, staring at her phone. Raobes. Since she couldn't reach Hu Ming, yet Yushua decided to ask Han Yun 11. Finally, Han Yun 11 replied quickly, saying Hu Ming had returned last night. He probably hadn't responded because he was too exhausted. Seeing Han Yunxi's reply, yet Yushua finally couldn't hold out any longer. She collapsed onto the sofa and closed her eyes. She opened her eyes only after 3 p.m., and when she woke up, Hu Ming had already replied to her message. He said he was coming to her house. Yet Yushua stared at the message, stunned for a long moment. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. President, it's me, Hu Ming. In a daze, yet Yushua opened the door only to see Hu Ming standing there with a large bag of items in hand. Likewise, when Hu Ming saw her, his face couldn't hide the surprise. Yet Yushua was dressed in loose pajamas, and her usually neatly styled hair was now a tangled mess. The two stared at each other for a moment, and then, out of nowhere, yet Yushua abruptly tried to close the door. Hu Ming instinctively blocked it. President, you're not planning to make me wait outside until you change your clothes and fix your hair, are you? What are you talking about? Yet Yushua said this, but her hands didn't relax their grip on the door at all. No matter how hard she pushed, the door wouldn't budge even a little. Ultimately, she gave up, opening the door and staring at Hu Ming with a look of complete defeat, as if resigning herself to fate. He had seen her at her worst. What was there left to say? Might as well just accept it. We're going to the orphanage, right? I'll go change. Yet Yushua ran back to her room barefoot while Hu Ming closed the door behind him and sat on the sofa, glancing around the room. There wasn't much difference from his last visit, except now, the sofa carried a faint fragrance from Yet Yushua. There's soda water in the fridge. If you want some, just grab it yourself. All right. Hu Ming stood up to get some soda from the fridge, but at that moment, the doorbell rang. Yet Yushua's voice came from her room again. It's probably a delivery. Can you get it for me? Got it. Hu Ming opened the door, intending to take the package, but when he saw the person standing outside, both of them froze in place. It was just like the moment Hu Ming and Yet Yushua had met earlier. Ye Feng hadn't been able to reach Yet Yushua yesterday, and when he tried to call her later, he found out she had blocked him. So today, he decided to come by to find her. He had expected his daughter to be the one answering the door, but to his surprise, the person standing in front of him was the young man who had fought him before. Why was he in his daughter's apartment? Ye Feng's expression grew increasingly severe, and his gaze toward Hu Ming was anything but friendly. What are you doing in my daughter's apartment? Where is she? Hearing this, Hu Ming paused momentarily before stepping in front of the door, clearly not intending to let Ye Feng inside. Yet Yushua is changing, but I don't think she wants to see you. Get lost. Ye Feng tried to push Hu Ming aside, but Hu Ming grabbed his wrist and pushed him back, his expression freezing further. When you abandoned Yet Yushua, did you ever think this day would come? Hu Ming's words left Ye Feng stunned. He hadn't expected his daughter to share such a personal matter with this young man. Ye Feng knew that what he had done in the past had wronged his daughter, but after all, this was a family issue. How could she discuss it with an outsider? Dad, can we go now? It's so hot outside, I want to go home. A little boy came up the stairs, looking at Ye Feng impatiently, clearly not wanting to stay any longer. Ye Feng frowned and scolded him. Shut up, you haven't even seen your sister. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I don't want to see her. If she comes back, she'll take all my stuff. I'm not giving her anything. The boy voiced his displeasure with the idea of Ye Shui returning. He didn't care about Ye Shui's feelings and said it without hesitation. Hu Ming, standing at the door, glanced at the boy and said, "See, some family conflicts are inevitable. You can't even control your own son. I'm afraid he'll be a headache for Ye Shui. I'm telling you again, this is our family matter." Ye Feng was growing increasingly irritated with the young man before him, but after their last confrontation, he realized he wasn't a match for Hu Ming. He could only stand at the door, unable to see his daughter. "Then you can just wait here." With that, Hu Ming slammed the door shut, showing no concern for the man's feelings. Seeing this, Ye Feng was left fuming but powerless. He glared at his son, his eyes filled with frustration and disappointment. "You're really stupid? The person inside is your sister. Even though she wasn't born by your mother, she's still my daughter, and you two are siblings? Getting along with your sister could be beneficial to you. I don't care. Mom said she'll steal you from me. Your mother's talking nonsense." Hu Ming ignored the sounds from outside, crossing his arms and closing his eyes to rest. After some time, Ye Shui's bedroom door finally opened. She stepped out, sporting a pair of twin braids, completely different from her usual high ponytail style. The look was casual yet relaxed. Hu Ming was visibly stunned by her new appearance. In his impression, Ye Shui had always worn a single high ponytail. Seeing her with a different hairstyle genuinely surprised him. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Ye Shui noticed Hu Ming's gaze and nervously stammered her question. "Of course, I'm staring because you look nice. You're sick. You have any medicine?" Ye Shui hadn't expected Hu Ming to compliment her so directly. Wasn't this just an outright way of saying she looked pretty? She bit her lip, unsure how to manage her expression for a moment. But Hu Ming stood up, pointing toward the door, and said, "Your dad's waiting for you outside." Hearing this, Ye Shui's expression darkened. She looked at the closed door, knowing that behind it stood the person she least wanted to see. Seeing her reaction, Hu Ming waved dismissively and continued, "If it's inconvenient for you, I can go myself. Honestly, staying home to rest might be good for you. With everything going on at school, and now the orphanage, it's exhausting." "No, yes. I'll go. Why wouldn't I go? It's not like I'm afraid of him. Besides, where I choose to go is my business. Why should I hide from him?" Ye Shui's tone turned colder, and her gaze lost its earlier softness. Seeing her determination, Hu Ming didn't try to stop her again. In his view, as long as Ye Shui wanted to go, that was enough. Ye Shui opened the door, and Ye Feng and his son stood in front. The little boy was engrossed in his phone, which emitted canned laughter, while Ye Feng sat beside him, lost in thought. However, when he heard the door open, Ye Feng quickly snapped back to reality. "Shui, finally, I get to see you. Come, this is your younger brother, Ye Hao." Ye Hao remained seated, ignoring Ye Feng's words, while Ye Shui looked on coldly. For some reason, she found the scene before her bitterly ironic. Seeing that Ye Hao was still focused on his phone, Ye Feng angrily snatched it from his hands. Ye Hao stood up, visibly annoyed, frowning as he stared at Ye Shui, his expression entirely unfriendly. "Ye Hao, come, call sister," Ye Feng urged, nudging his son's arm. But Ye Hao had no intention of obliging. Ye Shui wasn't interested in playing along with this family drama. "If you're done with the performance, Mr. Ye, then please leave. You're not welcome here. And for the record, I'm an only child. Don't try to force any familial ties." With that, Ye Shui pulled Hu Ming out of the room. This guy had been hiding behind her the whole time, probably waiting to see how she would handle the situation. But Ye Shui grabbed his wrist, shut her door, and headed downstairs without a backward glance. Watching this unfold, Ye Feng felt like he was suffocating. His daughter had just held another man's hand right before him. "Dad, you see, she doesn't care about your goodwill. Just leave her alone." "Shut up. What did I tell you before we came? If you can make peace with your sister, I'll give you whatever you want. But look at your attitude, you're only making things worse for me." Ye Hao was struck speechless by Ye Feng's scolding, his lips quivering as he sulked and followed his father down the stairs. At that same moment, Hu Ming found it rather novel to be pulled along by Ye Shui like this. The softness of her delicate, fair skin felt almost like cotton beneath his touch. However, as her pace quickened, Hu Ming nearly struggled to keep up. "President, hold on a second." Hu Ming, taking the initiative, grasped Ye Shui's wrist in return. She turned around, her face expressionless. "I can tell you're angry about his appearance. You say you don't care, but your actions are giving you away. I hate him." Her fists clenched. Ye Shui's fury plainly etched across her face. Why did he bring his son here? Is he trying to show me how happy they've been all these years? What right does he have to treat me like this? Hu Ming noticed hurried footsteps approaching from behind, and Ye Shui glared fiercely at the two people following them, her face full of hatred. Ye Feng felt a wave of panic as his daughter stared him down like that, but he still believed, as her father, it was his duty to offer some advice. Chu Shui, I know you don't want to see me, but I still need to say this, don't bring boys home so casually. It's not good for your reputation. Oh, is that so? Chu Shui responded coldly as she wrapped her arm around Hu Ming's, pressing their arms closely together. Stop this nonsense. He's just an outsider. Ye Feng frowned, instinctively stepping forward to pull them apart. But before he could, something shocking happened, leaving everyone stunned. Chu Shui stood on her toes and planted a quick, delicate kiss on Hu Ming's cheek. Hu Ming had not anticipated that Chu Shui would make such a move in this situation. Chu Shui fixed her gaze on Ye Feng, her voice cold as ice. You have no right to talk about him, this has nothing to do with you. With that, she tugged at the still-dazed Hu Ming, pulling him away. Ye Feng stood there, stunned, unable to process the scene that had just unfolded before him. Beside him, Ye Hao tugged at his pants, wanting to leave. The sweltering afternoon drew everyone hazy and disoriented. Inside the car, silence enveloped Chu Shui and Hu Ming as they both steered clear of discussing what had just happened. Yet, the boldness she had shown earlier left her feeling intensely awkward. Her actions had been intended to provoke Ye Feng, something she would never normally do. Yet, she had kissed Hu Ming. What if he misunderstood her intentions? Would they even be able to remain friends? Chu Shui supported her head with her hand, nearly fainting from embarrassment. And Hu Ming? He sat quietly in his seat, his expression largely unchanged. It would be a lie if he claimed not to feel a flutter in his heart. After all, being kissed by such a beautiful girl would stir feelings in anyone, especially someone like Chu Shui, with whom he had spent a fair amount of time. But his rationality held greater sway over his impulses. He understood that Chu Shui's actions were merely meant to irritate her father, not a true reflection of her feelings. Knowing this, Hu Ming had managed to mask any trace of embarrassment since getting into the car. In contrast, Chu Shui, beside him, seemed to regret her earlier choice. Han Hu Ming, about what just happened? Chu Shui's voice was laced with caution as she peeked at Hu Ming, her mind racing with how to explain things to him. But Hu Ming turned his head, his brows raised. Chu Shui, you let your emotions get the better of you just now. His tone was as if he were discussing the most mundane of matters, but his calm demeanor only deepened Chu Shui's embarrassment. So he had realized the implications of her earlier actions, yet he was not angry. Instead, he spoke about it with a remarkable composure. Chu Shui lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Hu Ming continued, I understand your feelings towards your father, but you can't let your emotions take over every time you see him. What if he confronts you in public next time? Are you going to lose control again? His words were too rational, making Chu Shui question whether the person beside her was really Hu Ming. When had he become so level-headed? She found herself at a loss. As the car drifted further from the bustling city, Hu Ming gazed out the window at a dilapidated construction site, soon to be demolished. His expression remained unchanged. Yet, thoughts of Chu Shui lingered in his mind. Alpha. Setting aside her current achievements, he realized that Chu Shui was just a girl lacking parental love. What he had just asked for was indeed too harsh for her. With a sigh, he finally proposed, Chu Shui, let's make an agreement. What kind of agreement? Chu Shui asked, confused at his words. Han Hu Ming, will pretend to be your boyfriend in front of your father for this period. Just one phone call from you, and I'll help you with whatever issue arises. And the price you need to pay is to tutor me. The price he proposed felt almost non-existent. Chu Shui was momentarily taken aback, ready to refuse, but the seriousness in Hu Ming's eyes left her at a loss for words. Though she didn't fully understand what had occurred between Hu Ming and Ye Feng, it was clear that Ye Feng had no leverage in front of Hu Ming. More importantly, Ye Feng had been deeply affected by her actions today. If he saw that she and Hu Ming weren't truly together, he would likely resume his previous harassment of her life. What Hu Ming meant was to position himself as her shield. Han Hu Ming, you really don't have to go this far. No, this agreement won't last long, he replied, his certainty evident. Yet Chu Shui couldn't fathom where his confidence came from. She neither accepted nor declined his offer, and the car fell into an awkward silence. Meanwhile, the driver in the front seat listened intently. After all, the relationships among students were complex yet simple. Inside the orphanage, the atmosphere was calm, as if nothing significant had occurred. The children's emotions came and went swiftly. All they hoped for was that the old director would return soon. Hu Ming approached Yu Cheng and explained the situation, reassuring him to focus on his studies. He knew Yu Cheng had many thoughts swirling in his mind. His job was to help him relax. The orphanage had been tidied up thoroughly, leaving no trace of yesterday's chaos. Chu Shui briefly taught a few classes to ensure the children wouldn't fall behind in their studies. As the day passed, Hu Ming and Chu Shui left, and it was already evening. After dropping Chu Shui off, Hu Ming headed home. Just as he stepped inside, he unexpectedly ran into Han Shuyi. Seeing his battered face, Hu Ming's lips pressed together, his expression serious. Yet, his lips quivered as if he were holding back something. Han Shuyi shot him a glare, his voice hoarse. Go ahead and laugh, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. I'm a professional, professionally trained, I won't laugh. Hu Ming replied, giving him a shoulder pat. But Han Shuyi abruptly exhaled and pushed Hu Ming away. Fuck off. Pfft. Hu Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Didn't you say you wouldn't laugh? I just remembered something happy. I went out with a girl today, so I'm feeling a bit overexcited, Hu Ming explained. Han Shuyi knew Hu Ming was making excuses. Gritting his teeth, he turned his back and shuffled toward his room. Yes, he was shuffling. It seemed his legs had endured quite a bit of damage. Hu Ming couldn't help but admire Han Shuyi's determination. No wonder he could be the protagonist. At the dinner table, Zhou Wenli was visibly worried about Han Shuyi's injuries, repeatedly inquiring about his condition while they ate. Shuyi, why don't we stop going? If you're worried about safety, we could ask your father to hire some bodyguards. No need, Mom. I actually think it's pretty good for me. It's also a chance to exercise. But no one exercises like this. Zhou Wenli lamented, unable to hide her concern. Sitting nearby, Han Litian regarded Han Shuyi with approval. Good. It's commendable to have that kind of awareness. Only by becoming stronger can you earn others' respect. Transmigrated as the fake young master, I'll beat up the S.